Welcome back, everybody. You got Specs here, and today we are starting yet another multi-hour-long journey into the world of Woods Season 12 Power Rankings. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna, be really long, and I will be taking multiple breaks. So yeah, let's just I'll get into the categories, and then we'll get started here. I've already explained this in other videos mostly, but just might as well go over them again. Type variants is the first one. You got basically, is your type coverage good? So it's more so just a different way of calling it cores, I guess, which is a category other people use. I'm not looking just for those though, but they're nice to have, obviously. So Steel Fairy Dragon, Fire Water Grass, those are all good. I'm also looking for, you have electric immunity, do you have ground immunity, do you have good synergistic typing, does your teammates cover any single one type very well? Obviously there's going to be members on your team who are going to be weak to something, but as long as you have something that can cover that weakness and then do that for all 18 types, that's you get a 5. That's generally how that one works. Hazards plus removal, hazards and removal. That's it. If you have good hazard setters and good removal, that's fine. Pivoting. So do you have a lot of U-turn, volt switch, teleport, flip turn, all that type of stuff? Speed tiers. My mouse is being very slow for some reason. But anyway, speed tiers. So not only are we looking for, the fastest boys, we are also looking at diverse ranges. So, I don't want to see you just have a Regieleki and then the rest of your mons are base 60. That's not ideal. Yep. Bulk. That one's pretty self-explanatory. But, not only should mons just be tanky, they should also, there should be a good amount of recovery on your team as well, just in general. So, soft boiled, stuff like that. Setup is just, Dragon Dance, Swords Dance, Nasty Plot, all that type of stuff. Do you got them? Are they good at doing that? And, Wall Breakers. Anything that is good at breaking down stall or more defensive mons in general. You have that. And then Cleaners. Anything that can start, usually faster mons that can start sweeping weakened teams. That's kind of what I'm looking for there. And then at the end of that, I'll be added up for a total and then, divided by the number of categories for average. Scale is from 1 to 5 with 0.5 intervals in between. So, let's get... I basically could just do 1 to 10, but I'm too lazy for that. Anyways, actually, you know what? I should do 1 to 10. Let's do 1 to 10. Anyways, so let's get started here. First up, we got the New York Aqua Jets, and by the way, Woods doc looks really, really good, by the way. I appreciate the changes with Z Noctowls, speaking of which, he is online, as you can see up there. Anyways, first up, we got New York Aqua Jets here. I'll be switching in between the doc and Showdown, just because there is this handy-dandy typing plus speed list that can, that helps me, not make as many mistakes when it comes to judging speed tiers and whatnot. So, and also the type variant stuff as well. So yeah, first up we got New York Aqua Jets. I said it like 3 times at this point. First up, stop saying first up. Okay, so we got Urshifu Single Strike, who has recently been buffed to a nice 19 points in the dock. Congratulations, I guess, for being utterly bonkers tier broken. The most standard set you will see is Choice Band. So close combat, Wicked Blow with the Choice Band is really ridiculous in terms of power. Wicked Blow, if you don't know, is basically always going to be a 120 base power move because it will always critical hit. So on par with close combat in terms of base power. And then your last 2 moves on a Bandit or Shifu can be a couple things. U-turn is always a nice option for pivoting. Sucker Punch is also nice for priority, although being choice locked into Sucker Punch is pretty risky on its own. And then you can also have any sort of fairy beating coverage, which is pretty much the only thing that can actually resist the combination of fighting plus dark. So yeah, Poison Jab or Iron Head, whichever one is better. Yeah. So, you know, like Poison Jab would be better for Tapu Fini, but Iron Head would be better for... I don't know, actually. If there was a ground fairy to exist, it'd be better for that. Yeah. Oh yeah, also Unseen Fist will go through Protect. Every single move will go through Protect. That's always really nice. And Shifu's got a very nice speed tier. 97. Good enough to outspeed any single wall. And decently fast, but not super fast. But considering how good this thing is, it doesn't really need more speed points. Besides Choice Band, and I guess by virtue also Choice Scarf, because, you know, you can just change the band for a scarf and it'd basically be the same set. Besides those, Bulk Up is also a decent option here. So, Wicked Blow, Close Combat, and usually a Sucker Punch last on this type of set. But yeah, you can run Black Glasses or Life Orb, whichever one. And yeah, it's about... Those are about the... Why am my mouse is being really dumb? Okay, but yeah, those are about the range of sets you can run under Shifu, really. It's not much else, I think. I guess it does get Taunt, which could be an interesting option. Thunder Punch could also be nice against nothing, really, because you still click Wicked Blow against stuff like Toxapex or anything like that. Thunder Punch is a lot better for Urshifu Rapid Strike, which I don't know if anyone drafted that this season, actually. So I guess we'll find out. Okay, next up we got Scizor. You're gonna always be running Technician on this because of Bullet Punch. Yeah, so a stab 60 base power priority move is always really nice with no drawbacks and also a lot of PP. Yeah. I guess, I don't know what the most common set is, but I mean, you know, Swords Dance is always a fine option here. So Swords Dance, Bullet Punch, Roost, all pretty much standard. Well, I guess you don't, depends on the Swords Dance variant. If you're running defensive Swords Dance, you're definitely going to want Roost, but offensive Swords Dance doesn't really need that. But yeah, you know, Swords Dance, Bullet Punch are necessary on, obviously, Swords Dance set. And then, last two moves can be whatever, but basically just whatever you need for that game. You know, Knockoff is always a common option, you can see. And then maybe like Superpower is always good for hitting steel types. You could always run U-Turn, do a Wing Beat, get Sand Tomb for stuff like Heatran. Psycho Cut is good for Toxapex. You know, it works. It gets enough coverage. Offensive Swords Dance loves Life Orb. Defensive Swords Dance loves Leftovers. I guess this would probably be the most ideal defensive SD set. You could also just put U-Turn over it as well, which doesn't make too much sense with Swords Dance plus U-Turn, like, but you know, it still works out. I actually like this more than Knockoff, frankly. What else? Choice Band, always a good option here as well. Bullet Punch, U-Turn, Knockoff, plus... I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what the last move. You can just kind of figure it out yourself. And then there's also just straight up defensive Scizor. Scizor does have pretty decent physical bulk, so you can just run, you know, like Bullet Punch, Roost, U-Turn, and then like Defog, Toxic, Knockoff. Any of those can work pretty well. Yeah. You can also run Rocky Helmet on Scizor if you really need it against certain Mons. Yep, that's about it. Okay, moving on. Rotom Wash. We got... It's my favorite Rotom form because, frankly, I think it's the best one. You can find me in the comments, I guess, if you want to. Choice items are... I don't know why I'm starting out with this one. The best set is obviously just the defensive Rotom. So, like, Leftovers with Volt Switch. You know, your basic stab moves, so Volt Switch, Hyper Pump, and then the last kind of two moves can be whatever you want. Pain Split is always a nice option for at least some way of recovering your HP, since Rotom doesn't have anything like that outside of Rest. Toxic / Will-O-Wisp is always really nice. Defog can be nice if you need that defogging coverage. And that's about it, actually. And then you can also run Scarf. You still run Volt Switch, Hydro Pump, and then you run Trick. And then I usually like running a status condition on the last move as well. But yeah, so you run Trick with the Scarf, and then you Trick that Scarf onto some sort of defensive mon to screw with that, and then you still have 3/4 of a functioning Rotom Wash. So usually you do get like leftovers or some useful item too. So yeah, you can also run offensive. It does have Nasty Plot, so you could try, you know, something like oh my god. Yeah, something like this. I don't know. I don't actually know what type of set you would run. What type of item you run on an offensive Rotom. I guess Life Orb can still work. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways. Anything I'm missing? I don't think so. Okay. Oh yeah, it gets Thunder Wave. Yeah, okay. Next we got Alakazam. If you run anything besides Magic Guard, you're weird. Well, I guess there might be some sort of niche condition where you want to run Inner Focus, because, like, this guy's going to go for Fake Out, so I'm going to run Inner Focus so I can, you know, Psychic the Mienshao or something like that. I don't know. That actually could not be a bad idea. Anyways, so Magikarp plus Life Orb is a very common. Magikarp plus Sash is also a very common item as well. It's probably even more common, frankly, since... with Power Creep, Zam is not really able to take a lot of hits anymore, even special ones. Yeah. Okay, the arm on my chair just fell off. Anyways, pretty much never gonna go home with. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying. Holy crap, I'm really tired. Okay, you're gonna run Psychic slash Psyshock, one of the two. Focus Blast is very good coverage, although it is, well, Focus Blast, so you know you're gonna be missing quite a bit. Dazzling Gleam is good for hitting Dark types. Focus Blast is obviously good for hitting Steel types. And then yeah, it gets Nasty Plot as well if you want to boost up. Yeah. Problem with Zam is that, you know, it's just very frail, so Nasty Plot is kind of hard to pull off, but it can work against stall teams very well, actually. Yeah, Zam also has quite a bit of utility moves, which is pretty nice. You know, get Encore, Knock Off, Thunder Wave, stuff like that is always really nice. Even Teleport if you want to try something like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's good enough. Also, you know, I'm obviously a good speed tier. Moving on, we got Aromatisse. Healer is obviously useless in singles, so you're not going to be using Aroma Veil. Most common set for this is just Wish Protect, Moonblast, and then last one can be kind of whatever. You know, Toxic, Heal Bell. Wait, I don't think it does get Heal Bell, but it also gets Aromatherapy. They're the same thing. Wish Protect, Moonblast, one of the Toxic, Heal Bell, maybe a coverage move like Thunderbolt, maybe Calm Mind as well. I mean, this set isn't too bad if you have a good matchup. Obviously, you're always going to be running Leftovers too, or Rocky Helmet if you have that, if you need to do that. Oh, it gets Nasty Plot. Oh, that's also pretty good. I guess you could also run a Trick Room set as well. Like Trick Room, Thunderbolt, Moonblast, Nasty Plot. Yeah, something like that could be pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Moving on, we have the Mega Sceptile here. This thing is just really just a fast offensive attacker. Really not much else to say about it. Very unfortunately, since only its Mega is Dragon type, it does not get access to Draco Meteor. You will have to make do with Dragon Pulse, which unfortunately can be kind of weak at times. But you know, and Sceptile honestly has a lot of coverage issues as well. Because you really don't have a lot of moves on the special side, frankly. outside of like Dragon and Grass moves, like you have Focus Blast, which is not super ideal. But I mean, it does hit Steel type, so there's that. So you're gonna have to dip into its physical move pool for other stuff. You know, Earthquake, for example, was pretty decent coverage and lets you hit something like Heatran very, very hard. I guess you could always run a backup special move like Giga Drain. You can also run Substitute if you want to ease prediction on yourself. Leech Seed could also be very nice. Rock Slide can be nice for like Moltres or something like that. Yeah. But it has, yeah, so this thing has a really good speed tier. Unfortunately, its moves are just, like, he just doesn't have a lot of good moves, frankly. Which kind of sucks, because, you know, Sceptile is always a fan favorite. A lot of people like it. But yeah, I'm saying that like I have a lot of issues with this Mega, and I don't really, but actually, no, I kind of do. Moving on. Oh yeah, Lightning Rod is also really nice for you here, so you can get that special attack boost when hit by electric move. Even though you're already 4 times resist electric, but that's fine. Next up, we got Nidoqueen, Sheer Force, Life Orb, always a nice combo. This thing does get Stealth Rock and T-Spikes, so that's always really nice. And outside of that, it's basically just a slower, bulkier Nidoking. That's really it. Yeah, so you can run it exactly like Nidoking if you wanted to, but usually people will try to lean. Since Nidoqueen is a bit bulkier than Nidoking, you tend to lean towards the more defensive side of it. Ground Poison is not a bad defensive typing. You have a lot of decent resist to stuff like fighting and bug. So those can be also poison. So like those can be abused pretty well. And yeah. And even without the Life Force, Sheer Force boosted moves are always gonna hit pretty hard. Yeah. Okay. Moving on. Next up we got Galvantula. So this team that does have the webs to help support. That's not web. Okay, it's clearly just sticky web, but we call it webs. Yeah, so webs on this team is pretty good, especially considering there was a Urshifu single strike at the beginning of this. So yeah, that's always really nice. But yeah, outside of that, okay, Manectrics is a decent web setter. You got. I don't know what I kind of lost my train of thought, but you have that Combat Iron Thunder plus the Volt Switch, and then you also have coverage to hit ground types, so like Giga Drain, or just run Stab Bug Buzz if you want. As for item, if you were gonna run a lead, you're definitely gonna want to run Sash. If not, then maybe running Boots is nice so that you don't have to take damage from rocks. Decent speed too. That's about it. I guess you could run Choice Specs if you wanted to surprise people, and just run that Thunder plus Bug Buzz, plus like Giga Drain, and then Volt Switch at the last move. I mean, even if you run Specs or Scarf as well, you can still just run Webs on like a third slot, like replacing Webs here over Giga Drain. Yeah. And last up we got Braveberry. I said Braveberry. Braviary. Another Sheer Force mon on this team, but probably going to be making use of Defiant more often than not against opposing Intimidators. This thing is very, very strong once you get that Defiant off. And it's just strong in general. It's basically slower, slightly bulkier Staraptor. So, you got that Brave Bird plus, well, it does get close combat. That's my bad. So yeah, Brave Bird, close combat, U-turn. I guess you can, well, this is like shaping up to be like a Choice Band or a Choice Scarf set. You can also run Bulk Up on this thing, which is pretty good. Flying plus fighting coverage is very, very hard to switch into. And then you can also run Roost or something on this last slot, or run Sub as well. Yeah. Guess you can run Dual Wing Beat if you don't want to take recoil, but let's be real, Brave Bird is just too strong. You're gonna want to run Brave Bird. Yeah, that's about it. Really, it doesn't really need a lot of coverage outside of flying plus fighting, because as I said before, stabs are amazing. Oh, not the stabs, but that coverage is amazing. Yeah. Okay, so let's get into the ranking here. I'm gonna switch to this for the first bit. Okay, so nice picture, by the way. So taking a glance at this typing chart, looks pretty good. All your bases are pretty much covered. You have a nice little Steel Fairy Dragon Core going on here as well. Now I gotta think about what typing can break through this. I guess a Freeze Dry could be annoying. Well, you have that one resist in Scizor, and Scizor, if we're talking about freeze dryers, the main one is Kyurem, and Scizor was one of those checks to Kyurem back in SSOU when Kyurem was still allowed. But Scizor was not the best check. I mean, for being honest. But like, yes, it could beat Spexcurum in theory, is the thing. Yeah, so I guess freeze dry can be a bit of an issue, but it's not too big of an issue. Plus, Aromatisse has enough bulk anyways that you probably, with Scizor plus Aromatisse, you probably be able to beat a Kyurem like that. What else? Fire types with like good coverage could be an issue as well, or like basically something that can maybe, like, for example, like if you're fighting against a Blaziken, you know, that thing is pretty damn threatening here. It's like you don't really have a good switch in is basically what I'm trying to say here. So yeah, really any fire type with like any other stab move is, or just another good strong hitting move to hit Rotom, that will definitely be hard to switch into. But this is getting into the territory of like, I'm being very nitpicky and this is very specific. But yeah, overall though, very, very solid type. Very solid type synergy, I guess. I wonder how loud the music is. It seems fine. Yeah. Now the problem is this is the first person up, so I don't know how much I'm supposed to be giving everyone yet. So I'm gonna go with 4.5. Yeah, this is pretty. Oh yeah, right. I said I was gonna go from 1 to 10. I'll give you 9. 9 out of 10. That's the same thing as 4.5 out of 5. Hazards and removal. I was seeing some pretty good stuff when I was looking through. I guess your defoggers aren't the best. Oh yeah, Braviary can run defog, by the way. I forgot to mention that. But you know, like, none of these mons particularly want to run hazard removal. Speaking from experience, especially on the run and wash thing. Yeah, like I didn't really like running defog and Rotom. But you know, I mean, it does work. But like, you know what? I shouldn't be complaining too much about it. Nidoqueen has Stealth Rock plus Toxic Spikes, and then we have the Webs from Galvantula. Only one Rock Setter is kind of concerning, but overall it's not bad. Plus, Nidoqueen often does run rocks anyways. Yeah. I'd say it's pretty solid, but it could use some work. So like a 7 sounds fair to me. Maybe I should. Maybe I'll take more points off if I find other things. I don't know. Pivoting wise, though, it's pretty good. You know, these 3 right here. First off, Scizor plus Rotom Wash in Gen 5 was like the most notorious Voltron core of all time, and then people were considering banning that. So, you know, you got that going for you. And then you also have Urshifu Single, which also can pivot. Galvantula as well. Yeah, so stuff like that is always really nice. Because I did highlight that it had teleport, so technically that can pivot as well. But obviously, you pretty much would never want to run teleport on Zam. Yeah, it's pretty good. Like this is like, because this Voltron core especially is very, very tough to deal with, because they cover each other's weaknesses very well. So definitely want to give like at least an 8, but I'm not sure if I should go more than that. I'm gonna put an 8 for now. We'll see what happens. Okay, speed tiers. Yes, this helps a lot, so I can see the speed tiers. This looks very solid. You got that really nice fast mon. You got that slightly slower mon, and then the slightly slower mon about that, and then you got the slightly lower than 100. You know, this speed tiers look very, very good. I guess one thing I can try to criticize is from 65 to 20. Yeah, you don't have anything slow. You don't have it like a base 60 mon. Honestly, you're so No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, the speed tiers are great. But I don't know if I should give you 10. Honestly, the first person is the most subjected, the most likely to change. I'm gonna change points later on, so you know, come back later and you might see that your points are different. Yeah, so bulk, pretty good. I guess this team is a little bit reliant. I don't know, it's not. Yeah, because you have that Wish. You got the Heal Bell support as well from Rotis, and you have your mons. Some of your mons can recover, and will definitely choose to have those moves. Other ones like Nidoqueen, they're just generally tanky and definitely would appreciate that Wish support from Rotis. But yeah, I think you're like nothing is like explicit bulk besides aromates here. But no, I mean everything's just like decently bulky is what I guess is the best way I can describe it. I think this team's pretty solid. Yeah. 7. I don't know. What would I'd probably give it a 3.5 if I was. Yeah. No. Okay. Setup. Actually, I think everything here has setup options. Wait. No, that's not even a joke. Except these two. Yeah, everything else I think can set up. I forgot to mention that Mega Sceptile can learn Sword Stance and stuff. And they could definitely try to do that. Well, actually, let me see. I want to see what type of dragon moves it has that aren't. Is it just Dragon Claw? Okay, it gets Scale Shot, I guess. Oh, it gets Outrage. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, you could definitely run a Sword Stance set with. You can definitely run a Sword Stance set with Sceptile then. I forgot to mention that. That's my bad. I mean, yeah, you're using that base 110 attack, which is not, great, but because you have that base 145 special attack right there that you should be abusing. But if you have that better matchup with the physical moves, then why not, right? So that definitely counts as a setup mon. Shifu does too. Scizor definitely does. Zam does. Rotom, you're probably not going to be running Nasty Plot on Rotom. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen anyone run offensive Rotom since, like, it got Nasty Plot in, like, Gen 8. It got Nasty Plot in Gen 8, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, like, since, like, the early days of that, I'd never seen anyone use offensive Rotom. Maybe I should play more Gen 8 UU then, if that's the case. Calm Mind on Aromatase definitely could be a decent option here. Bulk Up as well. But yeah, I think it's pretty good. Yeah. There's some mons here that I would definitely be scared of setting up. Wall Breakers 2. I mean, these two are both decent choice banders. This one, especially, like this alone gives you at least 5 points. I'll be honest, and this gives you like another like 2 or 3. Scizor 2 is also very good. Choice Band Barrier can be very. I said Staraptor Light. I mean, would you be upset about having slightly weaker Staraptor? I don't think so. Wait, actually, I think this is stronger than Staraptor, right? But I mean, Raptor has Reckless, which makes Brave stronger. But yeah. And Sheer Force doesn't consider recoil as a secondary effect, so you can't do that. But yeah, Barrier still has Defiant though, so you could try to exploit that. Yeah, this is really good. This team is really good. There's not a category I think is very weak on this team at all. Yeah, we're starting out strong, huh? Should I give him an 8? Kind of want to give a 9 actually. Maybe 9 is too generous. Maybe 9 is not generous enough. I'm gonna stick to the lower side for now, but I definitely will come back and change points if I think it is necessary. Cleaners, yeah, you got a Sceptile. I mean, that's already good enough. You also have webs as well, so basically everything here has potential to clean. Bullet Punch from Scizor can also help clean late game. Zam is decently fast enough too. Scarf Braviary could clean as well. A Scarf for Shifu as well. Stuff like that can all do pretty well. Okay, why not? I did not set up the functions, huh? Okay, well let me just. Yes, actually, yes, do that. Thank you. that was very nice of you. Then average of. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna get that done. So yeah, starting off strong with an 8 out of 10, I must say. Okay, let's move on. So I've already spent half an hour on one team, so this is gonna be 10 hours long for sure. Okay, next up we got the Abbekerk Manectrics, very infamous player here in the Woods Draft League for being basically the best. I don't think anyone. Yeah, he is objectively the best. He has 2 championships, while no one else has that. So yeah. objectively the best player in Woods right now. Everybody counter team this guy. So Woods Draft League did just make a change. So Blaziken does get a speed boost, which is I mean, it's not good in OU right now, which you know that's a thing. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's not scary as hell in draft, because it's just the thing is just that Blaziken is just it's like counter teamed very naturally in OU is the thing. So, you have, like, that Landorus. Like, well, first off, Landorus is Spidef, so it's not really a counter anymore. But, you still got that Intimidate, and you can switch it on close combats. And Blaziken can't set up on you because they'll die to Earthquake and stuff like that. And then there's, just a lot of Dragons and Fairies running around in the tier right now, which Blaziken does not like either of those. So, yeah, Blaziken is just, it's just, that's why it, like, dropped to UU at some point, because it was really hard to function in that environment. Especially since it doesn't get a Mega, or it doesn't get a Z move to use. And it's very frail as well, which doesn't help things because it can't get up a Swords Dance. Yeah. Also, it kills itself very, very, very quickly. Flare Blitz is very strong, but you're taking a lot of recoil from killing everything, and then you also, Blaziken usually runs Life Orb as well, which does not help its longevity at all. And, if it's trying to get up a Swords Dance, usually it's going to get hit while setting up that Swords Dance, so that's also not good. Yeah, but besides all those shortcomings, Blaziken, for sure, in Draft League, for sure, is a lot more threatening, because, because you have point values and limits to that, you're gonna have a lot less checks on your team by virtue of that, unless you're explicitly trying to counterplay it. But yeah, so Blaziken, most common set here: Swords Dance, Flare Blitz, Close Combat. This stuff will shred a lot of stuff already. And then the last move is just a coverage move, or maybe Protect if you want to really get that guaranteed speed boost. Usually you don't need to do that, but you can. So yeah, Flare Blitz, Close Combat, and then Knock Off, Thunder Punch, Earthquake. Those are like the more common coverage moves on Blaziken. They will hit, well, actually I'm not sure about Thunder Punch. Well, yeah, Thunder Punch hits Slow Bro and Slow King, so that's good. Earthquake hits Toxapex harder than Thunder Punch, and then Knockoff will hit something like Latios and Latios, which I guess Abbekerk doesn't have to worry about one of them because Latios is already in his team. So, there's that. Knockoff also hits the Psychic types a lot harder too. Yeah, it hits Slow King and Slow Bro a lot harder. What am I saying? Well, only the first time. The second time, then it's, yeah. So I guess Thunder Punch is more consistent. You don't have to run Life Orb though. I've seen Air Balloon Blaziken, and it actually does work. Because like, if you're fighting against the Landorus, for example, right, you get that very easy Swords Dance off on it because, it has to break the balloon first before it can actually threaten you. And then by the time you get the Swords Dance up, the Landorus can't counter you anymore because everything runs Spidef Lando T, so, like, it's not going to be able to take a +1 Flare Blitz. Or +2, God forbid. Yeah. So I guess you can run Air Balloon as well. Choice Band is honestly not too bad here. It definitely can function as a cleaner, because even though it's slow, it will be getting speed boost. Yeah, so you just run like a bunch of coverage moves on that, I guess. Choice Scarf is definitely not something you should run though. Unless, yeah, no, definitely not. I try to think if you can try to mix people up and run Blaze one week. Because you can try to do like a substitute set with, just like very strong fire moves. I was about to say special, and speaking of that, Blaziken has some decent special moves. So like you can try to run, obviously because if you look at its stats, it has this special attack is pretty comparable to its attack. So Overheat, it gets Aura Sphere, but I'm not sure about that. It definitely has to get Focus Blast, right? Yeah, it gets Focus Blast. Although obviously you might not want to run that one. But you can run Focus Blast plus Aura Sphere. Like similarly to how Mons can run multiple stab moves, multiple of the same type moves, just because you want one for the power and one for the accuracy. So there's always that going for it. So yeah, Specs can actually work pretty well. I mean, doesn't it get Nasty Plot, or am I thinking about it for? I'm thinking about it for a name. No. What else? I think I covered everything.
Yeah. I gets U-turn, I guess. For the Choice Band set, that could work pretty well. Or Choice Specs, too. Yeah, okay. Next up, we got Mega Venu. Always a extremely annoying mon to deal with. It's fine, though. Wait, let me check something. Oh, okay. I was about to say Chlorophyll regular Venusaur could be a nice surprise tech for a match. Actually, he could do that since... Wait, does this thing get... It does get Sunny Day. Okay, so you could run... I guess you could potentially run like a Sun Venusaur 1 week in base form if you want to be surprising. So that would just be, you know, Growth, Sludge Bomb, Giga Drain, Fire, Weather Ball, Earth Power, those type of moves. But if not, you know, you're going to be running standard Mega Venu. Always going to be good. I actually don't know what regular Mega Venu runs because I never really used it back when it was available. You probably want Synthesis. Leech Seed is also good. The Giga Drain, Toxic, Sleep Powder, Knockoff, Earthquake, Earth Power, I guess. I don't know. What does this thing do? It just sits there. It just sits there and it's just annoying. Sludge Bomb. You can run Swords Dance as well, I guess. I wonder how... Man, my keyboard's really loud. I'm sorry about that. Not really much I can do to change that, though. So yeah, Power Whip, Earthquake. That's not Earthquake. Something like that could be pretty cool. I guess if you don't want the run Power Whip, you can run Petal Blizzard. Yeah, I don't know. You just run annoying fat moves. Fat bulk moves, you know, like Synthesis. Yeah, I already typed it out and said it, so you know, I'm just gonna move on. Mandibuzz is up next. Overcoat is probably the best one here. I mean, Big Pecs could be. Isn't there a move that guaranteed lowers defense? What is that? Fire Lash, right? Yeah, so you can run Big Pecs against that. Against. Oh yeah. So yeah, Spire Fan has a Heatmore, so I guess you can run Big Pecs to counter team that that Heatmore, man. There you go. Yeah, but overall, probably gonna be running Overcoat. That immunity to Sleep Powder, as well as, you know, not taking damage from Sandstorm or Hail. Always a very nice trait to have, especially for a defensive mon. Yeah, most standard Mandibuzz. You just kind of run this. You run a defensive pivot set. You have Foul Play on there in case someone tries to get cheeky and starts setting up Swords Dances on you, or if it's just super effective in general. And then you're gonna run Boots because you don't want to take rocks damage. Yeah, Mandibuzz is very simple. You can run Knockoff as well if you want to do that. Brave Bird if you really want to do that against, say, full Corona. Yeah. Not much else to speak of, unfortunately. I guess you can try to run Nasty Plot. Base 55 special attack though it's not gonna be easy, but it does have, you know, Dark plus Flying coverage, which is pretty decent, and then you also have Heat Wave for coverage, and my music definitely just paused on me. Screw you. Okay. Toxic is nice. Taunt can be nice. Tailwind can be nice in niche scenarios. Yep. Okay. Moving on. Got a nice little prankster Klefki for ya, this man. Get spikes. Definitely want to abuse that. Thunder Wave is also very annoying on Klefki. And then it also gets green, so you can run Reflect Light Screen with Light Clay. But you know, the real let's be real here. You're not here for that. You're here for the secret. Oh, excuse me. I hit the wrong button on my mouse. Where was I? There we are. Okay. So you're as I was saying, you're not here for the boring Klefki stuff. You're here for the Heat Tech. Did you know that MV stole that? Wait, what was it? He definitely stole Fairy Lock from me. No, I'm joking. But I'm not actually joking that much. I actually came up with this idea, and then like a day later, MV released that Fairy Lock Klefki vid, and I was kind of like, well, we have the same mind. That's crazy. But yeah, Fairy Lock Eject Button is actually really cool. Because, you know, if you don't know what Fairy Lock does, it prevents any Pokemon from switching the next turn, and then you run the eject button. And since you're Prankster, you're going to be moving first. So basically, the whole idea is use Fairy Lock on something, they're going to hit you, you get eject buttoned out, and then their next turn, Fairy Lock still is in effect though for the next turn. So the next turn, you can bring in anything you want. The other person can't switch. So, you know, it's basically, you know, trapping. Well, obviously it is trapping because it's literally supposed to trap. But like for example, you know, you're like a Heatran out against Klefki, right? You know, Klefki goes for Fairy Lock, Heatran goes for like Earth Power or Magma Storm or something. If they kill you, that's still fine. You can still get that 1-for-1 trade next turn, and then yeah, so like next turn, after the Heatran kills you, you can go to Piloswine and finish it off, or Blaziken and kill it with close combat. Like, it's actually pretty cool. I swear. MP stole it from me, and that's all I'm gonna say. No, okay, he didn't. Oh yeah, one more thing. You know how Magurna used to run that Calm Mind, Art Defense / Agility Store Power set? Klefki can do that too. Kind of. I mean, it has a lot worse stats, but it has the exact same moves, so you can just try to run this. Yeah. If you find a good matchup for it, it could work. It's always going to be very hard to pull off, though. Well, with Prankster, it makes it easier, actually. But anyways, moving on, we have the Latias with Levitate. Of course, it has Levitate. It always has Levitate. I don't know. It's a Latias. What's the most common Latias sets? I don't even know. I guess you like Scarf is pretty good. You just run it like a worse Latios, frankly. You know. Yeah, Draco Meteor, maybe Psychic, maybe Aura Sphere, maybe Mystical Fire, maybe Trick, maybe Default, maybe Healing Wish, which is one of the things that Latios has over Latios. Yeah, I guess you can also run a Calm Mindset as well. Like this could work pretty well. Obviously, you're not going to be running Scarf with that. Specs can do pretty decently. All those coverage moves I listed before will work well. Plus stuff like Thunderbolt or Energy Ball for certain things. Dragon Dance can be probably not that great, but you know, maybe there's a matchup where that can work out. Yeah, Zen Headbutt, you got EQ. What are the physical moves? That's pretty much it. Like Sucker Punch. Alright. You know, I like that one. Yeah, let's do that. But anyways. Yeah, that's probably the most... it gets Thunder Wave too, doesn't it? It does. It also gets Reflect type if you want to try those fun shenanigans. Wish also can be good for your team. Yeah. That's about it. Next up, we got the Milotic. Malreal Scale is probably more preferred. But if you're going to run like a more offensive Milotic, definitely competitive. And don't run Q-Charm. Yeah. I have problems with Flame Orb Milo. I will always have problems with Flame Orb Milo. I will concede that you have, obviously, the defense boost can be worth it at times. But I don't think it's worth it all the time, for sure. Just the 6% chip from Flame Orb is pretty annoying. And you don't have leftovers as well, which is kind of important on defensive mons. So, yeah, I don't really like this set. But, you know, there is a point to it. I can see why people would like it. And, yeah. Personally, I'm sticking with leftovers. Yeah. Scald, Recover, both pretty mandatory on Milotic, really. Well, maybe not so much Scald, but definitely Recover, obviously. Flip Turn can be really nice. You can run Haze and Toxic as well. What else? Ice Beam can be nice for just sniping a grass type that's getting too cocky. For Fresh, can be pretty good. I actually don't see enough of that, really. Fresh Milo. It's pretty decent. What else? I guess you can run Coil. Yeah, so like feel like Coil Hypnosis is a pretty annoying set. And I don't know, my computer is being really fucking... What the hell? Okay, Jesus Christ. My keyboard was being weird. Yeah, Coil Hypnosis, Triple Axle, and then like, I don't know, like Aqua Tail or something. That could be pretty cool. Yeah. That could be nice. What else? Did I miss anything? Nah. Did not miss anything. Probably did. Okay, next up we got Raikou. Or Raikou. I don't know. I've heard both pronunciations. I use Raikou. So this thing, specs, is probably the most common set here. You got your Thunderbolt. Unlike most electric types, Raikou did not get super cucked over on losing Kingdom Power because it did get moves to hit ground types, aka Scald, which is really nice. Aura Sphere as well as good coverage, and Volt Switch for momentum. You can also run Boots and just run the exact same moveset. I know Boots Raikou is pretty popular in its tier. I forgot which tier. It's RU, right? I think it's RU. Probably RU. Yeah, something like this could be pretty good. You can also run Calm Mind as well. Maybe like something like this could be pretty good, especially with pressure. You can basically just substitute Suicune is basically the feel we're going with here. You know, I just make it a full, complete substitute Suicune and run this. Obviously, this is probably not good, but yeah. If you find a matchup where there's no ground type, though, you can run this. That could be pretty decent. Although you probably want to run Discharge on this. Yeah, so you can get those paras too. Well, yeah, sets like these are why you need to have a ground type on every draft league team, or some sort of electric immunity. Yeah, good speed tier. Moving on, we got the Palaswine, Thick Fat. Probably, yeah, probably gonna use Thick Fat. Oblivious is used on Mammothswine as a lead set because you don't get taunted, but you know, Palaswine's very slow, so. And yeah, so by that I mean it's too slow to be used as a lead, so which is why you probably won't use Oblivious and probably use Thick Fat instead. And plus Thick Fat's more useful because now you can make that fire weakness not as much of a weakness, and then the ice weakness, well, you're not weak to ice, but you make the ice neutrality resistance, so that's really nice. But yeah, with the EV Light, this thing is pretty damn bulky. And ground plus ice coverage is still very threatening, even if it's on a more weaker Pokemon like Piloswine. I don't know, you can run the exact same thing as like a Mammothswine, except you're probably gonna run rocks on Piloswine. Yeah, pretty much. God. Pretty much always going to be running EV Light on this thing, unless you want to be that guy and run Choice Band one time just to screw with someone. Knockoff is also an option here for... Never mind, it's not an option. I didn't know I didn't get that. It's just Mammothswine, I guess. It's got to get Stone Edge though, right? Or Rock Slide. Yeah, it gets both. Superpower as well. Yeah. Maybe you can run like a Rest Talk set with this. Ooh, that actually could be pretty fun. Yeah, like rest, sleep talk. Can I? Yeah, this could be a pretty fun set. I don't know. I kind of like that. I kind of like the feel of that one. Anyways, last up we got Smeargle. I'm not gonna go into the moves because it can literally learn everything besides like Dark Void or something like that. Can't use Moody in this league, thank God. So I really don't know which ability you would use here, frankly. I mean, you're not going to be using Technician, I would hope. So I guess just own Tempo. The moves are Flamethrower, Seismic Toss, Sleep Talk, and Spore. Yep, these are the only 4 moves you can run on Smeargle. Okay, well, yeah, you're definitely going to be running Spore on Smeargle, if anything, but the rest of these, I don't know why they're here. Where are these the moves that it actually can learn? Is that what that means? I thought I can only learn Spore. No, I can't learn any of these naturally, right? I don't know. Maybe there's like event Smeargles with these. Who knows? Anyways. What was I gonna do? Right, talk about... Well, yeah. So it gets every move in the game. for the most part. And, you know, usually people use it as a spore mon with a lead spore mon with Stealth Rock and spikes and sticky web and all that good jazz. Probably not going to run all these houses on one set. You're probably going to run like spore, choose maybe one or two of these, and then you're going to run like taunt or something like that. So that, yeah. Or magic. Magic coat is also a very solid option here. Yeah. Okay, I spent too much time here. I'm gonna move on. Let's see here. Okay, so type variants looks pretty good from the get-go. I just need to think of like something here. Give me a second. I guess like the New York Aqua Jets, Freeze Strike can kinda be an issue. Not really again, because this time you have 2 resist. Actually, technically 3. Yeah, that's not an issue. I don't know what I'm saying. Honestly, probably does still struggle against Kyurem, but I mean, most teams struggle against Kyurem, so what am I saying? I mean, it probably doesn't even struggle that much. I just, you know, if the Kyurem player gets its reads right every single time, then yeah, it's gonna be an issue. But like, no Kyurem player gets every single read right. Unless you're me, of course. I'm the GOAT. Of course, I would do that. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, I don't know. This team looks pretty solid. I can't really think of anything at all, actually. I'm really trying here. Yeah, whenever I do the type variance category in future, it's gonna just be me looking at the screen for like 2 minutes and not saying anything, so just bear with me. Maybe I should just do this beforehand. Nah. Then I can't extend the runtime any longer. That wouldn't make sense. No. No, you know what? Screw it. Yeah, if it's taking me this long, I don't think I can find anything. That's a 5. I mean 10. Hazards. Again, we have. Okay, well, technically we have 2 of everything. Or we have 2 rock setters, 2 spikers, 1 Weber, 1 T-spiker, stuff like that. Because you know, freaking Smeargle's here. I don't know how often he's gonna be using Smeargle, so I don't know if it's gonna be like a common thing, but yeah. Like, if we ignore Smeargle, it's pretty average in terms of stuff, in terms of hazards. But of course, we can't ignore it. So, defog wise, though, I mean, hazard removal wise, we do have the Mandibuzz, which is a very solid defogger. Latias is not too bad at it itself. Yeah, no spin, but who cares about spin really? I mean, yes, it is nice to remove your own hazards, not the opponent's. But, you know, spin has its own issues. I mean, because he has a Smeargle, I can't really give him a lower score here. 8 or 9. I'm gonna go with the lower end for now. Okay, next up, pivoting. Mandibuzz, Milo, Raikou, Blaziken, kinda. Because you don't really want to use your turn too often on Blaziken. But yeah. I guess Smeargle technically does have pivoting too. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore Smeargle for the rest of this vid. You got the offensive and defensive pivots, so that's pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. That's like a 7. Like, it's like slightly worse than. I guess slightly worse than New York Argos. Yeah, I say that. I agree with that. Speed tiers. Next open room. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, okay, so there's an issue. There's a big gap between 110 and 80. And, well, I guess there's that Milotic. But Milotic's never run max speed, so, you know, I'm still right in saying that. But yeah, that gap between 80 and 110 is kind of concerning. There's a lot of mons that exist within that space, and you just you know, the only things that will be able to outspeed it is Latias and Raikou. Oh my god, I said Raikou. Oh shit. Anyways, but yeah, that's a big gap, and that's an important one too. You can't just have nothing in there. Also, oh yeah, that's about it, I guess. I mean, I guess the lower end is even the lower and higher ends also aren't covered as well. Like, you have a base 50, but like the lower end is not as important really. But I mean, if you're fighting against a Trick Room team, you're gonna be considering it. But yeah, even with that big gap between 80 and 110, there's also that past the 115 tier as well that's not covered. So yeah, I mean, the team probably makes up for it with its bulk, but you know, you're fighting against a Mega Beedrill, there's yeah, first the Mega Beedrill outspeeds +1 Blaziken too, so there's that. And yeah, Beedrill just has a time here, frankly. He just gets a U-turn all the live long day. Oh wait, is Bug unresisted? Is unresisted except for Blaziken and Clefty? Oh. That's fine, I guess. But yeah, Beedrill actually, yeah, these features actually aren't that great, frankly. I'd give it a 3 out of 5, so yeah, 6 out of 10. Yeah, that's not super good there. Bulk, pretty good. Yeah, you got that nice little Mega Venu, Mandy, Milotic core there. And then, you know, you still got a Latias is decently bulky. Piloswine is also not bad there. Yeah, Klefki is not too bad on its own, yeah. You even have Wish with support from Latias too. So yeah. And probably Heal Bell is somewhere on this team. Actually, I don't think it is. Well, on Smeargle. Ugh, fucking Smeargle. I guess speed tier. Just going back on speed tiers. Yes, you have Speed Boost Blaziken, but that's not immediate speed. You know, I don't really count that. I just look at the base speed tiers when I'm doing that, and possible priority, which your team doesn't really have outside of Klefki and Prankster. Which, yeah, I mean that's cool. But yeah, bulk wise, is it better than? Yeah, I'd say so. Like, the team is more bulkier. You're not supposed to say more bulkier. It is bulkier. Is it an 8 or a 9 though? I'm gonna say 8. Maybe I should downgrade this. I don't know. Anyways, setup. There's a fucking Blaziken, so I mean, y'all win that one for sure. These two have niche setup opportunities here. I forgot to mention Mega Venusaur does get Curse, so there is that. Well, forgot about that. Klefki has that niche Calm Mind setup one that I mentioned earlier. Latias more reasonably runs Calm Mind. Milotic has niche setup. Raikou can run Calm Mind. So like 3 actually decent to good setup mons here. Latias, Raikou, and Blaziken. And then the rest of the mons though have like potential to set up as well. Piloswine can also probably run Curse too, I think. And then, you know what? Smeargle can run every single setup move of the game. In instant 10, you know. Very threatening mon. You know what? Now I'm interested now. Give me a second. Just give me a second here. I just want to look at something. Just throw a Mew in there. Nah, that's damage. Yeah, run Belly Drum Extreme Speed Smeargle. Let's go. I want to see it. He doesn't even one shot at you. God forbid Toxic Bag comes in and that does. Yeah, it only gets 3 hit KO'd. Like, you're gonna get hazed immediately. Yeah. Anyways, back to the serious stuff. So yeah, 3 actual decent setup mons plus a couple other niche ones make it probably 7. But I mean, it's a Blaziken. I should probably get more points for that, right? Should I get more points for that? Yeah, probably. But no, I don't really want to. Actually, I don't know. Actually, no. Okay, a Swords Dance Blaziken does not make a setup team, alright? Like, no. But he has so much more setup on it. But, like, they're bad. Well, they're not bad. They're just, you know, very niche. Which is now my new term for bad. This is so hard. I don't even know why I'm so tired. It's like 3 in the afternoon. Just want to go to bed already. I don't know. I won't. Okay, if I'm indecisive, I go with the lower end. If I might come back. I also accidentally quit out of the freaking. There we go. Blaziken is also a pretty decent wall breaker. But unfortunately, the rest of this team is not very geared towards wall breaking. Specs, Gladius, and Raikou can kind of work with that. The rest of the mons definitely can't wall break at all. So yeah. Gonna have to give a low score for this one. Like a 6? Maybe a 5? I'll give you a 6. Oh, this music's so good. Anyways, I'm trying to think. Cleaner, Blaziken can also kind of work with that. Scarf Latias, Scarf Raikou, I guess, both can do that. I mean, non-Scarf versions of those are also decently fast. But yeah, like all the offense is kind of concentrated onto these 3 Pokemon, really. Yeah, the rest of these mods, like, it's kind of hard for that to happen. You don't want all your offense to be from 3 Pokemon too, really. At least I wouldn't do that. I have at least like 4 mons that have offense. Yeah, I can't give a very good score for this, frankly. In fact, it's gonna have to be like, even though you have Speed Boost Blaziken, like the rest of it's also not super great. Like, you don't want to run Scarf Latias. I mean, Scarf Latias can be good. Well, like, Scarf Raikou doesn't make sense. That's for sure. Its speed is, like, just good enough where you don't want to run that. Is it a 5? I'm gonna give it a... it's not a 5, is it? Yeah, it's a 5. Yeah, I don't know. It's a... Oh. Let me see the average. 7.1. Okay. Next up, we got the Bundy Bisharps, led by another YouTuber, Mr. Wyatt, or AKA the Pokemon Professor. I think that's his name. It's pretty cool. Let's get to that team whenever I can get to it. Okay, there we go. Probably gonna stop after this. It's already been an hour. I'm taking my sweet ass time when I'm doing this, and yeah. Okay, I guess I can try to speed up a little bit. First up, we got Dragapult. We got goddamn annoyance, really. Specs, Draco, all that stuff is always gonna be good because Dragapult's just really good. So you run Draco, you run the Shadow Ball, you run some sort of coverage move. And then U-turn. That's not U-turn. Yeah, so, you know, Dragon Ball has a lot of coverage, so you can run, like, Fire Blast, or Hydro Pump, or Thunderbolt, or Thunder, if you want to be that guy. Stuff like that. Also, my chair squeaky, you're gonna have to deal with that. Yeah, so the specs is good. Dragon Dance is always a very nice, solid option here. I'm just typing in Dragon Dance in the completely wrong column. Yes, Dragon Dance, Dragon Darts. Phantom Force is unfortunately your best Ghost Stab move on the physical side. So have fun dealing with that. And last move, I've seen Substitute with Leftovers. I've also seen like a Life Orb set with Fire Blast or Steel Wing. Sucker Punch, I guess, as well. All those can be pretty decent. Yep. And then there's also one last set, just like the Pivot Dragon Ball set. There's like the old ass set that I don't think I've seen since like Isle of Armor. You run like Wisp. You just basically just run like Wisp, Hex, and U-turn. Yeah, something like this, basically. Or like maybe you run Dragon Darts over Draco Meteor, stuff like that. Thunder Wave also works on this as well. Speaking of which, you know, Paul gets Will-O-Wisp and Thunder Wave, and yeah, so that's good. Yeah. The thing that's so amazing about Dragon Ball is the ghost typing plus the amazing speed tier. So, you know, have fun with that. Okay. Primarina is up next. This thing is pretty damn dangerous if you're not being respectful. Choice specs hits like a goddamn truck. I swear to God. This thing will murder your family. Why does it keep doing this? Maybe not Scald. But like I was just thinking like another backup water option maybe. It gets Flip Turn too, so like you can try that. Obviously there's also coverage moves like Ice Beam and Psychic as well that can be used here. Energy, I guess Energy Ball. I didn't know that. Yeah, so you can run that. Don't ever run Sparkly, are you? Unless you're like fighting against the Heracross with Guts, in which case, go ahead, I guess. That'd actually be pretty funny. Not like you don't kill it with Moonblast in one hit, anyways. But yeah. You can also run Calm Mind on this thing. Basically a Feeny in this regard. Just swapping out Taunt Sub. It's a little bit slower, but it's got pretty decent bulk, so yeah. And Water Fairy is a very good typing. Anything, I guess you could try to run Whirlpool Perish Song as well, because it does get both of those, so you can try something like that. This could work pretty well. Can catch your opponents off guard. Stuff like that could be very nice. Yeah. I don't think you would ever really want to run Liquid Voice, really. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think Torrent is better overall. I guess you can run Liquid Voice on this set just to have the Water type Perish Song for the funsies. But yeah. Next up we got Mega Aggron. Nice. I love Mega Aggron. Thing is a goddamn physical tank. Okay, so these are probably the moves you're gonna be running on this more often than not. You know, Stealth Rock is always nice, and then like Heavy Slam. Obviously, you want a good stat move, so Heavy Slam is gonna be that. And this thing is fat as fuck, so there's that. I guess like Avalanche or Ice Punch on the last slot could be pretty good here. Toxic's also good. Any of those things. And don't be afraid to run offensive Aggron. I feel like people try to lean into the defensive side more, but you can really just screw. It has base 140 attack. Like lean into the offensive side. Just like hit people with like body press and shit. Like I don't know. But yeah. Also, counter must be like the most useless shit on Aggron. I swear to God. It's probably not that useless, but still. Yeah, there's not much else to talk about Aggron though, frankly. I guess you can run Rest Talk on this thing for sure. Rest Talk, and then like Heavy Slam plus something else. I don't know. I just like Rest Talk because I'm apparently a Gen 2 player at heart. Yeah. Conkeldurr. I used this like 7 seasons ago. It's been fun. Times have changed though. Don't use Drain Punch anymore. Use Close Combat. you wanna smack things as hard as you can. Close Combat, Facade, Mach Punch, Knockoff. If you wanna run Drain Punch, you can. But you know, Close Combat is generally pretty good. My mouse is being a little bitch boy again. Yeah. Sheer Force and Iron Fist both have their potential uses, but Flame Orb Guts is just the most consistent thing here. As well as being a status absorber, you get that, you know, extremely strong shit, dude. Base 140 attack, boosted by Guts on stab close combat. Like, Bro, that's doing so much damage to you, man. Anyways. Yeah, that's not much else to talk about for Conkeldurr, frankly. Again, as I said, Sheer Force, Iron Fist, those stuff, if you want to run those, you can try to run like a Life Orb on that, and then run like Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, all that stuff with the Iron Fist, or Sheer Force. Sheer Force is better for that, actually, yeah, I guess you can run. The problem is you don't have any fighting moves, I think, that like can make use of Sheer Force. I guess Focus Blast. You could do that. I guess Dynamic Punch doesn't incur Life Orb recoil, so you could shoot that. Force Palm. yeah, you wouldn't really want to run these. So just, still run Close Combat, I guess. But yeah, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, both are boosted by Sheer Force and Life Orb, so that's good. And then maybe you still want Mach Punch on this on the end for the priority, because this thing is pretty slow. Yeah, so something like that could work. You can run Iron Head or something like that as well for fairy types. Or Poison Jab. It gets both, I think. Right? It gets both. Iron Jab. Ooh. Poison Jab. Actually, I don't see an Iron Head. It does not get Iron Head. Okay, only gets Poison Jab. Don't fight a Magirna, I guess. Next up, we got Incineroar. Probably going to be running Intimidate most of the time. I guess the most standard Incineroar set is the defensive one. So you run like maybe something like Overheat, Knock Off, Parting Shot, and like maybe Toxic. Something like that with boots. This works pretty well. You don't have to run defensive though. But speaking of more into the defensive set, there's some other moves you can run like Wisp for Toxic. You want to get that burn. But Taunt could be pretty good as well. But you do want Knockoff and Parting Shot. Those are like kind of necessary. And then in terms of other sets, it's strong enough to run Choice Band if you want to go with that route. Probably Flare Blitz Knockoff, some U-Turn, and then some coverage move. Gets close combat. You can run Earthquake as well. Both of those can work pretty well here. There's probably some other coverage move that I'm neglecting to talk about. This thing also does get Swords Dance and Bulk Up, and I think it gets it. Maybe it doesn't get a speed boosting move. I forgot, but you can run Swords Dance, Bulk Up, stuff like that. That can always work pretty well. And then it does get Power Trip too. So if you can make that work, that could be fun. Yeah, Rotomo up next. So Volt Switch, Leaf Storm. Last two moves. Yeah, so I mean this is pretty much mandatory on Rotom. Yeah, Rotom forms always are gonna run almost always gonna run Volt Switch and their respective move, basically. And then the last two moves can be kind of usually it's like a status move, so like Whisper, Toxic, and then Pain Split, I guess. So, I mean, like this is like the standard. Like they all play very much so the same, pretty much. I guess certain types do try to lean towards the more offensive route, like Frost, for example. But usually you just kind of run the same sets on all of these things. I guess Rotom Heat more prefers boots because it's weak to rock. Yeah. You run Scarf, you run Trick. I mean, I basically talked about this already, so don't want to go too over on this. Yeah, so Trick over something here, and then you can run Nasty Plot as well. Yep. Moving on, we got Azelf or Azelf or whatever Zelf. This thing is pretty solid. Has not much bulk to speak of, unfortunately, but it's very offensive. So, you have that Nasty Plot, and then you can run, Psychic, like Fire Blast, or Fib, apparently, because my keyboard decided not to recognize everything in between that. Jesus Christ. What other special moves to get? Probably Dazzling Gleam. Yeah, Dazzling Gleam. Probably be good on that set. Something like that could be pretty solid. But you know, it doesn't have to do this. You know, it was like that infamous Stealth Rock lead in Gen 4 as well, so you can do something like that. Probably want to replace that with Fire Blast or something. Something like this could work really well. On, you know, Hazard Setter lead, and then what else? I guess physical probably isn't that bad here. Let's see. Yeah, it does get some decent moves here. You know, like Zen, and then like U-turn, more like Choice Band, I guess. So like Zen Headbutt, U-turn, and then like Knock Off, and then like Drain Punch, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. Definitely try not to run defensive sets with this, because it probably is not going to work out too well for you. And yeah. Oh, look, it's Trick. Trick of the band. Yeah. Okay, Nihilego. Definitely one of the cooler Ultra Beasts IMO. Also, it has my favorite combination, Meteor Beam. Oh, that's not a combination. Well, Meteor Beam plus Power Herb is a combination, yeah. This thing also gets Stealth Rock and Toxic Spikes, so just thought I'd mention that. Before I talk about Meteor Beam, let's go. With Beast Boost and that, you can have some fun shenaniganry. You know, obviously run more coverage moves and stab moves and stuff like that. No. Experiment. It does get Thunderbolt. Yeah, it gets Thunderbolt, so you can hit, like, Toxapex or whatever. Yeah. God, I'm so tired, what the fuck? Okay. In terms of EVs, which are kind of important here, you can run Speed Boost. I'm pretty sure everyone knows about this already, but you know, you can run a speed boosting Beast Boost Nihilego. You just need to run this EV spread, basically. Well, you just need these two to be this, and then after that, you can put the 80 EVs, remaining 80 EVs wherever you want. But you know, if you're just gonna run max, you're gonna get a special attack boost every single time. So you know, there's that, which is obviously not bad because you want to just absolutely steamroll with the Nihilego, and that's always really nice. Yeah. Next up, we got the Sandslash. God, what is wrong with me? Okay, I was just looking to see if there's a Sand Setter. Looks like there isn't one. Okay, so Sandslash, those get Stealth Rock and Spikes. So that's always good. And Rapid Spin. So, you know, Hazard Setter and Remover, which is not super common. Yeah, besides that, you know, obviously Stat BQ hurts pretty hard. Knock Off is always nice for utility. Toxic is nice as well. And it does get the Swords Dance, so you can try to play it as a worse Excadrill, really. Like this, basically. That's what I was talking about. Yeah. Super Van can be pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, moving on. Yeah, last up we got Bouffalant. I'm pretty sure there's only one thing you're going to be doing here, and that's going to be clicking... Why? Why'd you do this? Stop doing that to me. Anyway, you're going to be clicking Choice Band, Stab, Reckless, Head Charge, and just killing crap left and right. Ball Charge is also good with the Reckless ability. Close Combat is just good coverage. Probably want a Dark move on there to hit Ghost types. Stuff like that. You can also run Swords Dance as well, which could be interesting, but it's pretty slow, so you probably have to take advantage of Trick Room or try to get the most out of its bulk. Fortunately, normal does not have a lot of resistances, so that sucks for you. But yeah. Okay. Oh, hey, that's a handsome man. Okay, anyways, you know, anyway, let's talk about the type variants. You know, that's what we're here for, you know. First off, fucking absolute disgusting Steel Fairy Dragon Core. I just thought I mentioned that. Like even more so disgusting than the first one. But yeah, type wise, well, oh yeah, no. You have the ground resist because you have the ground immune because Rotom has levitate, right? Also Azelf. See here. Yeah, looks pretty good. Oh, I forgot to. I always forget about ghost types whenever I do this. Jesus, but okay, both of those were covered in the past one, so that's fine. Like I always forget about checking ghost types. But yeah, it's covered here as well, with a dark type and a normal type. And yeah, it looks very solid. No one type can break through this for sure. I doubt any dual types can make work of this either, really. Yeah, not really. Can't think of much. Fire ground, I guess. Yeah, that could work. But like, the best fire ground type is not in the game, and I don't think anyone else drafted camera up. So, maybe so. Wait, maybe someone did. I think someone did actually. Whatever. If they did, they showed up later. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, this team variance is very good. I can't think of anything. Freeze dry plus ground. There we go. That's it. That hits everything. Yeah. You're not so good now, are you? Ha. God. Okay. Yeah. I'm being mean now. Okay. Hazards and removal. Oh yeah, Conkeldurr gets defog. But yeah, multiple rockers, so I appreciate that. I like that. You got the defensive one, the more defensive one too, and then the offensive one. Oh, chef's kiss. And then you got spikes and T-spikes as well. Yeah, pretty solid with hazards. With removal though, it's a little bit more complicated. Defog on Rotom, which, as I said before, not a big fan of it personally, but it does work. Sandslash does have Rapid Spin too, and then Conkeldurr. If you run Defog on Conkeldurr, you're crazy. Although I think I have done that in the past because I literally didn't have any other way of removing hazards. So, yeah. Yeah, removal side's alright. It means you have to break Sandslash if you want it to be alright, though. Well, Rotom is fine. Yeah, stop being very harsh there. This person has multiple rockers though, so I'm a fan of that. And like everyone's gonna probably be on my ass about like, why? Who cares about having multiple rockers? If you have one, it's good enough. No, this is my list, not yours. Screw you. 8. Oh yeah, right. Wait, no. Abbekerk did have multiple rockers, but it's a Smeargle. Screw you. I hate Smeargle. God damn it. 8. Man, I'm a tough cookie when it comes to this, huh? I don't think am I gonna get anyone more than a 9 in hazard removal? Probably not. It's fine. As long as everyone is consistently bad at it, then it's fine. It's just the comparison between others that needs to be correct. After that, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I could give you all like 5s, and then, you know. Anyways, pivoting. Pretty good. Very good, actually. Not very. Actually, no, very good. Yes, pretty good. Yeah. U-turn, flip turn. Or it's parting shot, volt switch. Also U-turn, I guess, as well. And then U-turn on this as well. Yeah. This looks pretty good. A couple of these are actually really good at pivoting as well. See, Incineroar, Rotom-O. Drag Ball also uses it very well. Wow. I think that's a 9. I probably shouldn't be giving out 10s at this point though, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Speed tiers. Let's see here. Not bad. Pretty good all around, really. Yeah, it's alright. Yeah, it's alright. Yeah. There's a bug in my room. It's fine. 9 sounds pretty good again. Yeah, it's kind of comparable to New York Aqua Jets, so yeah, I'm just gonna give it a 9. Alrighty. Bulk. It's kind of less bulky. It's definitely less bulky than Abbekerk's team for sure. I'm just thinking if it's less bulky than New York Aqua Jets. They kind of got similar. They kind of got similar teams going on, honestly. I kind of get that feeling. They're not actually not that similar though, but I don't know. It's pretty close. Like basically, well, I don't know. They have the same type of bulk basically, which is like bulky things that don't really necessarily have recovery moves, but they're bulky. So like the decently bulky thing that I was talking about with the first team. So, and they both have a Rotom too, so that kind of helps. That makes me make the comparison. This team doesn't have Wish though, so I guess it has to be less bulky. I guess just based off that. I'm saying that like Wish is an important move that you have to have on every game, which it's definitely not true. But like I'm just saying like this team has less recovery overall, which makes it a little bit worse, I guess, in that regard. Setup, we got quite a bit. You know, we got these two. Aggron can run Curse. Conkeldurr, I forgot to mention all this stuff. Conkeldurr can run Bulk Up. I already mentioned a couple of setup stuff with Set and Incineroar. Mel can run Nasty Plot. Azul runs Nasty Plot. Meteor Beam technically counts as a setup move, I guess. Plus Beast Boost, so there's that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Dragon Dance Paul is really hard to prep against, like even if you have the counters. So I'm thinking, what should I put here? I kind of want to put an 8 or a 9. That's my feeling. This is hard. Alright, okay. If I'm thinking about this much, I'm just gonna put an 8. Okay, Wall Breakers. Specs Pult, Specs Prim. I guess Aggron in general. Conkeldurr for sure. As of not as much. Nihilego kind of works in that category. Pretty good. Is it better than what I saw on this team though? I don't know. I don't think so. I think so. I don't know. I'm really tired already. Yeah, I need to stop after this. I'm really tired. Holy crap. Sorry. This is just taking me a while. I'm just trying to think. I don't want to mess this up. Well, you know what? They're like the same. Fuck it. Just give it an 8. Okay, cleaners. You got the Pult, which for sure works very well. Mach Punch and Conkeldurr can kind of do that as well. Scarf Rotom a little tiny bit. Azul kind of okay at that. Nihilego can work with the speed boost. With the speed boost beast boost set. Say that 5 times fast. That can work decently well as cleaning. It's kind of like similar to like Mega Blaziken was regular Blaziken was considered as a cleaner just because you know you got that speed boost every turn or something like that. So yeah, this just I think it's pretty good. But is it good? I don't think it's as good as the other one. I'm gonna give it 7. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna take a break for like a day and I will come back. So I'll see you guys when that happens. Bye. Okay, I'm back here. I'm back with the rankings. Took like a whole week to come back because I got busy. So yeah, let's just probably gonna get through like 3 or 4 more teams before I have to get off again. But you know, gotta get these in when I can. So yeah. First up, we got. Oh yeah, this is New York Piplups, by the way. Before I continue, so the fourth team here. Yeah. So first up, we got Mega Mawile. Obviously, very very threatening Pokemon with huge power, and that 105 base attack stat. This thing essentially has no switch-ins, realistically speaking. Of course, there are issues with it. Its bulk is alright, but you know, the base 50 HP stat definitely hurts it quite a bit, and it's pretty slow to boot. But aside from that, if you can get past that, it is by far one of the best wall breakers in the game. So, yeah. First up, gotta mention that Swords Dance. So if you can boost up your attack stat even further, and let's see, Sucker Punch is. I don't know. My keyboard's being really bad. Anyway, so Sucker Punch is also pretty important on Mawile. I'd say it's really important because it gets past the main problem with Mawile is that it can't outspeed anything really. But you know, so that helps you, you know, kill weakened stuff that's faster than you, especially if they're weak to dark. Obviously, besides that, there's a lot more important moves. Play Rough, Iron Head are both usable as stabs, and then you also have Knockoff, which is always going to be really nice in general. And then besides that, Mawile has a lot of different coverage moves. It gets both Thunder and Ice Punch, I believe, and then it will also have Fire Fang, so you have Electric, Ice, and Fire coverage. No Fire Punch though, unfortunately, but you know, gotta make do with what you have. Brick Break is also a nice option for hitting something like Heatran, and if you want to be a little bit more risky with it, you can also run Focus Punch. I use that myself. It's pretty fun. Nice hit against Skarmory, for example. But yeah. And then, let's see, Psychic Fangs is pretty good against something like Mega Venusaur. And you also get Rock Slide / Stone Edge. That's good for something like Volcarona, which, you know, none of your basic coverage moves can really cover that. So, yeah. Basically, Mawile has a move that can hit pretty much everything in the game super effectively. I can't really think of anything that it can't hit, so, yeah. Especially in drafts, that's going to be a really nice property to have because you know you can tailor that Mawile to make sure you can break that entire team that you're facing. So, yep. Steel Fairy is also an amazing typing. Allows it a lot of switch-ins. Gets a lot of good resist and it's a very fantastic defensive typing as well as being a pretty decent offensive typing. So, yeah. Okay, next up we got Salamence. Always a nice Dragon Dancer, I guess. Although I believe in UU right now, people don't actually even run Dragon Dance, but we'll talk about that later. So yeah, Dragon Dance gets dual Wing Beat with the Generation 8 changes, which is nice stab for it, considering its Dragon Stab is a lot harder to use nowadays, considering the amount of Fairy types that are running around. It gets Earthquake, you know, which complements Flying Stab pretty well, and then also gets Fire moves as well to deal with any sort of Steel Flying types that would like to wall this combination here. And wall most of Salamence's moves in general. Yeah, so besides like a Dragon Dance set, it also has a lot of... I think currently it's running like special sets in defensive sets in UU. So it runs like... I'm not sure if it runs Hurricane, but like, you know, Hurricane, Flamethrower, like Roost, and I guess it gets Defog. Basically, its stats are pretty similar to Lando's. In the HP and defense department, kind of. Like, they're a little bit worse. And so, you know, with boots, it has a pretty decent defensive typing as well in Flying Dragon. You get a couple of good resistances there. And, yeah, so you can kind of use this defensively. Yeah. It also gets Wish, too, so you can pass Wishes. And, yeah. 1-to-110 special attack is also not bad for a special set if you want to go full offensive special. So, for example, running like Choice Specs with Hurricane, Draco Meteor, Flamethrower, Hydro Pump, stuff like that. Yeah. Aside from that, I guess there really isn't much to talk about. Yeah. Next up, we got the Porygon 2. This thing is a very solid ghost check to... Well, it just checks all the ghosts very, very well. Unless you're fighting a Marshadow, I guess. But yeah, even besides that, it's a very good, solid, general defensive tank. Slash wall. More so wall, but... I mean, it does have a base special 105 special, so, you know, you can do some decent damage there. But yeah. Yeah, with Eviolite and its already decent HP and defensive stats, it does function very well as a wall. to recover too, so you know, that's always nice. Unfortunately, you don't get you don't get any resistances with normal type, so there is that, which sucks for it, but you know, at least it can just tank hits neutrally. As being a normal type, it gets a lot of coverage as well. Normally you're going to be sticking with like stuff like Ice Beam and like Discharge, but you can experiment. It gets other stuff probably. Actually, it probably doesn't get that much other stuff. Yeah. But yeah. Toxic is always going to be a good option. It gets access to Teleport, which makes it a very solid pivot mon. Yeah, and then if you ever want to run Trick Room, that is always a good option. I swear to God, my keyboard. Okay, this is so okay. Yeah, so Trick Room is also a decent option. So that combos pretty well with the Mug and Mawile from what I'm seeing so far, and maybe the Swampert as well. Speaking of Swampert, Swampert is a nice rocker to this team. Water Ground is always going to be a fantastic typing, only having that 4x weakness to Grass, which isn't super prevalent as an offensive typing. Yeah. So usually with Swampert, you're going to be running more Spadef kind of pivot mon, so it does get access to Flip Turn, and it's very slow, so you can get some slow flip turns off, switching to your offensive teammates who can't really take that hit that you just took, and yeah. Gets access to Yawn, Toxic, obviously EQ, stuff like that. Besides that, I have seen weird sets, so like you can run stuff like Bulk Up, which it's cool, but you know, it definitely takes a lot of effort to run. You know, something like this could be pretty interesting. Yeah, and then you can even try to run Choice Band as well. 110 based attack is nothing to scoff at, and you know, you get that stab, Choice Band, Flip Turn off is also pretty nice. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, that's about it. Next up, we got Spectrier. This thing is very, very, very scary. It has a fantastic speed tier as well as obviously really, really good special attack. Unfortunately for it, it falls behind in the move pool department. While it does get a lot of boosting options like Nasty Plot and Calm Mind, its coverage is nearly non-existent. More often than not with this Pokemon, you're just going to be running Shadow Ball. Or Hex. Basically only Ghost moves. And then you're just trying to... The rest of your moves are just trying to help you break through any sort of dark types. You know, like you run like Nasty Plot and like Substitute and stuff, or like Calm Mind Substitute, stuff like that. Yeah, so I really like this mon. I think it is really, really solid. People need to kind of, I think people need to kind of explore this mon, but a little bit more. But yeah, yes, it does have problems. Obviously, like it literally can't beat normal types in most scenarios, and I mean, yes, you can run like Nasty Plot Dark Balls, but like if you're fighting against a Blissey or even a Porygon 2, for example, like you're not winning. You're not winning that matchup. Well, actually, you could actually win that matchup. I forgot. So like you can actually run like Calm Mind and Substitute. So Blissey, for example, would have to run Shadow Ball to break your Substitute, and if you're running Calm Mind, eventually you're gonna get to the point where Blissey can't break your sub, and then maybe you can start getting Dark Pulses out and trying to flinch it down and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know if you'll win that matchup 1v1 per se, but you might be able to. It's an option, potentially. But yeah. Besides like the Calm Mind and setup stuff. Oh yeah, I forgot one more thing. Wispex is also nice to have. And Wisp helps wear down any sort of dark type or normal types you're fighting against, so there's that. Yeah, so what was I gonna say? Yeah, obviously this thing does run choice sets, so Specs and Scarf not really, because it already has such a good speed tier, but if you need to, you can. Like say you're fighting against weather and you want to have that thing, you want to have something faster than Mega Swampert, then you can run Scarf on that specific week. But yeah, so Choice Spec Shadow Ball is obviously going to be really hard to switch into. Even so, you know, if your opponent doesn't have any normal types, even if they have some dark types, like Spec Shadow Ball is still going to be doing a ton. So yeah, unless they're like Spadef Dragon, this could still work very, very well. Yeah, again, as I said, not much coverage. It does get stuff like Mud Shot, which helps it deal with Heatran, but like, I did mention Dark Pulse too, but like again, you know, like Dark and Ghost, offensively speaking, I think they literally cover the exact same things. Or close to it. So, like, just... there's no point. Like, except Dark Pulse hits normal types. That's the really only difference. So, like... eh. Yeah. Yeah, its coverage moves are just bad. Unfortunate. Next up, we got Vikavolt, nice web setter, which could help a lot. I can see this team has a lot of different like speed control things. And yeah, Sticky Web and Volt Switch, always gonna be really nice. Electric Bug with the Levitate ability is pretty decent defensively. You have a couple of good resistances to Bug. Wait, actually, you don't get a Bug resist. Actually, I don't even know how many resist. No, you know, forget about it. But yeah, I don't know. You can use this as kind of like a defensive pivot mon. So Volt Switch, I mean, yeah, it has okay defenses. It's not the best though, but it does get access to Roost. Actually, you know what? Forget the defense stuff. It just, you know, it has base 145 special attack. You just kind of want to smack things with this thing. You know, Thunderbolt, Volt Switch, Bug Buzz, and like Energy Ball, I guess, to hit grounds, and then run a spec set or something like that. Again, I did mention Sticky Web before, so you can run like Sticky Web with Boots and then Volt Switch and some other coverage moves and maybe Toxic or whatever. Maybe you can run like a full defensive pivot set as I was about to say before. So again, still run Boots and then run some defensive EVs and then just run like Roost and Volt Switch and like Toxic and I don't know, something like this. Yeah, that's about it. Silvally is next up. So you are allowed to use all 18 Silvally types here. So any of those drives, you can kind of... Not drives, what is it? I forgot what the item was that you're supposed to use to switch with the types. But yes, oh, memories, right, my bad. Yeah, so you can use any of these memories to change your typing. And then you also have a nice stab multi-attack to go along with it. Fun fact, well, it's not a fun fact. I didn't realize until recently that Judgment, Arceus' special move, is 100 base power only, and I was confused as to why multi-attack was stronger. Turns out, well, it's just because I'm being stupid. So with Judgment, you have to use plates to change Arceus' type, right? And so the plates will give Judgment a 1.2 times boost inherently, so the move will be 120 base power. And memories don't give a buff to the typing, which is why multi-attack was changed to 120 to match Arceus. Otherwise, it would just be, you know, weaker. So, yeah. I don't know if I explained that well at all, but forget about it. Yeah, so with Silvally, you obviously can change the type to suit the matchup. So, you know, like if you have a matchup where your opponent's team is weak to ground, you can switch to ground to Silvally. You know, if you want to use like double Ghost kind of offensive pressure, you can run Ghost Valley, stuff like that. Multi-attack is going to be ridiculously, well, not ridiculously strong. It's only base 95 attack. Base 95 across the board, in fact, but multi-attack is still pretty damn strong. 120 base power and stab boosted is always going to be really nice. And yeah, you can also boost that up with Swords Dance. Yeah, and it gets Parting Shot and Defog as well. So in terms of the more defensive part of Silvally. But offensively speaking, outside of multi-attack, you only have a set base of moves. So, you know, you get like Flame Charge, you get... Frankly, you don't get a lot on the physical side, which is... Or, like, not a lot that's, like, super interesting on the physical side, which is kind of sucky. But, you know, you get, like, Shadow Claws and... Like, I mean, all these moves are, like, they're fine, but, like... You know, you really wish Silvally had something like Earthquake or Close Combat or something like that, you know? Yeah, so that definitely hurts its offensive sets a little bit more. Defensively speaking, you know, you can just run like multi-attack, Parting Shot, Defog, and then like whatever status conditions, you know, just like Toxic or something like that. Yeah. Next up we got Roserade. I've used this before and it is pretty solid mon. Yeah, so this thing does get access to both spikes and toxic spikes, which is really nice for it, as well as sleep powder. It is 75% accurate, but it is one of the better sleep moves because they're all pretty inaccurate besides Spore. In fact, I'm pretty sure sleep powder is the most accurate sleep move outside of Spore, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think there's anything more accurate. I don't remember. Anyways, so yeah, sleep powder, toxic spikes, regular spikes. It runs grass and poison stab, obviously, so you know you can kind of pick whatever you want with that. Unfortunately, outside of that, it doesn't have a lot of good coverage, which sucks because this Pokemon does have really good special attack. You know, you kind of hit like extra sensory and like Shadow Ball and stuff like that, but that really doesn't help you in the coverage department-wise too much. Dazzling Gleam can help against, yeah, I mean, that is just, you know, it just hit like dark types or whatever, which like Resume can still just use poison, or can just use like Stab, Sludge Bomb, and still do close to the same amount of damage as Dazzling Gleam, but like, yeah. So yeah. While this thing isn't very defensive, you kind of do want to use it defensively in a sense, because you want to get those Toxic Spikes and T-Spikes up. Unless you want to use it as a lead Pokemon, in which case you can just kind of go all in the offenses and just sleep something, get up as many Spikes and T-Spikes as you can, and then die. Yeah. Fun tech, this thing does get Natural Cure, and it has access to Rest, obviously, like almost all Pokemon do. So, you know, you can rest up and then switch out on the next turn, and then you'll be back in a prime fighting condition. Always a nice trait to have. Yeah, besides Natural Cure, it does get access to Technician and Poison Punch. Technician is pretty bad on Roserade, unfortunately. It doesn't really get a lot of moves that abuse it. It would abuse it for Hidden Power, but unfortunately that is no longer... That's not an option in this league, so can't do that. And yeah, like, it gets stabs that... Like, for example, it gets... Wait, hold up. I'm trying to find a good example here. Okay, it has... I don't think it has any stabs. That, like, okay, wait. Okay, how about the grass moves? Let's just check that. Okay, so... Wow. Okay, yeah, so here, Magical Leaf, right? So it's base 60 power. You know, that's pretty good and all, so you can use Technician with that, but... You know, you also have just Energy Ball, which, while it has less PP, it has more benefits. I guess you can miss with Energy Ball after accuracy drops, but those aren't really a thing in this league. And yeah, you can't. I don't think you can even use Sand Attack in this league, for example. So yeah, but yeah, Energy Ball has that chance to lower Speed F, and you don't have to use Technician to make it strong. So like, why would you run Technician if you can just run Natural Cure or Poison Point? So unfortunately, Technician is kind of wasted on Roserade. Yeah, Poison Point is a good alternative to Natural Cure, though, especially if you're fighting something like a Urshifu Rapid Strike. You know, you can switch in on that Surging Strikes and get a very solid, very decent chance to get that thing poisoned, since it'll hit 3 times. Yeah, that's always fun. Oh yeah, it gets access to Synthesis if you don't want to run Natural Cure Rest, but you know. Yeah, next up we got the Avalugg, probably... I don't know. I mean, all these abilities are kind of niche, but you could feasibly use any one of them. Like, Untempo could be good against like a, well, not that you really, yeah. I mean, like against like if you're fighting against a Lando T, if you don't want to get intimidated, you can always run that. Ice Body if you're fighting against a Hail team, that was always nice. Hail leftover stuff. Sturdy. Well, actually, that is pretty relevant because this thing doesn't have good Spadef, but it also gets access to Mirror Coat, so you can definitely just like live a strong fire move and then fire back with Mirror Coat, which will be really nice. But yeah, anyway, this thing is definitely used more so as a defensive, physically defensive tank wall. I don't know. It's more so a tank, I guess. I mean, it has a good special, it has a good attack stat, but like, well, to be fair, normally it doesn't really run a lot of offensive moves. Well, actually. I mean, it does get access to Body Press now, so I guess that's not entirely wrong. So yeah, Body Press, Avalanche, that has good... Fighting Ice has pretty good coverage. Yeah, I can also run Toxic and whatnot. I think it does get access to Recover as well, so, you know, it's not going to be... I'll take a couple of defensive hits and then I won't be useful for the rest of the game, but it will stay alive. Yeah. Obviously, this thing does have to watch out for special attackers, but again, as I said before, you can run that Sturdy Miracle combination, surprise them and take them out. I mean, your Avalugg will probably die right afterwards because it's so slow, but you know, that's a thing. Honestly, this thing probably could work okay as a physical attack, like a Choice Band mod. Like, it has 117 base attack, you know, it can run. I mean, I'm assuming it gets Icicle Crash. You know, it does not get Icicle Crash, never mind. Well, I mean, Avalanche is pretty fine. Oh, that'll work pretty well in most scenarios because you were so slow. You also get access to Body Press, and then you get like Earthquake and stuff like that to hit fire types. Also Stone Edge to hit floating fire types. Yeah, stuff like that. I think they'll probably run Choice Band to surprise someone. And Body Press does get boosted by Choice Band, so there's that. And last up, we got the Torracat. So basically, I guess Incineroar Light is the right terminology here. So you're gonna stick a UV light on this thing. It'll take some hits, all right, I guess. And yeah, it still has basically all the moves that if my freaking computer. Okay, you know what? 1 second. I'm just gonna. This is supposed to work by USB. Like I stick a USB into my PC and it should just work, but I'm just gonna stick it in the charger and then it's gonna work better. So I'm just gonna. Okay, there we go. All right, so it does get all of the moves that Incineroar does, and defensively speaking. So Parting Shot, Toxic, Wisp, I guess, Flare Blitz, all that stuff. Obviously it's gonna be hard pressed to kind of work offensively speaking, but since it has worse attack stats, but it can still work. And it also is faster than Incineroar, so you can definitely use that to some degree. Yeah, not much to talk about here, frankly. So yeah, so let's move back into. Oh, that is the wrong thing. That's a different league. That is currently drafting, so I'm just gonna. But yeah, so. I'm going to start looking at this now, because this will help me kind of understand what I need to look at here. Oh no, he made changes. God damn it. Actually, wait, did anyone else make changes? Before I continue. Okay, no one else made changes yet, so okay, that's good. So yeah, okay, well, he actually he switched out Savali for Piplup. Is that seriously what happened? Oh wait, also Obstagoon. Okay. I guess this man's just trying to draft all of the Spectre's problem matchups, I guess. Okay, so yeah, let's. Damn it! I knew I should have looked at the doc before I did this. Okay, so I guess I need to talk about Obstagoon, and then, frankly, I'm not gonna really talk about Piplup, so go ahead, prove me wrong, and use it. But I'm not gonna talk about it. But unless I get the Endeavor. No. Yeah, forget about it. Yeah, so Obstagoon is really, really good. You got a nice little status absorber here with Flame Orb Guts. Even if you do get poisoned, it's not the end of the world, because you still get the guts activate and whatnot, so it's whatever. Yeah, this thing does not last long throughout a game because obviously it's going to be chipping itself every single turn with its status condition. But this thing is pretty strong. Fortunately, it doesn't have a very solid attack stat, but it's okay fast, and with the guts boost, it is going to be decently strong. Also, stab Facade, that thing's going to pop off. Yeah, so knock off Facade, gets access to Parting Shot, and then close combat is also there for steel types. So stuff like this could work pretty well. Let's get access to Bulk Up, which is also nice. Ice Punch, I guess, for Lando T and Gliscor and Garchomp and all those things could also work pretty well. Gets other coverage moves as well, but I won't go into that right now. Another thing you can do is switcheroo your Flame Orb once you get burned yourself. You can status something else, which is always really nice. And you can also forego Guts at all. Defiant is always a nice ability. Of course, you have to run a different stab move besides Facade. My mouse is having problems too. Oh my god. This is the worst. Okay, so besides. You probably shouldn't be running Facade on the Defiant set, so, there's that. I guess you're going to have to run something like Double Edge or Body Slam. But yeah, Scarf, I didn't mean Scarf. Well, you can run Scarf on this thing, for sure, if you're going to not run the Flame Orb. But yeah, so Scarf Defiant, I guess, or just Defiant in general could always be really nice. Yeah. Reckless, I mean, you really can only abuse that on Double Edge, I think, but, you can try that as well. Okay, now let's look at it. Okay, so couple normal types here. So off the bat, I guess technically this is a Steel Fairy Dragon core because there is one Pokemon that is both Steel and Fairy type, and then you have the Dragon type afterwards. So yeah, that is pretty good. I mean, yeah, it's pretty damn threatening, Steel Fairy Dragon. So, And they cover each other's weaknesses pretty well as well, so, you know, there's also that. And I guess there is a fire, water, grass core, but 2/3... Oh, no, wait, this is Swampert. So, I guess the fire part of it is kind of lacking, but, you know. I didn't realize Torcat was just pure fire, too. Well, that sucks for it. Yeah. I gotta think about what can kind of break through this team. The answer is really these two kind of stopgap most types on their own, really. And then you got the dark normal type to deal with dark and ghost types, which these things can't very much handle. Yeah. I think, yeah, that can still, these two, like, literally just cover, like, vast majority of types on their own. Because, you know, steel type, well, covers, like, half the types on its own, and then you add that to fairy, which helps it get even more resistances. And then dragon flying deals with its weaknesses, and then also, then some, you know, can also help against water types and stuff like that. And then the normal dark type helps deal with the dark and ghost types that both of them can't necessarily deal with. So yeah, I guess already on those 3 Pokemon alone, you already kind of have everything covered. So congrats, I guess that's a 10. Okay, so hazards and removal are up next. So let me think here. So Mega Mawile does technically get access to rocks, but obviously more so not wanting to use that type of stuff, so we're just gonna ignore that for now. Swampert obviously gets rocks, Vikavolt gets Sticky Web, and I think that is it in terms... Oh yeah, right, Toxic Spikes and Spikes and Roserade. So I guess you do technically have multiple rock users. I just don't think Mawile is something that would like to use rocks, so it's definitely a little bit more shaky for me in terms of that. But you do have every other hazard, so that is definitely a plus. And both of those things do want to run those hazards. Because, you know, something like Heracross, for example, doesn't really want to run Spikes, even though it does get access to it. So, yeah, Roserade and Vikavolt both definitely want to run Spikes or T-Spikes, depending on the matchup and whatnot. So, yeah. In terms of removal, Abbekerk gets... Doesn't Abbekerk get Spin? Let me check. I feel like it gets Spin. It does get Rapid Spin. Okay, so there is some removal there. And my nose is being so foggy. And then Spence gets Defog. So, you know, if you want to run more defensive Menses, then yes, this Elemental will be able to defog very consistently. But, you know, aside from that, you're going to have to be relying on Abbekerk for hazard removal, which... Oh, yeah, Vikavolt also gets Defog too. But normally, well, I guess if you don't want to set up webs on a week, Vikavolt can definitely take over in terms of defogging. But yeah. I guess the hazard control is alright. Like, I wouldn't say it's extremely good. I wouldn't say like top tier. I wouldn't give it like full points, but it's pretty close. And then hazard is also pretty close. Either an 8 or a 9. That's what I'm looking at here right now. I haven't looked at this stuff since a while ago. I'm gonna check this. I think I'm gonna give it a little bit. I'm gonna give it a 9. I'm gonna give it a 9. Why not? Pivoting wise, I think I was not disappointed. Actually, teleport, flip turn, volt switch. I guess parting shot here. So not a lot of pivoting. So you're gonna have to do a little bit more doubling this season than you might like, but I think, well, I guess Porygon's a very, very solid pivot mon, and so is Swampert. So I think those two already kind of make up for that a little bit. I just can't give you like 5 billion points though. So I feel like 3 solid mons that can pivot, I would give like a 7. Yes, yeah, and then you have like the one mon that, yeah, okay, I'm a 7. 7, maybe an 8. We'll see about it. We'll think about it. Speed tiers, I think, have been handled very well. Except, and yes, there's always something to complain about because, you know, there is a big gap between 100 and 135. There's a bug in my room. Okay, whatever. Yes, so 100 and 135, that's a pretty big speed gap that you really haven't, like, there's just nothing. There's nothing in there. So you know, you guys rely on like Scarf Obstagoon and stuff to maybe hit like the higher ranges, but like also just like the in between is kind of that's a big gap. So supporter, I can't give you a 9 on that for sure. Even an 8. Well, I mean, everything below is fine. Like you have that down pat. Like I'm not worried about that. And you also have Trick Room, which is also pretty nice. But you know, like the top part is kind of shaky. I'm gonna hit it with a 7. Bulk, think you kind of nailed it, really. Well, it's not that amazing, but like it's pretty damn good, you know. Porygon, Swampert, Avalugg, and then Salamence, and Mawile has just like, you know, like Mawile's bulk I would describe as just enough to 1v1 a Pokemon, and then it can't do anything else. But yeah, so yeah, Mence, Porygon, Swampert, Vikavolt kinda, Roserade kinda, Avalugg. So yeah, I think this team is pretty decently bulky. Would I give it a 9? I don't know. You don't have Heal Bell or Aromatherapy from what I can see. I could definitely be wrong though. Roserade might have it, but like Roserade doesn't want to run that, even if it does get it. Which, yeah, that's a nitpick. You're welcome. You do have Wish though. I do recognize that. I'm gonna look at Abbekerk. Hey, let me get a peek, see. Ooh. I don't know. These are pretty good. I don't know if they're pretty comparable. I'd say, you know, it's like it's pretty close. I mean, I think Abbekerk might be a little bit better, but like, if I could just give it a name, I don't care. Next up, we got Setup. These two very threatening. This one very threatening. This one doesn't really run bulk up all that often. I think that kind of goes into wall breakers more so than anything. Besides that, everything else is definitely a lot more niche. So yeah. In fact, this is the niche. This is the start of the kind of niche. So yeah. So the main things, Mawile, Mence, and Spectrier, they're very solid. Outside of that, however, you don't have a lot of good setups. So yeah, I guess Porygon does get nasty a lot, doesn't it? I mean, it's not very good there. Well, I guess it's not terrible. But you get access to, you know, download and whatnot, which helps. Anyway, yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's probably the weakest one that I've seen so far. Again, let's reference Abbekerk for this. Actually, it's pretty comparable to Abbekerk's actually. Yeah, let's just give them both a 7. I don't know. It's fine. They're copying each other a little bit. It's okay. Wall breakers. Let's get back to that. Yeah, so wall breaker wise, Mega Mawile is obviously one of the best in the game. And then you also have Choice Spectrier works pretty damn well as well. Even like, you know, and then Obstagoon works fantastically too. Yeah, so all 3 of those, and then you can technically run like Bandit or Specs Mence. That could probably work as well. So yeah, I think overall here the wall breaking's decently solid. I'd say I need to look at this other stuff again. I'm sorry. I wouldn't say it's as good as Bundy Bisharps. I don't know. They're pretty close. Nah, I actually think this is better. Well, no. I mean, you got Conkeldurr right here, yeah. So like, actually pretty comparable. You have the Ghost type, you have the Guts user, and then you have like, well, actually there is no Mega Mawile on this team, so you know there's that. But I mean, Bundy Bisharps makes up for it with the Primarina and the Nihilego. I mean, so yeah, I think they're close. I think I'll just give it an 8. Cleaner. So Mawile can technically clean a little bit, I guess. I mean, like, the only real cleaner here, frankly, is actually just Spectrier. Because, you know, it's the only thing that has, like, the natural speed to actually just clean up a game, late game. And it actually is a very fantastic one of those, too. So, there is that. Aside from that, though, I'm not sure. Sorry, I just got a message. I'll deal with that later. But yeah, Spectrier is probably the only real cleaner on this team, frankly. In this, because you know, Dragonette's Mence comes in a more so setup. That's what it's more for. Like Spectrier cleaning again. I just want to get this out of the way. Cleaning is just you have that natural speed, or you're running like Scarf, and then you can just clean up a late game like that. I guess Mawile can technically do this a little bit with Sucker Punch, and then Obstagoon can run Scarf occasionally as well, but you know, it's base 95 attack or something like that. It's not very strong if you're not using Guts. Actually, I think it's base 90. So yeah, so Spectre's the only real one here, and then like the other ones are kind of you don't want to usually run those type of thing. Well, no, you want Sucker Punch and Mawile for sure, but like you know, Scarf Obstagoon is definitely a lot more not its style. So I think here it's a lot weaker. You realistically only have one cleaner. I mean, I guess when you factor in Trick Room, which you do have, then stuff gets a little bit more complicated. Nah, I'll give you like a 4. Realistically, it just 4 might be a little bit low. I don't know. Oh, 5. All right, let's just. It's a 5. I think it's just like you can't just rely on Spectrier. Well, I say that, but you definitely can just. But I can't give you a good score because you only have one. Like that's just. Well, I'm moving on. No, yeah, that's it. Let's keep going. Okay, next up we got West Virginia Noctowls here. Yeah, I have the thing, so I can just let me see if he made any changes. No. Okay, cool. So this should be up to date. Why is there a Dodrio turn 1? Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So I guess I should explain for those who don't know. So for my man Woodsy here. First off, I wanted to apologize for him for various things that I did to you. I don't know how to say this without exposing everyone, but I just want to apologize. Second off, so how Woodsy structured. I knew it. It keeps pausing. Okay, so second off. How Woodsy did his draft this season was that basically he just. By the way, the videos were a fucking banger, but what he did each week was he just threw darts at a board. You play darts, right? And then whatever points he got on that board, he would pick from that column. So for his first round, he just like got low points, so he would have to pick Dodrio or something like that. And then after every round, you just do it again, pick the Pokemon, so on and so forth, stuff like that. So yeah, this is definitely a lot weirder of a draft. Like if that context wasn't there, picking Dodrio round 1 is kind of sus, but it's okay. Yeah, so that being said, Dodrio is the heat pick, and I like it. Base 110 and attack and speed, those are both. Attack is decent, and then the speed is actually pretty decent as well. So, abilities are kind of. I mean, you kind of just use Early Bird, I guess. But yeah, this thing is pretty strong. It has that. Flying fighting coverage, which is really, really hard to deal with in general. And then you also have Swords Dance, which this thing is already pretty good actually. So like the only problem with it is that it's it's frail. But offensively speaking, this thing actually pops off a little bit. So yeah. You also have Double Edge. If you want to run your normal stat. Don't have to though. You also get access to knockoff to hit ghost types a lot harder, and yeah. So I mean, really, this set is probably just what you're going to be running, unless you want to run like a Choice Man set 1 week, so then you can just replace this with Double Edge or something like that, or maybe Quick Attack if you want priority. So yeah, not much to explain with Dodrio, unfortunately though. It does get access to Roost. It should, right? Yeah. I don't know. If you want to try to use like a defensive Swords Dance, that's probably not going to work very well, but you know, just yeah. Anyway, Kyurem is up next. Definitely a lot more understandable seeing it up in second round. Yeah, this thing is a goddamn monster offensively. If you run specs, like this thing was banned from MOU for a reason. This thing is really, really hard to switch into. Freeze Dry plus Earth Power on its own is already just really hard to switch into, because Earth Power deals with most of the Steel types, and the ones that don't get hit by Earth Power are Steel Flying, so they're still neutral to Ice. And then Freeze Dry hits everything else. Ice is a very great offensive type, and then the fact that it also hits waters is also really nice. Yeah. Against most Steel Flying types, though, you will want to run a stronger move like Ice Beam, because that hits them a lot harder than Freeze Dry, because just 20 base power does matter a lot in this game. And then Draco Meteor is always a nice stab option. Just a neutral one. Focus Blast is also pretty nice here if you want to hit, like... Actually, I'm not sure what you would want to hit with that you don't hit with Earth Power or Ice Beam. Oh yeah, it's for Blissey. Right, I forgot. Spectrum has been out of the metagame for quite a while. Yeah, so you know, Specs Focus Blast, I think is like, has a chance to two-shot, I think, or something like that. I don't remember the exact details. But yeah, there's that. Obviously, you know, getting that is a 50-50 all on its own, so, you know. But yeah. Besides Specs, though, definitely has a lot more stuff to kind of do. This thing does get pressure, and it is pretty bulky, so, you know, you can run like a sub-roost set with Freeze Dry and Earth Power. This also is a again, as I said before, Freeze Dry plus Earth Power hits everything pretty much for all you need. It just needs the other moves to like hit certain things harder. So yeah, sub-roost with Earth Power and Freeze Dry works pretty well. You can even run Dragon Dance. When I used Kyurem, it was really hard for me to try to pull that stuff off, but it was like I just never could find a good matchup for it. But, you know, Dragon Dance, Icicle Spear is not too bad. Again, hard to pull off. Yeah. You can also run Sunny Day Kyurem with Weather Ball, I guess. Weather Ball will help you hit certain steel types that you can't normally hit, like Scizor. It's actually pretty much just Scizor, but, you know, hitting that will always be really nice. Obviously, you know, you're going to be taking a lot of damage from Bullet Punch, but, you know. Yeah, moving on, we got Mudsdale here in the round 3. Pretty much always going to be running Stamina. The other abilities are just kind of whatever. Leftover Stamina. This thing's a good rock setter. You got that, and then you know run Earthquake. Always good stab. Toxic's always nice. Body Press is always good to combo with the Stamina because you get that defense raised every time you get hit by a move. Body Press works well. You also get like Rock Slide if you need to hit flying types. Yeah, it's just a nice defensive stealth rocker. It's not too much to go over really, but yeah, that's there. If you want to run like a Choice Band set, go ahead. I think that would be pretty cool. So you know, Earthquake, Rock Slide, it gets access to Heavy Slam for fairy types, for example, and then like close combat to hit, you know, steel flying types, I guess. I don't know. Body Press again could work in that slot as well, and yeah. Celesteela is our 4th pick here. We got the Beach Boost. Yeah. I don't know. Frankly, I don't really like Celesteela. Well, no, that's not true. I do like Celesteela, but like compared to all the other Ultra Beasts, I'm like, it's like on the lower end of the list. But like Ultra Beasts in general are like pretty high in my like favorites, because I just really like the wacko designs, and also most of them are good competitively, which if you know me, that's like 90% of the reason why I like Pokemon. It's not a good thing to really have. You know what? Let's not talk about that now. But yeah. So Celesteela, there's always, you know, there's just a couple sets you run. So first up is the defensive one. So you run like Leash Seed, or like heavily slams, Flamethrower, and like Protect. So you know, just kind of Steel Flying is obviously a really, really good defensive type, so, you know, switching on a lot of moves, get a leech seed up, protect a couple times, may hit something with Heavy Slam or Flamethrower. Yeah, that's basically the first one. Second one is offensive. So Celestial has quite a few interesting offensive sets. One of my favorites is Choice Band. So, you know, you run like it has Celestial has a very, very wide move pool. More wide than most people think. So you have a lot of options here. So it does not get heat crushed though. Yeah, so yeah, Heavy Slam, Earthquake, so ground plus steel coverage hits a lot of stuff. You also get Stonage as well, and then you get like I don't know. I don't know, Superpower could be nice. You can run like, well, I don't think he does not have terrain. Yeah, so I guess you can't run Steel Roller unless you're fighting against a steel terrain team, whatever. And yeah, last move, I don't know. You can run like Seed Bomb, yeah, for example. So Seed Bomb can help hit like water ground types, which obviously do resist most of these moves. The more standard offensive sets though is probably Meteor Beam. So you know, you run the Power Herb, you run Meteor Beam, and yeah, so then you run Autotomize to fix Celestial's speed issues, and then you kind of just run like whatever special moves you need. Fire coverage is pretty nice on this thing, so you're going to be running that more often than not. And then you run like a stab move here, so like Air Slash, Steel Flash Cannon, both of those can work. So yeah, that's about it for Celesteela. Next up we got the Whimsicott. How many more ones do I have to go through? Whimsicott, Keldeo, DOD. Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, Whimsicott is up next. Yeah, this thing is pretty solid. Good speed tier, and with Prankster, it's a lot more defensive than you can make it than it looks on paper. Because you know these stats are kind of mid, but yeah. So the main thing here, actually, you don't get access to Sleep Powder, unfortunately, on this thing. But if you want to be that asshole, you can run Grass Whistle. You know, literally just a 50-50 coin flip. I don't know why this is the first thing I thought of, but yeah, this is an option. More consistent is something like Stun Spore. It sucks that this thing doesn't really get a good, accurate stat condition outside of like Toxic. But you know, Prankster, Stun Spore is always going to be really annoying. This thing has access to U-turn, which helps it pivot out and stuff like that. If you're gonna run an attacking move, you usually just run Moonblast, and then let's see here. So it gets access to stuff like Encore. It gets Encore. I think it gets Taunt. Yeah, it does get Taunt. Yep. Encore and Taunt. You also get Defog, and Leech Seed is nice. Memento can be nice as well. Switcheroo can be interesting if you're gonna run like, I don't know, Switcheroo Lagging Tail could be really nice, or just Switcheroo Choice Item. That's always going to be nice as well. Kind of just depends. Yeah, that's about it, really. I mean, I guess you can try to run Cotton Gar Shenaniganry with like Rest and whatnot, but yeah, I mean, yeah, this looks fun. Like on Rest Talk with Moon. This looks really stupid. I don't know. This might work though. I don't know. Cause like the main thing that makes it funny is just like Rest. So Rest, Sleep Talk, and Conguard are all called by Prankster, so it's always gonna move first. So technically you can have priority Moonblast, and then Conguard is just there to raise your defense. I don't know. If you can find a matchup for that, that could be pretty interesting. Unfortunately, like there's not much you can do with it's just there to like tank stuff. Like it can't, like if you're fighting against like a bunch of fair resist, like no, it's not gonna help. You're just there PP stalling basically. Keldeo is up next. Dang, it's kind of just an unfortunate mon. Pex just really fucked it over so much. But you know, besides that, before Pex existed, this thing was having a time. Yeah, so I guess the most popular set is probably going to be Choice Specs. You know, run Hydro Pump, Sacred Sword, which will hit Blissey and Chansey for not Sacred Sword. I make this mistake all the goddamn time. Secret Sword. Don't make that mistake. Secret Sword is basically Special Psyshock. No, it is. It's Fighting type Psyshock, not Special Psyshock. Well, I mean, Psyshock is special, and so is this. It's it's a Psy Shock except fighting type. Let's just get that out of the way. So yeah, Hydro Pump, Secret Sword. You can run Flip Torn for pivoting, and then you can also run Surf for, because like really, in most matchups you probably only need Water and Fighting Stab. So yeah, Surf as a backup to Hydro Pump is always nice. Or you can be like, screw it and run Focus Blast, which I have seen before. It's pretty funny. Yeah, aside from that, you can run Air Slash to hit grass types. I have seen Mega Horn, but this was specifically because I was fighting against this Keldeo. I was fighting against a Keldeo, and it had Mega Horn to deal with my Hoopa. So you know, there is that. So you know, probably shouldn't run Mega Horn often. Stone Edge can be. So this sounds stupid, but I have seen Stone Edge on Specs and Scarf Keldeo, which Scarf is another set you can run, because of Volcarona. Because, you know, after it gets a couple QDs up, Keldeo can't really hurt it, even with, like, Specs Hydras. Actually, it probably can, but, like, you know, why don't you take that guaranteed Oko with Stone Edge? You know what I'm saying? Probably isn't even a guaranteed Oko, but actually it might be. I don't know, it depends. Icy Wind is probably, forgot to mention that. Yeah, this will hit Land OT, Garchomp, Gliscor, all that stuff. Well, specifically it's for Land OT. I'm pretty sure Hydro Pump hits harder than, yeah, I like the Hydro Pump. Actually, yeah, Hydro Pump hits, wait, so no, so Icy Wind is, yeah, no, Hydro Pump hits harder. Hydro Pump hits harder than Icy Wind against Land OT and Gliscor. But, you know, against Garchomp, it is just neutral to Hydro Pump and Surf, so, you know, Icy Wind is there for that. Also, it has Dragonite and stuff like that, and Ments, so, you know, that's also nice. Yeah, besides that, I need to get to the other set, which is Calm Mind. Calm Mind, Secret Sword, Scald, and either Substitute or Taunt is the consensus on that last slot there. But yeah, this set works very, very well. It does beat Pex, technically. I think it does, right? Yeah, if it has Taunt, it beats Pex. Because that means Pex can't haze it. So you will eventually overwhelm Pex. Yeah. But, you know, the set does have its issues. Yeah, but, you know, it works. So. Next up, we got DOD. Man. I'm not sure. Like, so... There has been there's a lot of casual players who say like DOD and stuff should just be unbanned, and like the more I think about it, the more I agree with them. Because like DOD and maybe not DOS, but DOD for sure is like, I mean, yeah, like it's not bulky anymore in terms of bulk power level, I guess. Like, it's just not. Like, 50 base HP holds it back quite a bit, and, like, Pex has very similar stats to this. But the thing is, like, one thing DOD does have over all those things is, like, not only it has, you know, this stats, but also has good speed, which means it can taunt a lot of stuff faster. So, like, I think the reason why DOD is still not allowed is just because, like, the access to taunt and high speed makes it still pretty oppressive against, like, stall teams and stuff like that. So, like, I think that's the main reason. I'm not too sure though, but you know, I think we can do. I think it's about time for a suspect test again though for DOD though. I think it could potentially be allowed back, but you know, it's too late for that in Sword and Shield. But like we can think about it in Scarlet and Violet. If it even is in Scarlet and Violet, I don't even know. Oh, anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so DOD, you're always going to be running Recover, and then, as I said before, Taunt is always going to be a really nice move on DOD. Helps it, like, again, Taunt is good for stopping setup as well against you, which is one of few ways to break through DOD, and then, like, let's not talk about it. Seismic Toss is your only real reliable way of dealing damage, unless you want to run a specific coverage move to deal with something, so, like, run Ice Beam for Garchomp, run Earthquake for Heatran, I don't know, stuff like that. I don't even think this thing gets access to Heatran, Earthquake actually, it doesn't. So, yeah. And then last move can be like Toxic or whatever, something like that. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, this set is pretty, I don't know, I don't know, someone talk to me about it. I'd like to see the reasoning why if it, well, I mean, yeah, I see both sides in terms, Okay, I'm gonna stop talking about this. This video is already gonna be extremely long. Yeah. Aside from this set, this thing does get access to spikes. Oh yeah, actually, you probably want to know the spikes over here. This is probably a lot better. Getting up spike. Yeah, this. I also get this. Stop talking about it. Okay. Besides this, you can try to run Calm Mind sets for sure. So like Calm Mind. This thing also gets Cosmic Power and Stored Power, if I believe. It does not get Stored Power, actually. Never mind. That actually kind of sucks for it. But you know, you can make this thing really unbreakable, and then just run like, I don't know, run any sort of move and try to like break things down. Yeah, that could be pretty interesting. Probably better is just Calm Mind, and then you can run Psychic, and then like maybe Focus Blast. Make this a faster Reuniclus, I guess. Except that thing it's way weaker and it's just a lot bulkier. I don't know. This could probably work. You can use it as a hazard lead, so just literally just just like Stealth Rock, Spikes, Taunt, and then like fucking I don't know, some move in the last line. It doesn't get an explosion. Wow. What was the move I was thinking about? I don't know. Run Magic Coat, and then just like, yeah. I don't know. You can run like a hazard lead here too as well. Is that yeah. Next up we got Noctowls. Poison Touch. You're probably gonna be using more often than not. Gluttony is not bad, however. It's not. I think this thing gets access to Recycle, so yeah, it does. So you can run like, you can run like an Agua berry or whatever, or one of those 33% boosting berries that used to be 50%, and then you can run Recycle and Gluttony, which could work pretty well. It's basically like a Recover. And I know this thing gets access to Curse as well, so you can kind of recurse, Recycle, and stuff like that, and have some fun with that. Yeah. Outside of that, though, probably just going to be running like, the most common set in Gen 7 OU was a V. So, you run like Poison Jab, Knock Off, and then you kind of just run whatever coverage moves you needed. So, like, it gets access to a lot of coverage options. So, a Fire Punch, Ice Punch. I think it's EQ. It does not get EQ. That's unfortunate. Thunder Punch. You can run a stronger poison move in Gong Shot. You can run Focus Punch if you want to be that guy. Brick Rage is there for more consistent stab. Not stab, consistent fighting coverage. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't use Pursuit, but I guess outside of Assault Vest, there are a couple interesting moves you can run utility-wise. Haze, Taunt, those both can be pretty good. Unfortunately, it's a little slow to be using stuff like Taunt, but Haze can still be a decent option. And yeah, let's move on. Next up, we got the Rotom Heat. Man, I'm going really slow. Okay, I need to speed it up. Oh, shit. Okay, so yeah, Rotom Heat. Wait, why am I saying Rotom Heat? It's not Rotom Heat, it's just Rotom. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, Rotom, regular. It still functions pretty similar to how it would, again, like its appliance brethren. Unfortunately, it has a lot less defensive and just a little bit stronger and more speedy, which doesn't really help it all too much, unfortunately. So, yeah. Again, as I said before, you can do the same things. Volt Switch, Will-O-Wisp, Hex, like Pain Split, so like this can still work. It's just a little bit worse. And then you can run like Nasty Plot again if you want to try that stuff. Shadow Ball, I guess. I don't know, stuff like that can always work. You can always run Scarf as well. Literally all the Rotoms function the exact same way. It's just that this Rotom is worse than the other ones because it has worse stats. Yeah, again, you can run Defog and stuff like that. Like, I just, they're all the same. I don't feel like talking about it. They all do the same things. Okay, next up we got Torkoal. Does this... I guess that can work with Chlorophyll Whimsicott, but this thing doesn't get Weather Ball is the issue. Whatever. I guess, yeah, you can run Sunny Day for this and then run it on for the Kyurem. But yeah, so Torkoal, I don't really know how he drives the Sun, frankly. It doesn't really help him too much. But yeah, I mean, even without Sun, or even if you don't want to use the Sun setter, you know, Stealth Rock, it gets Rapid Spin. Lava Plume is always nice to try to burn things. And yeah, this thing has a good defense stat, so it can actually very comparable to Skarmory. So yeah, I mean, you can take a lot of physical hits. Yeah. I guess with this team, you're probably not going to be running Heat Rock, so you can run Boots a lot more often, which helps its longevity quite a bit. Yeah. I guess for the last move, gets Body Press. You can run Toxic. Body Press is more sore for stuff like Tyranitar. And then Toxic is nice. Earthquake can be nice for something like Heatran. Yeah. Yawn is also good. Speaking of which. I guess you can try to run offensive as well, like run like a spec set. I mean, it does get Specs Eruption. Unfortunately, you know, it's like base 20 speed, so it's not very fast. But I think DOD does get Trick Room and then Oh yeah, I totally forgot about Teleport into DOD for speaking of which. But yeah, that's good. Yeah, and then so you can run Trick Room plus Teleport, and then you can go into your Specs Torkoal, go for that Specs Eruption and whatnot. That's always going to be really nice. Yeah. Okay, last up we got Bibarel. Probably gonna be running. You can't run Moody, so yeah, this definitely does not allow Moody. But Unaware is. I didn't even know this thing got Unaware, frankly. But you're probably gonna be running Sybil more often than not because you can run that. A nice Swords Dance Bibarel. And now, wait, hold up. I need to. Yeah, I just wanted to direct people to this site, to this. So basically, I just remember this because it was really funny. But yeah, so the competitive Pokemon subreddit is r/Sunfisk, and there was this person who was, in his words, drunk as shit, and he just thought about this set, which is Life Orb Barrel, and yeah, it's really funny. You can see a lot of calcs down here. So basically, it runs double priority with return, and then he just did a bunch of calcs afterwards. So basically, once you get a Swords Dance, basically it KOs almost the entire metagame. Like Okos, the 2 KOs do almost the entire metagame, basically. Oh, yeah, that was a funny post. But you know, obviously, it has a lot of problems. You know, problem A. It's gonna be really hard to get a Swords Dance up on this, but if you do get that Swords Dance, it is ridiculously strong. And even with priority moves, which aren't very strong, like you can still do a lot of damage because you know you're getting like it's just as an example. 295 is your max attack, right? And then you get after one fucking Swords Dance, you're at +4, which is ×3, so you're at like almost 900 attack, and then you have a life orb attached to that. Like that is near. Well, it's not. It's pretty close to what Kartana can do after a Swords Dance. It's kind of close to that. Like just to put that in perspective. Of course, you're a lot slower, but you know, I guess you're gonna be using the priority move, so that will help a little bit with its speed issues. But I mean, obviously, yes, there's a lot of issues with it. You know, slow. So if you switch into something that does resist both of these moves, then you're gonna have to like. Well, you're just gonna have to run. I mean, yeah. So yeah. Also, you can't run return anymore, so you had to run Double Edge. But that is stronger, so at least there's that. Yeah. So I guess that would be the main set here. You would run. Curse is also an option here over Swords Dance if you want to get that defense boosted, which is always going to be pretty nice. Yeah. Anyways, just thought I'd point out that Reddit post. It was a nice post. Okay. What was I gonna say? What was I gonna do? Right. Ranking it. I think I'm gonna stop after this again. Oh my god, this is taking forever. I swear to God, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna be a lot faster next time. I'm sorry. So in terms of type variants, I'm gonna assume they're probably. I mean, this looks pretty good on paper.
Yeah, I mean, most people in this league are really good, so wouldn't be surprised if almost everyone got a 10 out of 10 for type variants, really, because they do know how to draft.
Also, I just realized I didn't look for a certain... Okay, it worked out, but... Wait. Okay, yeah.
So, I mean, you got your ground immune, you got your electric immunes, you got a really solid fire fairy steel grass core and a fire water grass core. Fairy steel grass. Did I say fairy steel? A fairy steel dragon core. My bad. Yeah. I guess one thing is this team sucks against freeze dry. Yeah, that is actually a pretty big complaint. But like, he also drafted the main freeze dry competition. Like, Kyurem is the freeze dry Pokemon. If you're talking about offensive. And Stellar Steeler probably deals with most of the other ones, so yeah, I think it's fine, honestly, on that. In this specific instance, you're okay. Also, I didn't think about freeze dry against. Nah, but he's got a steel type. Yeah. Although, and also I guess I also have a log. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, I think this is good. I'm gonna give him 10. I'm too lazy about this. You know, everyone gets a free 10 points. Except New York Aqua Dreads for some reason. Next, we have hazards and removal. So, let's get on that. Rocker. Rocks and Spikes. Is this the thing that T-Spikes? I don't actually know. Let me see. Does not. Okay. So, Rocks and Spikes. Oh, a second rocker here. Yeah, I mean, that's alright. I think Bieber also gets rocks too, if I'm not mistaken. I have no idea, actually. It does get Stealth Rock. Probably. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. I don't know. Yeah, he already won a game, apparently. I don't know, I'm just... Yeah, this is how far behind I am, basically. Yeah, I think in terms of hazard setting, you have three decent rockers, I would say. Torkoal's a pretty good one, I guess. And then you have a Spiker as well in DOD. So I think that's good. And then you also have, in terms of removal, I guess it gets a little bit weirder here. Well, Rotom's a pretty good defogger. Well, actually, it's not that great. I have issues with Rotom defog. I already mentioned this before for sure in this video, but yeah, it's been a week, as I said before, so I don't remember exactly what I said. I think Dojo and does Kyurem get defog? God, I'm out of it. I'm really out of it. I'm just kind of. It doesn't. It does not. Okay. I don't know why I thought it did. Yeah, the removal is a little bit more sketchy on this team for sure. Oh, I mean, you got Spin Torkoal, but like, yeah, I mean, some of these mons do have access to defog. Would you really run them? Yeah, it's a little more suspicioso on that end, but yeah. So I think I'd like a 7, 8. Okay, pivoting. Dodger gets U-turn, right? I forgot to mention that if I did. Oh, it does not. Interesting. Wait, let me just. It does not get U-turn. Very sad. Oh, I fucked up this. Okay, there we go. So yeah, no U-turn there. No pivoting here. No pivot. Nope. Yes. No. Yes. These two are yes. And then this is also a yes. So you got 3 here, and then you got another one here. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. And then like, I feel like all of these will run their pivot move. I mean, maybe not Keldeo, depends on if it's running Calm Mind or not. And maybe not Whimsicott if it can't fit it in. But like DOD running Teleport's pretty standard, I think. And Rotom running Pulse, which is basically so standard that it's a surprise if you don't see it. So yeah, I'd say that 7 or an 8. If my I don't know. I really want to give like 0.5s, but I already changed the 10-point system, so I don't want to get too intricate. I'll give it. If I remember, I said if I was thinking too hard about it, I would go to the lower number. Yeah, speed tier wise. You know, for a team that was all drafted pretty randomly, I would say you kind of did really well here. I guess like the main issue, as you can see to the right, these show the speed tiers, so that would help. But yeah, as you can see, the main thing is there's nothing super high. So past 116, you don't really have anything, which there are a lot of Pokemon that exist in that range nowadays, so that is an issue. But aside from that, I think this does work pretty well. I think these speed tiers are really good. And so yeah, so I mean like that's like a 9 or 8, I guess. Let me compare. Let me do a comparison real quick. I'm gonna change this to an 8. Yeah, and then I'll give that a 9. Okay. Okay, bulk. Oh, no, on the right page. Bulk wise, yeah, definitely. Actually, again, it's fun. I don't know how you managed to do this, but this looks pretty good, honestly. Like, it looks really weird. Don't get me wrong, you don't have a mega, but like this is like not bad. I mean, to be fair, I guess you weren't doing like a full random draft or whatever, but like, yeah, this is kind of sexy. Yeah, so bulk wise, you know, Mudsdale's pretty bulky. Celestial's definitely one of the bulkiest things out there. DOD as well. Muck is also really good. The rest are like can do like fake bulk stuff, I guess. So kind of give it like a 7 or an 8. That's my feeling right now. My bones. But again, if I want to, I was gonna go lower if I had to think about it. Setup wise, I guess Swords Dance Dodrio, Meteor Beam. I guess that counts as setup, right? Yeah, it's automized Meteor Beam. Yeah. I have no idea what that sound is. Okay. Combine DOD, I guess. Nasty Pot Rotom, Swords Dance B-Barrel. You know, so I guess not a lot of setup here, really. But yeah, there's just not a lot of setup, really. I don't. Oh yeah, Calm My Keldeo. Why did I forget that? So wait, so yeah, 1. Okay, so 1. I guess DD Curum too, but like that's a lot. That's definitely a lot more niche of a thing. So yeah, 1, 1.5, I guess. 2.5, 3.5, 4, 5. But it's B-Barrel, so. But B-Barrel's cool. I give it an 8. Wall breaking looks pretty okay. I mean, you have Kyurem, so that, and Bandit Stila, which is my favorite, and Specs Keldeo, which is my favorite. Actually, that's not my favorite. I lied. Yeah, Dodrio, Kyurem, Keldeo, and Celesteela all kind of make up that wall breaking core here. Other things are less wall breaky, so 8. I'm being very lazy here. And then cleaner wise, again, the speed tiers kind of contribute to the issue where there isn't really any good cleaners here. But, you know, I mean, there's a couple of mons you definitely could run Scarf. You know, Dodrio, pretty solid Scarfer. I'm not sure if it would make a great cleaner, but I think it'd be fine. Kyurem's decent Scarfer as well. But again, like you wouldn't really want to run these as Scarf all the time for sure. So, you know, just keep that in mind.
against Scarf killed. Like, so you look, you have to rely on Scarf to kind of get those cleans going, you know. So that's definitely an issue. Thankfully, you do have a couple good candidates for Scarfers, but you know, it is just an issue. Yeah. You know, cleaning wise, it is a little bit weak, on the weaker side. I guess you have a slightly better cleaning than Jungle Cats, so I'll give you like a 6. Which does make you slightly better than Jungle Cats. Congratulations. Okay, I'm gonna stop again, and then I will come back soon. See you guys later. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, this is going really slowly. I'm just gonna hop right into it. So we are back with the 6th member of the What is the Draft League Season 12, and that is Mr. Jer himself. So we're just gonna get started right away. All right. So first up, we got the Tapu Fini, and yikes! I hate this thing. This thing can be very, very annoying. So yeah, in terms of main sets, I think the main set right now is actually just Calm Mind. So let's talk about that first. So Calm Mind, Scald / Surf, Draining Kiss, and then Taunt is usually the standard set here. Basically, with Misty Surge and its good defenses and decent special attack and decent speed, you're able to set up pretty easily and then taunt any sort of attempts to haze or status you after the Misty Surge ends. And then you can just Draining Kiss to get your health back while you keep setting up, and that's basically it. The set works. Yeah, it works really well against Pex. Pex can't stop it, basically, unless it has, you know, Sludge... Well, not Sludge Bomb. Like Poison Jab, Gunk Shot, those type of things. Even with Gunk Shot... I mean, if you get really unlucky with misses, you might actually not be able to beat it. But, yeah. It's also... Yeah, it just beats a lot of, like, more stall-oriented Pokemon. So, like... Well, maybe not Unaware Clefable, because that thing... Well, actually, no, you can stop it from healing. So, yeah, you'll beat it eventually. But Unaware Clefable also can just Moonblast you, because I actually don't know who will win that matchup. But yeah, so there's a Calm Mind set. I guess another set is Scarf. Yeah, so maybe not Hydro Pump per se, but you know, you run some sort of water move, Moonblast, Trick, and then like Defog usually, I think. And so, you know, this is just really just meant to trick your item onto a defensive mon, and then kind of just yeah, that's about it really. Surf and Moonblast are there. This thing does hit pretty hard with stab Moonblast, stab Surf. Hits pretty decently hard, and then you know you have to have Defog for emergencies. Yeah, something like that, or even Scarf Taunt can work as well if you want to prevent some sort of setup mon from setting up. Didn't finish that sentence there, and yeah. One more set, I guess, is just defensive in general. So, also with the Scarf set, you can run more offensive spreads and more defensive spreads. It just kind of depends on if you want to keep the Scarf for longer or not. But yeah. So anyway, the left defensive set, you probably just you run like I don't know. You still run like Moonblast and then like Defog, I guess, and then the last move can be kind of whatever. I don't know, Knockoff could be cool or something. You know, just because since Tapu Fini has a good amount of utility moves, you're just going to be able to use those pretty efficiently, especially on a mon that can prevent status conditions. So, yeah. Oh yeah, one more set. There's also the Whirlpool Trapping set. Basically, you Whirlpool something, trap it in, you use Nature's Madness a bunch, and then you taunt it to stop it from recovering. That's basically the main kind of theory behind the set. So yeah, something like this works pretty well. Yeah. Okay, moving on. Next up, we got Zapdos. Pressure. There's definitely use cases for it, but overall statics is a lot better because. I mean, we've all fought against Zapdos before. It's very annoying. You know, you can't really touch that thing without getting paralyzed. And then usually you do want to run boots as well. So yeah. So for Zapdos, while it doesn't have the best HP and defenses, first off, it's still pretty good. And second off, with that Electric Flying typing, you actually have quite a few good resistances. So Generally, first up is defensive. You kind of just run Volt Switch, Hurricane, and Roost Defog. The set works pretty well. Stab Hurricane, even on defensive sets, still hurts really hard. It still hits really hard. Hits a good amount of ground types as well too, for decent damage. So yeah. You can also run offensive, which will probably be more so like something like this. And then you run a more offensive EV spread. You can also run like, I have seen like Specs or even Scarf before. Both of those can work. If you're gonna run Specs or Scarf though, you probably want to just run like Thunderbolt here or something like that. On rain sets, Zapdos also runs offensive. It's just instead of Heat Wave, you have Weather Ball, and then you can still run Roost or just Volt Switch or whatever. Depends on the item, I guess. Yeah, and then you also run Thunder, just because, you know, 100% accurate. Thunders is nice, and Rain. I guess that's about it. I guess you can run U-turn if you're... Well, yeah, Zapdos doesn't have to pivot. It's just that personally, I enjoy it a lot, having Volt Switch. But if you don't... If you do want to pivot, but you are afraid of being blocked, you can always run U-turn. And... yeah. Toxic can be nice. So I think, like, older Zapdos sets... Speaking of pressure... yeah, the older Zapdos sets kind of run something like this or something like that. Basically, you just like, you Toxic something, you sub up Roost, and then you Thunderbolt, and then you're basically just trying to drain PP with pressure, and yeah, set probably works decently well in certain matchups too, so, you know, think about it. You know, now I'm thinking about it, never mind, it has a terrible physical move. Okay, moving on. Okay, next up we got Latios. Definitely very threatening mon. What's the first set that comes to mind? I guess Specs is my personal pick. Did get Aura Sphere and Mystical Fire in Generation 8, both of which are very fantastic in terms of coverage. So something like this could work. Side Shock or Sidekick, depending on what you're fighting. And then, you know, it gets Aura Sphere, Mystical Fire, Thunderbolt, Surf, Grass Knot, Energy Ball, stuff like that. So you can definitely... Oh, Ice Beam too. So you can definitely mix and match, depending on the matchup. Yeah, you can also run Trick in order to trick your Specs onto something like a Blissey, which you can't really break through with this set. And then next up, I guess you also just run Scarf on this, speaking of which. Yeah, so you can just run Scarf, and then... it'll be the same thing, except you're faster. You could also try to run Defog, to like run more like utility moves, or like running Defog on the Scarf set could work decently well. Another set it has that it does worse than its Latios, but it can do Calm Mind stuff. You can basically run the exact same set it runs right now, which is Psychic, Aura Sphere, and Roost. Something like this could work pretty well. Psychic is just for stab, Aura Sphere is just for hitting dark types. You can also run Stored Power. And if you're running a very offensive Latios, you can run Weakness Policy. Again, this works a lot better on Latios, but since it has more defense. But yeah, you can do something like this, get a bunch of boosts, and then just like kill things. You can even just forgo Agility and do that. I mean, forgo Roost and do Agility. Yeah. It also gets Dragon Dance. Wouldn't recommend it personally, but you know, it does have some decent physical moves that you can take advantage of. You know, like, actually no, it's just Earthquake, maybe Waterfall. I don't know. It's not very good. Yeah, you know, if you can figure it out, just do it. Yeah. Next up, we got Heracross. This thing is absolutely terrifying. Basically, it's basically unwallable, really, because not only does it have one base 185 attack, it also gets Sword Stance. So, like, have fun trying to wall this thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure even Clefable is scared of this thing. Although, actually, I don't know if Heracross gets a move to hit that thing very hard. But anyways, yeah, Skill Link means you have a better Mega Horn, basically. It's even stronger and more accurate, and then you also get nice coverage in Rock Blast, which is better Stone Edge. I think it gets Arm Thrust. It does get Arm Thrust, but it's still not as strong as Close Combat, so you're probably going to be still sticking to that. Yeah, so this is kind of the more standard set for Heracross. You can kind of run Substitute as well if you want Ease Prediction, since this thing is kind of slow. Not very slow, but you know, still slow. Yeah, there's really not much else worth talking about. I mean, you have other coverage moves for specific matchups. Like if you really want to kill a Dragon Ball in one hit, I imagine none of these moves would do it for you. So you have to run Third Chop in that scenario. But yeah, it also gets Stealth Rock. No, not Stealth Rock, but it gets Spikes, which probably wouldn't be super good on Heracross Mega, but you know, it's an option. Yeah. Oh yeah. Also, wait, it has knockoff. Don't run Third Chop. It has knockoff. I keep forgetting. Yeah. Next up, we got Corsola Galar. Obviously, you're gonna be running Eviolite every single week, and probably not gonna be running Weak Armor, so running Cursed Body. Yep. So this thing does get Stealth Rock. You want to run that. Nightshade is just there for consistent damage. And then you want Recovery, so you're going to run Strength Sap more so than Pain Split, even though it does get that, because Strength Sap does get more health overall. And last move can kind of be whatever. You can run Wisp, a Toxic, Haze, stuff like that. Yeah, that's about it. Corsola is not a very complicated Pokemon, frankly. So, next up we got Steelix. Honestly, its abilities for it are kind of bad. I'll be honest. Doesn't really get a lot to abuse Sheer Force. Doesn't really get a lot to abuse Rockhead. Doesn't really need Sturdy. I mean, you know, its Spadef is kind of bad. So I guess Sturdy just to prevent yourself from getting one shot by special attackers. Yeah. So standard set. This thing is also a rocker, so you kind of just run like Stealth Rock, EQ, Toxic. I don't know, Body Suppress, Heavy Slam. I don't know, one of those two, I guess. Stone Edge if you, maybe not Stone Edge, but I mean maybe if you need it. Yeah, so that's kind of it for Steelix. If you want to run more interesting sets, you could run Dragon Dance. Basically, just try to like take advantage of like Sheer Force or whatever, right? And then just run like Sheer Force, Iron Head, and like I don't know. Yeah, it's not very good, frankly. I really can't think of anything. It doesn't really, yeah, it doesn't really get Ground Stab that actually would help it. But you know what? Actually, you know what? Here we go. Here's the best idea. Oh yeah, by the way, if you're gonna run Shield Force, you're gonna run Life Orb. But now here's the best idea. You're gonna run Special Steelix. Here we go. Yeah. This is so much worse. Yeah, I'm just not gonna look at this anymore. Yeah, okay, moving on. Even as a Dragon Dancer, it's really slow. You need multiple Dragon Dances before you even think about outspeeding some of the top tier threats. Yeah. Okay, next up we got Arcanine, both Intimidate and Flash Fire. I mean, even Justified, all three of them can have their niches, so keep an eye out for that, I guess. I guess some other more standard sets kind of defensive, so you kind of run like, I don't know the exact set. Maybe just like Flamethrower, Morning Sun, Wisp / Toxic, and then Teleport. So this thing does work as a pivot thanks to, well, Teleport. And yeah, I guess this set could work decently well. It does have pretty good attacking moves in general, and it has pretty decent defenses, so you can try that as well. Plus combat, I guess Wild Charge can work as well. So like these moves probably are what you're going to be running on the physical side. I guess you have like more niche. Oh yeah, the Extreme Speed. I don't know. And then just run like Choice Band. I mean, this could honestly not be that bad. And then maybe get Flash Fire, so you can potentially boost Flare Blitz more. Yeah. And then I guess it does get special moves as well. So, you know, it does get like Fire Blasts or whatever, and then you can run like Scorching Sands for coverage, which will hit rock types. Unfortunately, it doesn't really have as much of a special move pool. As you can see, it kind of peters out after Scorching Sands. But yeah, you probably want to be using the attack stack anyways if you're going to be running running offensive sets. So yeah. Next up, we got the Skunk Tank. Pretty much going to always be using Aftermath. Stench is interesting, but not relevant. Yeah, so Aftermath's a lot better. Unfortunately, Skunk Tank does not get access to knockoff, as you can see here. So you're just going to have to make do with other stuff. Honestly, don't know what this thing does, frankly. It does get Defog, and it is a Poison Dark type, which is a nice typing because it allows you to check fairies a little bit. But yeah, it's not super great. Just because it doesn't have reliable recovery, frankly. If it did have like... Well, I mean, it wouldn't make sense for it to get recovered, but if it got that, you know, that'd be pretty cool. I didn't even realize it got Tail Slap. I didn't realize Tail Slap was 85% either. What the heck? Yeah, I don't know. Run something like this. You have Flamethrower for coverage against steals if you want it. And just make it defensive. So, like, run Black Sludge on it and whatever. Yeah. Unfortunately, out of the Poison Dark types, this one is the worst. But, you know, being the worst Poison Dark type is not super bad. Although, I think this thing is untiered, so... Yeah. Other movesets, I don't know. I saw Nasty Plot in there, but, you know, it's too slow, frankly, to kind of abuse that. Yeah, I think if you want to run offensive, you try to just run them, maybe mixed even, because, you know, if you stick on one side only, you don't get a lot of coverage. Yeah. Actually, Skunk Tank isn't very good. Anyways, before I get roasted. Is that a Lily? Okay. Glastrier, which I just found out is PU. I don't know why. It's very odd to me. Because I mean, look at these stats. I mean, yes, it's a slow ice type. I mean, that really just hurt it a lot. But like PU still with this. And with Swords Dance, like, and with pretty decent coverage, because like you get Icicle Crash or Icicle Spear, you can run in close combat, and you have high horsepower and stuff like that. Like, how are you telling me this thing is in PU? God damn, power creep really is just really do be like that, I guess. Yeah, so this set, pretty much it. If you want to run Choice Band and replace Swords Dance with another coverage move like Mega Horn or Heavy Slam or whatever. And that's really the only set I get. So really the only two sets Glacier can run. Maybe that's why it's in PU. I don't know. Yeah, it's too slow to use Taunt. It's... Maybe you can try Rest Talk. I don't know, that could be interesting. But like Pure Ice is obviously not a good defensive typing at all. So, you know, that's... Yeah, it's not that great. Eradicate... We're getting into some weird shit. Alright. I respect it. Dark Normal is not Dark Normal Ghost, which is way better. But, you know, gotta make do with what you have. So, I thought this thing would get Guts, but it doesn't. So, because Eradicate regular gets Guts. So, whatever. But I guess Hustle is pretty good too. You know, just kind of run like Double Edge. It does get knocked off. Okay, and then like Sucker Punch. Then maybe a coverage move. So like this thing doesn't get any coverage moves, does it? It gets U-turn. I saw that, but let me look a little bit more closely before I conclude that that's the only thing you should run. Quick Attack would be nice, but yeah, Quick Attack or U-turn basically. Oh wait, Stomping Tantrum can work for Steel types, which it doesn't really need for Steel type, but you know, whatever. Or maybe a backup Dark move for Stab, and then run your Choice Band, slap a Choice Band or a Choice Scarf on it, I guess, and then go to town. Something like that could be interesting. I don't know if Gluttony or Thick Fat could be useful on a Mon that doesn't really have the greatest defenses, but maybe. Does it get recycle? No. Thick Fat. I don't know. You could maybe slap an AV on it and try to check something, but I can't imagine it'd be very good, unfortunately, for it. So yeah. And the last thing is Lileep. You know, its defenses actually aren't bad, and it can make use of EV Light, so that is good for it. But and Sword Drain's always nice. I guess it could be okay. You still get Stealth Rock. I mean, you just treat it like a worse Cradle, you know. Although, yeah, no, worse Cradling. I stand by that. Yeah, no, I don't know. Toxic Recover, Giga Drain, something like that. Maybe Leech Seed. Does it get Leech Seed? It does not get Leech Seed. Never mind. The regular Cradle get Leech Seed. I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, there's really not much to talk about here, unfortunately. Yeah. Use Synthesis over Recover for no reason. Yeah. Okay. All right. Got that over with. Let's look at the this thing. Yeah, so Winnipeg Mud Bombers. So let's look at type variants first. So in that regard, oh hey, what's this? What a hottie. Okay, anyways. Looking at type variants, let's see. Upon cursory glance, it looks fine. And Steel types really just make this hard for me, don't they? Oh wait, I got it. Freeze Dry. Oh well, there's Glastrier. Yeah, damn it. Ghosts are covered by darks. You got ground type for electric immunity. You got a flying type for, and a levitating mod for ground immunity as well. Normal immunity, I guess, but that doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything. So yeah, if I can't think of anything, that means it's a very, very good 10 out of 10, and we'll move on. This is really just how easy type variance is for me at this point. I should never mind. Next up, speed tiers, right? Oh no, hazard removal. Okay. You can tell it's been a while since I've done this. So Zapdos is a very well. Let's start with regular hazards first. So I don't know if you guys can hear what's going on in my background, but if you can, I apologize for that. But yeah, so Mega Heracross, as I mentioned, does get spikes. Will it ever run spikes? Who knows? Probably not the best though, unfortunately for it. Corsola, Galar has rocks, Steelix has rocks. Those are both very decent rockers as well. I guess Lily as well. So you do have multiple rockers, which is basically a good thing. I don't think Skunk Tank gets T-Spikes, right? Let me make sure before I... It does not. Okay, so yeah, that's that and one Spiker who probably doesn't run spikes. So overall, you have multiple rockers, which is a good thing, but besides that, looking kind of lacking there, so it's probably like a 1.5. But sorry, 3 out of 5. Yeah, and then the other part is defogging. Hazard removal. No spinner, but you have a very solid defogger in Zapdos and Latios too, I guess. Feeney's, I'm not a fan of Feeney as a defogger, frankly, but I'm not the foremost expert on that type of stuff. Yeah, especially since it gets poisoned by T-Spikes because if it turns that up, it gets poisoned by T-Spikes on switching because it steps on it first and then it sets a Misty Terrain, which really sucks. But you do have grounded poison types and Skunk. I forgot to talk about that again for like the last 5 people. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, anyway, you do have grounded poison type. And defog on Skunk Tank as well, so I guess that's fine. So, I guess I will give you 6 or a 7. You have good defoggers is the thing, so like I'm okay with the 7, yeah. Pivoting. Zapdos and Arcanine are the... Zapdos, Arcanine, and Raticate. How often you're going to bring Raticate? I don't know. Do you like Hustle? Because I don't personally. But yeah, so Zapdos is a very solid pivot mon, to be fair, because as it's threatening enough towards ground types where they don't want to switch in initially at the very least, so Zapdos can get away with running Volt Switch quite often. It's not like Coco, because Coco, like for example, Coco against Land OT, right? Dazzling Gleam's doing like, whatever, like 25. And then, but Zapdos Hurricane is doing like 30 to 40, which is a lot more threatening in the long run. So yeah, you know, Zapdos gets away with running Volt Switch more often, and even if it doesn't want to play that game, it can run U-turn. So, and then as for Arcanine, Teleport, and yeah, it's a pretty solid pivot. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's only 2 of them, and then the third one is like, I question you were gonna bring it, but okay, I'm being very unfair. To be fair, it is pretty decent. It's decently strong, I guess. So yeah, but I still can't give you a lot. 5 or 6 is probably the max I want to go with that. I'll go with 6. I'll be nice. Okay, speed tiers. Okay, now I get to talk about it. So, it's fine in the bottom. Where it struggles with is the top. So, 110 is your fastest mon here, which is Latios. And, yeah, so that's not very good, right? So, you obviously are missing 110 plus range. Yeah. So, like, for example, this team probably struggles very much so against stuff like Dragapult and Zeraora. Yes, I know you have Steelix and Skunk Tank and Steelix respectively, but you know, Skunk Tank definitely doesn't last against Dragapult. Let's get that straight. And Steelix, well, yes, you're immune to Toxic and you don't take much from close combat. You still will get worn down over the course of a game. And Steelix is not reliable recovery. But these are specific matchups. The point is I'm trying to make it's just like, you know, you have to run Scarf to deal with these fast mons. And while you do have Feeny, which is a good Scarfer, Latios is decent too. But you know, the problem is Latios is your fastest mon. You don't want to be running Scarf on that all the time, right? And then the Feeny has a lot of other sets that it wants to run, so it's not going to be running Scarf all the time either. Point is, speed control bad. Okay, moving on. Yeah. So I'm going to compare it to Abbekerk to see what's going on there. Yeah, it's pretty similar to Abbekerk. I give it the same score. Actually, Abbekerk is Abbekerk might be actually worse. Maybe I should give Abbekerk less. I might actually give him less now I'm thinking about it. Because he got nothing at the bottom, and also nothing at the top, really. Yeah, I'm gonna give Abbekerk the original score. Yeah, this makes sense to me. Okay. Wow. I really hate Abbekerk's team, huh? I didn't realize I gave him a freaking 7 out of 10. Wow. This team is not that bad, is it? I'm so confused. Why am I... You know what? Again, I have this same conversation with myself every single time I do these rankings, and I just, at the end of the day, I just don't argue with the rankings. Okay, moving on. Bulk. It's mid. It's pretty mid. Yeah, I mean, you got Zapdos. Feeny can prevent... Feeny is also decently bulky, as well as being able to prevent status conditions, which is also nice. The rest of it... Corsola, I find, is very abusable. I mean, once you lose the EV Light, that's a big death sentence as well. But I mean, even aside from that, like... It relies on Train Sap, which I did say was better than Plane Split, but it's not better than something like Recover, you know? Because you can, as your opponent, you can abuse that. Because, you know, there are Pokemon with very low attack stats. So, yeah, Corsola is abusable. Arcanine's alright. I mean, it's not that bad, but like, I don't know. You got Steelix, you got, there's no like dedicated Spadef wall, I guess. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's not the greatest, but it's like, it's alright. I'm just gonna give it 7. That's good. Wait, let me look at what I got. Is that comparable to this? Wait. I was about to say if I had rename privileges on it. Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna move on. I think it's 7. 7, maybe a 6, but I'll give you a 7 because I'm nice. Next up we got Setup. Calmine Viennese, obviously great. Calmine Latios, harder to use, but it definitely is worth. I mean, compared to Latios, harder to use, but even, still, it's still a good Calm Minder, don't get me wrong. Sword Dance Hera, that is one nasty wall breaker, so, I agree with that. Don't use Dragon Dance Steelix. Sword Dance Glastrier, yeah. So the problem with your setup, there's no, like, speed boosting setup. Well, I guess you can run Agility Latios and the Calm My Weakness policy set, but that set only kind of works on, like, screen offense, which your team doesn't have really have a good screen setter. In fact, the best screen setter here probably is Latios. So, yeah. Yeah, so that agility set is a lot harder to use, and yeah, it's not very good outside of HO. Screens HO to be specific. So yeah, so there's no, like, the problem is this team's just slow. Like, at least with Abbekerk, he has, like, speed boosting options. Like Mega Blaziken is, like, obviously, like, gonna help him a lot in the speed department. It's just that I couldn't give him a high score in speed tiers because, I judge it based on initial speed. So usually without Scarf and any other factors like abilities into it. But with this team, like, this team is slow and it's gonna stay slow, frankly. Like, outside of Scarfs, like, yeah, it's gonna be pretty slow. So, I mean, I say it's, like, slow. It's not, like, amazing. It's not, like, really slow. Because, you do have that 110. But, like, it's just not very fast. I guess that's the better way of putting it. So, yeah, setup. Yeah, I really don't. I mean, okay, yes, there are setup mons. And some of them are really good. Don't get me wrong. But, like, it's not like a high quality setup mon, like it's no speed boost Blaziken. This team doesn't really have good setup either, though, frankly. What did I give it? 8? Hey, hell, well, hey. I think I was being a little bit nice. No, actually, it has Celesteela, but, like, that's not good enough. I might downgrade this to 7, and then I might make this thing join it at 7. Actually, I might make this go to 6. Let me look on your Piplups. This one has Dragon. Am I out of my mind? Why did I give this thing a 7? Yeah, it's freaking Spectrier and shit. What? Okay, let's do that. I don't know what I was on. I don't know what I was smoking. Whatever happened in the last recording session stays in the last recording session, I guess. Okay, wall breakers. Yeah. Mega Heracross Latios, Specs Latios specifically, both are very solid. Outside of that, though, not much going. I guess last year, yeah, I did mention Choice Band, so that is a thing, and then Eradicate a little bit as well, so okay. I think that's like a 7. Actually, maybe a 6. Nah, 7. Yeah, I'll give it a 7. Cleaners! You don't have any. Like, this is the problem, The speed is the main issue with this team. Scarfini, Scarf Latios, those are the only two I can think of, but they're not amazing at cleaning. Like, with both of these, actually, you just want to trigger away the Scarf, frankly. Maybe not so much as Latios. Definitely Fini. Less so Latios. Like, even with Latios, you want to trigger it away. So, yeah. Cleaning, there is not. There is none. Actually, I'm gonna give a very low score to this. Yeah, I'm like a 3 right now, which in my previous PRs, which I used to be a 1.5, which you're very close to them. You're very close to the minimum, is what I'm saying. Although, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's pretty low. Sorry, man. Next up, we got. That took me 30. Why does this always take me forever? It's because I do this. It's because I talk about each team. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. Enjoy the ASMR. Okay. Okay, next up, we got Cloud MV. The MV of the clouds, as some might say. AKA the Jersey Dwebbles. AKA the man with a plan and a wife. I don't know why I mentioned that. Anyways, so first up we got Lando. You know what? Actually, I know why I mentioned that, but you know what? Let's look. Okay. First off is Lando T. All right. Man, I'm so incoherent. I'm so incoherent. Okay. Lando T, very, very solid Pokemon. I don't think anyone's gonna argue why that is. If you want a lesson on why it's good, roll compression. Well, not roll compression. Well, kind of roll compression, but also just it can do so much for your team. I want to say it's versatile, and also the music's not. Okay, cool. Anyway, so yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessarily. Where was I? It doesn't have that much versatility per se, but it kind of does at the same time. It's not Clefable or Mew, but it's close to that because it can do defensive, it can do Scarf, it can do Choice Band, it can do Source Dance, it can do Lead Self Rocker, all that type of stuff. You got in one slot, and they are all very good. So yeah, most standard set right now is defensive. So basically this set is the standard set. Also run Knockoff, also run Defog. Probably don't want to run Soft Rock and Defog on the same set. There's all of that, and then you can stick a Scarf on. Honestly, on this set, you could just run the exact same moves and put a Scarf on it. But you probably want Stone Edge to hit flying types. And then you still want Knockoff. Or maybe you want Explosion. Excuse me. Yeah, so then you can want Explosion. And then maybe you're like, I need a Elite Soft Rocker. Let me just do, this. And then get rid of that, put on a Sash, maybe a normal gem, you're feeling kind of spicy. Stuff like this is always nice. And then you can always run Swords Dance regular. So, Swords Dance, Earthquake, Stone Edge, and yeah, Substitute could work too, and then put a Leftovers on it. That could work. You can run Fly if you want to be that guy. Fortunately, no Z moves for it, so I can't run Fly DMZ, which it desperately likes. Not desperately. Well, it does desperately like it. And then maybe you want to run Rock Polish, and then just run Double Dance. Here. Yeah, so those are basically all the main sets. Yeah. But it's got a lot of other moves you can experiment. I've seen Weather Ball before. I've seen Imprison, which more so to deal with other Land OTs, so you probably want to run it in a draft league because there's no other Land OTs. Actually, you could, if you find a Gliscor 1 week, you can actually definitely use Imprison on that thing for sure. That would actually be really funny because you can block it from potentially setting up hazards or potentially trying to go for Earthquake doesn't matter against you, but stuff like that, it can be really interesting. Prevent it from you turning out. So think about that. I said Weather Ball too, specifically Inhale though, because you want to hit other Land OTs or Garchomp or Gliscor. But I don't think this team has a Hail Setter, so, ignore that. Yeah, so moving on, we got Gengar. Unfortunately, did lose a Levitate in the Generational Shift. Sucks for it. It got Nasty Plot at the very least as consolation prize. Oh, wait, no, Gengar lost Levitate in Gen 7, too. Yeah. Not so good. Well, that's still technically a Generational Shift, but, that... People would be thinking I'm referencing the current one... Okay, whatever. So first set that I think of is Specs because my name is Specs, but it's probably not the most common set anymore. In fact, the more common set's probably Nasty Plot. So something like this is probably more standard, and it's a lot more terrifying, frankly. Ghost Poison has a lot of good resistances, so you can actually set up a substitute and keep it for more than you think. Because that bug resistance is really nice for U-turns. Yeah, and then you just set up an Axie Plot, Shadow Ball, Focus Blast. Yeah, Fighting Ghost has neutral coverage on everything at the very minimum, so yeah. And then I already showed specs. You can change out the Spectre Scarf for the same set. On the same spec set, yeah. And then I guess Annoying Defensive, which I don't know if this is frankly even good anymore. But you know, you can run like a kind of defense, like a not bulky Gengar, but you run like a fast annoying one with Taunt and Wisp and stuff like that, and that could definitely be very interesting. Maybe they'll run like Destiny Bond or 2 or something like that. I don't know. Who knows? Run something like this. Run a Shadow Ball probably over some Sludge Bomb though. But yeah. Next up we got the Gengar. I just said Gengar. I'm stupid. Weavile. A little bit better. It is a little better than Gengar. But that's not what I meant by better. I swear. I don't know how to speak sometimes. Yeah, so Swords Dance got Triple Axle, which is, while it misses quite a bit when you don't want it to, it is a very good move, so you probably should be running that over Icicle Crash, unless you can find a certain matchup where you don't need to land, where you don't need the power of Triple Axle, which, if you're kind of in a matchup like that, frankly, you're just going to win it. But yeah, knock off an Ice Shard or the S2. If you really don't need priority, you can sub that out for, well, I wouldn't sub Ice Shard out for almost anything, but if you really need like a different move, you can run Low Kick to hit steals. Slightly better, but +2 knockoff hits most of them pretty hard anyways. Yeah, and then you can run Choice Band. You can get rid of that for Low Kick, or Poison Jab if you want to hit fairy types. Stuff like that. That's about it, frankly, so yeah, we're moving on. You probably do want to run Pressure. So the thing is, both of these abilities are kind of bad on Weavile. I guess Pickpocket can be nice if you get it right, but you know, since Weavile does resist knockoff, so you know there is that. But you know, first off, it has to have no item. Actually, I don't know if you knock off a Weavile immediately, well, it wouldn't immediately steal the item. That no, right? Because you have to get hit again, I think, in order for Pickpocket to activate. Pretty sure that's good. You know, Weavile taking more than 2 hits is unheard of. And like this thing has no bulk, so like, you know, having that happen is kind of hard. It's very hard to make that happen. And with pressure, you're able to, like, for example, if you have a Land OT against Weavile lead, with pressure, since it activates and you can see it on the battle screen, you can tell if your Weavile's faster or not than the Land or Asterion. So, because if you're faster, your pressure will activate first. So that's always a nice trait to have. So you can determine speed ties just based off that. So like, if you're fighting Tapu Koko, you can also see if like, oh, this Koko is running Modest because my pressure came in before Electro Train. So I'm able to hit it with a Choice Band Poison Jab or something like that. So you know, stuff like that can be pretty nice to have in a draft league. Of course, this only applies on this only applies on Double Down, or like both people double a Pokemon in. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, Weavile is a very, very amazing Pokemon draft league. It's very fast, offensive. It's definitely what you want. Yeah, next up we got Slurpuff. Yeah, pretty much all these ones runs on Burden. But yeah, 2 main sets on this thing. So first off is the Sticky Web lead. Kind of just run Sticky Web. I don't really know what else, frankly. I don't know. You can run Magic Code to deflect hazards and taunts. You can run Yawn to force switches. You can run Endeavor. Yeah, this is probably pretty good. This is probably a pretty good Slurpuff set. But yeah, this thing is just get up webs and die. It's kind of the main thing. But the more interesting sets are Village Drum. The setup sets. Belly Drum is one of them. So, you know, you're running Belly Drum, Play Rough, and then like Facade and Drain Punch, kind of. That's kind of what you want to go with here. And then you run Citrus Berry. So yeah, this set works very well. Unfortunately, Slurpuff isn't the bulkiest thing in the world. But, you know, you can definitely have matchups where you can get a free switch, and then Slurpuff can go ahead and go with that belly drum and try to sweep through the opponent. Fighting fairy coverage is pretty hard to switch into. And yeah, I think the problem in Rambats, and still no different here, really. Okay, next up we got... Oh yeah, right. One more thing. You also have Calm Mind as well, which I wish more people used. It's kind of neat. It does have decent... It has decent coverage on the special side. Sorry, I showed Surf and Flamethrower, but you also get Thunderbolts and Psychic and Energy Ball. So like, it gets all the like the... I guess like the primary elemental types kind of thing. Because, you know, Fire, Ice, Electric is like... Well, okay, not Ice, but Fire, Electric, Water, Grass is all really nice coverage potentially. And then you can also have Psychic that you do with like Poison types. So yeah. Actually, the probably most optimal set here would probably be this. Yeah, and then you should still run Citrus Berry, just, you know, whenever they get you down there. And you can run Substitute to make it activate on your own terms. Yeah, so this set could also be pretty good. Bronze, well, Bronze is the next thing, but Volcanian's the first thing. Yeah, so this one, Specs, is kind of just a... You know, you just run Specs and you click buttons and you kill shit. That's kind of the thing. I don't know, Sludge Wave, or something like that. Stick a Specs on that, you're gonna do just fine. Stick a Boots on it and then run Substitute for one of these, then you will also do just fine. Yeah. The Volcanian's very not complicated at all. You can also run Defog as well. I had done this before. I have tried this before. I don't like it. Defog Volcanian is not very good. Yeah, that's about it. You can run Rock Slide, I guess, to deal with Volcarona easier. Speaking of which, this is a very solid Volcarona check. Yeah, moving on. I also can run Scarf. Although its speed tier is just a little bit slower than what I would like for a Scarfer, but it definitely works more so in draft leagues. Yeah. Bronzong is a cool mod. Yeah, so Heatproof versus Levitate is always going to be dictated by the matchup, really. If your opponent has both ground and fire types, you can try to, well, just bait them, you know, just make them think you have one and then you have the other, I guess. So yeah, this thing is a pretty decent rocker. I don't know. I used it before. It's alright. Kind of disappointed, frankly, just because. But, you know, it works. It works. That's definitely for sure. Yeah, something like this could be pretty decent. Maybe you can run Protect as well. You know, just rack up the toxic damage, get some more lefties back. Yeah. I have thought about certain sets before. I've thought about, because I'm crazy. Power her Meteor Beam with it doesn't get autonomous. It doesn't get autonomous. Okay, never mind. Yeah, but I had thought about like Meteor Beam sets, which, you know, are frankly kind of ridiculous. But I don't know. It works. It doesn't look too bad on paper. Okay, yeah. Looking at the moveset, it looks kind of crazy. One set that I actually do think is good is, so it can definitely do double dance with Iron Defense and Calm Mind. And then you're like rest and then or Chesto Berry and then just like whatever moves last. Psychic or Flash Cannon, I don't know. A Flash Cannon has no resist, but it has less things to hit super effectively, so you know, kind of give and take there. Or you can just run Body Press. And just ignore the fact that you're getting Calm Mind boost. But yeah, this set is kind of scary in the right hands, and yeah. And next up, we got Togedemaru, a fan favorite, or at least I like it. You probably would never use Lightning Rod, unfortunately, just because you don't want to be using this thing special attack that's base 40. But Iron Barbs and Sturdy both have uses. Probably more so Iron Barbs, because you do have that nice U-turn resist, which is really nice for abusing stuff like this. Like even Ferrothorn abuses that, and it's not even resisted by bug. It doesn't even resist bug. But anyways, I guess the most standard set probably just like Wish Protect with Nuzzle, like Iron Head, I guess. This because that could work pretty good. You paralyze things, you wish up and give HP to your teammates, and then you can Iron Head with Nuzzle active for a nice paraflinching. I've also seen Scarf on this as well. So we run like Zing Zap, Iron Head, Nuzzle, last move, kind of whatever. Oh yeah, you probably instead of Protect, you would use Spiky Shield probably. But yeah. Oh yeah, U-turn. Yeah, that'd definitely be a move you'd use on that. So yeah, Scarf this could also be pretty interesting. You can also do like Scarf Encores, which could be really nice. Yeah, that's about it. Moving on. Next up we got Chestnut. Overgrow could be nice. Bulletproof makes it even nicer. Frankly. Honestly, if you draft something like this, oh yeah, okay, whatever. So yeah, Bulletproof making you immune to Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb, Focus Blast, stuff like that is always really neat. Yeah, especially since some of the things I listed, Chestnut definitely doesn't want to take. Actually, basically all of it, frankly. So, yeah. This thing. Oh, excuse me. Those good spikes. So you want to use that spikes, Leech Seed. Maybe Spiky Shield, and then like Drain Punch. I don't know. Something like this could be pretty nice. Like a defensive Chestnut here. You can also try to run Bulk Up. I don't know, something like this. Maybe it could work. And then, the fun stuff, Belly Drum. So, Belly Drum. Probably want to stick with Seed Bomb. Probably want to stick with Drain Punch, and then maybe substitute to make the to make it go fast to go by better. Salic Berry. This set could be pretty interesting. Yeah. Moving on, we got Goodra. Don't think there's a rain setter on. Yeah, there's no rain setter on this team, so probably gonna stay away from hydration in most games. Gooey and Sap Sipper are both pretty interesting though, so having grass immunity is always nice, but you're not gonna be. I mean, Goodra can use his attack stab, but it doesn't use it too often. Like okay, first off, the main set for Goodra is AV Goodra, so you just make it absolutely unkillable on the special side because look at that base, but very, 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 very big. So yeah, you kind of run. You run Draco Meteor, and then you kind of run a lot of special moves, but you do have certain physical moves that you can run. So like Earthquake to hit Heatran, or other steals in general. Maybe Power Whip to hit water types. I don't know, stuff like that. So in that case, Sap Sipper might be useful if you're planning on getting hit by a grass move and you're running physical attacking moves. Other than that, frankly, you probably just want to stick with Gooey. Because making people slower when they hit you can actually help them can help you in that 1v1, because you might not have to take an extra hit. But yeah, in terms of coverage, it has too much for me to list, frankly, so just kind of look at it yourself. But like Ice Beam, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, it gets all the good shit. So look through it. Sludge Bomb, hit fairies. Yeah. Wigglytuff. I also used this. Frankly, it wasn't that good. It barely could track Dragapult, which is crazy to me. Yeah. So for Wigglytuff, it's got Fat Wishes. Want to abuse that. I also get Stealth Rock, which is always nice. And then kind of run basically kind of run something like this. Also gets access to Knockoff, which is always really nice too. And then you can always just run standard like Toxic or whatever, or Flamethrower if you want to hit seals, and stuff like that. Yeah, stuff like that. Really nice. Frisk is a really useful ability in Draft League specifically because you will get to scout out people's items, you get to see if people have any sort of resist berries, if they have any sort of. If you switch it on a Chestnut and you see a Slackberry, it's the Belly Drum set, for example. So stuff like that. If you want to use competitive, I would advise against it. But because that means if you're running competitive, you're probably going to be running like actual like offensive Wigglytuff, which at base 85 special attack and 45 base speed is not going to work out too well for you. But you know what? You do you. Don't let someone on the internet say something stupid. Or tell you to not do something because they think it's stupid. So, yeah. General life lesson. Yeah. Like, you can listen to this advice, but at the end of the day, first off, I hope most people are skipping through this, frankly, because at least in the woods, I'm pretty sure most of you guys already know what you're doing. So, like, you know, this is probably pretty pointless. But, you know, second off, what was the point I was trying to make? Oh my god, I'm so tired. Forget about it. Okay, next up. Last up, actually. We got Fearow. Okay, sorry. I thought I got booted out of my... Sorry, yeah, I thought I got booted out of my playlist. Yeah, so... Fearow. It's not good, unfortunately, for it. It doesn't even get Brave Bird. Holy crap. You know, Drill Pick, Drill Run, Double Edge, U-Turn at least. Yeah, okay. I guess this is probably the best you're going to get. If you find a Steel Flying type, cry, because you're not going to beat it. Yeah. You might want to try maybe like a... What's the move that boosts your critical hit chance? I forgot. Wait, I'll get it. A Focus Energy. Yeah, so maybe you want to do like Focus Energy, Scope Lens type stuff. I don't know. It's not going to be good, frankly. Yeah. Okay, let's get on with it. So... First things first is type variants. And when I'm looking at it here, it's not terrible. I was thinking water, but first off, dragon type, second off, chestnut, third off, water absorb Volcanion. So that got put down pretty quick. I guess something to know. No, because even I was about to say like ghost type maybe, but because you know Weavile's not they're not exactly a bulky Pokemon, but you know you have Wigglytuff, which deals with ghost types, not well, but well enough. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything, which is a good sign for you. Oh wait, nope. I was thinking rock, but no. You know, maybe rock would actually do well against this team. Nope, this is steel. This is a ground suit. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Woods is definitely at the point where I can't really give anything besides a 10 for these teams. Because, like, maybe I should start expanding the definition of type variants, frankly, because, like, I want to start docking points. I only dock points for one person so far. To be fair, I'm just past a third of the way done. So, I'm so slow. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, this is going to come out, like, a couple weeks after. As you can see, there already have been games done. So, like, I think we're already on week 2. So, I really want to get this done by the end of the weekend. Also, hot. I need to stop. Anyways, just hazards removed. Let's just get on with that. Rocks, webs, another rocker, which is nice. Spiker. Yeah, not bad. Pretty much only wasting T-spikes, which, you know, is never a necessary thing. Webs are also never necessary. I just kind of look for rocks and spikes. Even spikes aren't necessary. Frankly, you just need rocks. Like, at the end of the day, this like, no one's gonna ever get a... If you make a really good team, like, you're probably not gonna get a perfect score from me, because I would, like, knock you off points for you not having, like, Sticky Web or T-spikes. But that's just because, like, I can't give you full credit unless I see all of those. Like, you know, this is just like a checking off the box thing. Yeah, so, but you have double rockers. Yeah, so basically I'll give you like 4 points out of 5 for that. Maybe I can't give you 4.5, so because I'm not doing half intervals. And then for defogging, Lando T, pretty solid defogger. Ooh, actually, besides that, there really isn't much at all. Actually, ooh. I said Volcanion was a bad defogger, and I'll stand by that. None of these things get spin, to my knowledge. Oh, he traded out. He traded out stuff. He no longer has a Mega. Very interesting. And no Duraludon either. Oh, okay. Interesting. Also, when did I update this? Because I must have... yeah, because I have the new list. Whatever. Anyway. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, defog. Yeah, so your removal is not very great. I mean, like, you basically have one defogger in my eyes. Because, if you bring Fearow, I swear to God. I mean, yeah, you should definitely bring Fearow. It's a good Pokemon. Man, I sound just like Smogon. I sound just like those assholes on Smogon. Anyways, which, honestly, frankly, I think I am just one of them. Even though I'm nowhere near their skill level even. But yeah, I mean seriously though, one actually good defogger does not a team make. So I would give you. I'll just give you a 7. Carried by the hazard side. So next up we have pivoting. Which your team also does not have a lot of. Wigglytuff goes to teleport. Does it get Wish plus teleport? I forgot. Okay. Give me a sec. I need to check this. So it does get the combination of Wish and Teleport, which is nice. I don't know if it is in conjunction with Frisk with whatever ability I had on it, but you know. Excuse me. But yeah, Teleport is actually pretty nice for your team. So you have, but the main thing is now you only have, you have 3 decent pivots. Yeah, that's a 6. Unfortunately, because you don't have more. Yeah. Oh wait, Fearow. Okay, fine. I'll give you 7 points. Speed tiers. Oh, they're not. Actually, they're pretty solid. I would say Weavile is definitely like the benchmark for like that's the 125 is definitely where I would consider like that's a near top speed. I think 130 is probably my top speed. Like that's the you have to have 130 or something if you want to get perfect score on this. But you know, this is some dude's internet ranking. Like you don't want to get perfect score on this. I mean, hell, I don't get perfect rankings on my own teams. Actually, yeah, no, I never do. Even if I really tried, I don't think I would. Actually, if I could just, now I'm thinking about it, if I could just take a whole doc to myself and then make the perfect team, would I be able to make a team that passes every single one of these categories with flying colors? I don't think I would be able to. I definitely lose some. Yeah, so I don't think there's any possible way anyone can get a perfect score anywhere, anytime on this type of tier list, not tier list, this ranking. I keep getting distracted though. Back to the matter at hand. Speed tiers are really, really solid. I think. I mean, like the nitpick thing is you don't have anything above weight base 125. But yeah, that's yeah. I might actually give you a 10 too, frankly, because you even have good Scarfers. Is a thing too. Yeah. Maybe better luck next time. I don't know. This is like, again, this is the nitpick. Like, yeah, if you're having 9, you basically have it's like, it's fine. You don't really have to worry about it all. Yeah, 10 is like you just went above and beyond in that category. Except for this category, this one is just like if you got a 9 or 10, you're fine. There's just can't go above and beyond in that one. Type variance is just more about you have to have it, I guess. I keep getting trying. Bulk. There is not a lot on this team, frankly. I mean, well, yeah. Well, it's fine. It's not blowing me away, but it's okay. Actually, no, it's on the lower end. Kind of want to give you a 6, actually. Let me look at. I gave a guy with the Mega Aggron a 6. That's insane to me. Also, I should probably change this to. I should probably change this category. It's not bulk. Well, no, it is bulk, but I meant more so like wall. Like this is like more so like the walling. Oh, I get to judge Reunited Kingdom after this. That's nice. Okay. I'm flip-flopping between 6 and 7, so I'm gonna give you a 6. Cause like, no, I'm gonna give you a 7. No, I don't know. I'm not in the right headspace to judge this really. I don't think I ever will be, but like, okay. Let me look at this more in depth. So Lando T is pretty decent. I wouldn't call it a wall, but like a tank. And then Bronzong, more so a wall, but no reliable recovery. Gudra is a tank. Kogamaru, no, it's okay. Wigglytuff is a little bit better. You have Wishing, you have Heal Bell. Okay, fine. Speaking of Heal Bell, fun fact. Yep, this thing does not get Heal Bell. It is a literal bell, but it does not get Heal Bell. Yeah, that ruffled my jimmies a little bit when I was using Bronzong. Because I really did want to use Heal Bell on it. Yeah, setup. SD Lando, Nasty Bug Gengar, Swords Dance Weavile, Belly Drum Slurpuff. Oh my god. Actually, it kind of stopped there. No. We got Belly Drums Chestnut. You got no. Okay, then it actually stops there. or bulk up Chestnut as well. I guess that Bronzong set that I was talking about that was weird as heck. Yeah, that works. Okay, then it actually stops there. I guess cursed. Okay, let's not get into the semantics. Basically, 4 really solid setup mons, 1 decent setup mon, and 1. This is kind of weird, but it has its niche scenarios setup mon, which that's definitely a 9. I might give you a 10 if I'm feeling generous later, but you know. Okay, in terms of wall breakers, oof, right there. That is a duo that is hard to beat. Yeah, they can break each other's checks too, which is kind of nasty. Yeah. I guess Banderus also a thing. Spexwell can't. Yeah. Why didn't I ignore this guy? This guy also amazing at wall breaking. So yeah, I kind of want to give this one an 8. It's like, it's good. It's like really good. But, you know, like it's really good. You know what? I'll give it an 8. I'm a nice guy. You know, I'll give credit where credit's due. Cleaners. You got pretty good ones. Scarfland OT, Scarf Gengar, just Weavile. Swords Dance Weavile is a pretty decent cleaner. Or just even Banded if you have the right scenario. Scarfle Canyon a little bit. Even Scarf Token Mark. Yeah, that's kind of not reliable, but like if you want to flinch through everything, you could. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't include Slurpuff because it needs to. That's a setup on. Like I say, Weavile. Like I say that like Weavile isn't. Like you know, you know. 7. I want to give this a 7. I think. Yeah, 7. Actually, wait. Let me look at the other Wallbreaker tiers. Well, this guy has Mega Ball, Spectre, Obstagoon, Condiments. I gave this guy, what, an 8? I did give him an 8. Then he definitely deserves an 8. Yeah, for sure. And then Cleaners, Yeah, I think it's fine where it's at. I think it's fine at 7. Am I give it an 8? I don't know. Nah. I'll come back to it. I don't know. I have to think about it. Okay, next up, we got the Dutch Zipmontops. What the heck is this team? There must be some sort of team. There must be sort of theme here that I'm missing. Let me look at this. Is this just like Pokemon that live in the water? But then there's a Bronzor. Or like live in the water. Wait, do these all have like water absorb? Is that it? No, they don't. What is it? What is this? I'm so confused. Maybe they're all in the same egg group. You know what? This is I need answers. Egg group, where is it? Bug and grass. Nah, they're not in the same egg group, no. Because there's no way Poliwraths and water and bug and grass. You know what? Screw it. Let's move on. All these mons like rain is what I'm looking at here too. Probably. Yeah, all these mons like rain, basically. Is that the thing? I don't think that counts as a theme though. Whatever. Anyways. I think without looking at their other teams, this might be the worst team that I've seen. No offense. I mean, TRK is a pretty good player, so he might be able to make this work out, but like... I don't want to insult anyone, but this is definitely not a very good team. I'm sorry. This team probably just loses to Freeze Dry. And I am correct on that assumption, actually. Sure, there's a Bronzor, though. But it's a Bronzor. So, you know. I mean, I have seen Bronzors beat Kyurem, but that's because they weren't well-played Kyurems. You just gotta respect them more. Anyway, Parasect. So, the first Pokemon to ever receive Spore. Unfortunately, it's probably the worst user of it because it is too slow. Or it's not bulky enough. And its typing lets it down. So, yeah. I guess this must be some sort of like rain team without the rain setter. So I'm just gonna assume that. So yeah, Dry Skin. Use Dry Skin. And then FX Spore if you wanna. Both are fine. Dude, I literally don't know what to say about this Pokemon. I've never seen this thing being used in any sort of serious capacity. It does get Swords Dance, I guess. And Leech Life is 80 base power, and then you can run like Leaf Blade. It doesn't get Leaf Blade. Z-Bomb? Z-Bomb. Sure. I don't know. Something like this could be pretty interesting. It gets access to knockoff as well. But yeah, this is... yeah, okay, move on. Poliwrath I can speak about. Yeah, so in raid, Swiss Swim is pretty nice. And you can run sick belly drum shenaniganry. Yeah, so belly drum, liquidation, drain punch, and then ice punch. Yeah, so something like this can work really well. Yeah, that's pretty much all to say about it. Once the Swift Swim runs out, once the rain runs out, though, you know you're going to be a sitting duck, so you will die. But, you know, this is fun. I guess you can run Salix, so you can be fast even outside of rain. So that could be interesting. Even outside of this Belly Drum set, though, first off, you don't need to run Belly Drum to run this in Swift Swim. You can run just like Life Orb, regular, and then just like, you know, spam water moves. It's always going to be an option. But even outside of that, it has a decent, like, defensive set, which is pretty cool. So, you know, you can run Circle Throw. The main thing here is Circle Throw, so you can force people out, which is always really nice. Bulk Up Circle Throw could actually be pretty interesting now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, this could be pretty interesting. But if you don't want to run Bulk Up, you can run, like, you know, it's like a defensive set, regular. It's like Toxic and whatnot. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Next up, we got Volt Absorb. I just called this thing Volt Absorb. Well, yeah, it would use Volt Absorb because it doesn't really need the water immunity more so than it needs the electric immunity. Yeah, this thing is just kind of meant to be a slow pivot. as an electric type with water moves, it scares out ground types, so it does give pretty free volt switches. Unfortunately, this thing doesn't get any sort of recovery move. I don't even think it gets pain. No, it does not get pain split. So you're just gonna have to be relying on not taking too much chip in order to live. Maybe you can run protecting and run lefties recovery. That's about it. We're gonna run in the rain, or just run it in offensive in general. You can run specs, I suppose. I don't know, something like this. Yeah, we're going. Gastrodon is pretty cool. Excuse me. Sticky Hold and Storm Drain both work very well. Since you have multiple Water Absorb mons, or at least I think you do. You have at least one, from what I can see so far. Yeah, probably only that one actually. But you know, you can run Sticky Hold if you wanna. If you think you don't need Storm Drain on this thing. But the basic set always almost the same. Toxic, EQ / Earth Power, Scald, Recover. Something like this always works. You can run different moves instead of Earth Power and Scald. You can run like Ice Beam to hit grasses. You can run Clear Smog as a pseudo hazer, which is always really nice. Yeah, and then you probably want leftovers. With Sticky Hold, you can actually run Boots as well, and that's probably the more preferred item. Although Sticky Hold leftovers is always going to be nice, but like this makes it pretty resilient. It's basically, this is literally just basically Magic Gargle Fable. Like it does. It's okay. It's not the same as Magic Guard, but it gives you the same hazard immunity as Magic Guard. Because you can't lose the boots, unless you like get fucking, unless you lose your ability. But you know, Magic Gargle Fable will lose his ability. That means it also has to take hazard chip. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, next up we got Sliggoo. I just talked about Goodra, so just think of it as worse Goodra. It does not get any of the same moves, unfortunately, as Goodra. For example, no Flamethrower. Also, no Power Whip. Yeah, no Power Whip, no Earthquake. Yeah, so it definitely loses out on a lot of the good moves that Goodra has. I actually don't know what kind of set you would run on this. If you're running Rain, I guess Hydration can be nice. So. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. This thing doesn't even learn Draco. Oh, it does learn Draco Meteor. No. I thought only fully evolved Dragon types can learn that. Okay, maybe I was wrong. I guess Draco is a pretty strong hit, even off base 8 or 3 special. Thunderbolt. That was not Thunderbolt. Whatever. You get my point. Sludge Bomb can hit Fairy types. Moving on. Goldfish. Another Swift Swim on. Also gets Intimidate, which can be nice. Yeah, so I guess in Rain, Swords Dance, Liquidation, Poison Jab, and then some coverage move in the last slot. I don't know, maybe Throat Chop, hit Ghost types, who knows, or Psychic type. What's okay. Yeah, even Explosion can work. Aside from that, Poison Point is also a good ability. Yeah, all 3 of these abilities are nice. But yeah, it does get Spikes and T-Spikes, so that's not Toxic Spikes. So you can definitely make use out of that. It also has a pretty good utility move pool, Thunder Wave, Destiny Bond, all that stuff. It can be really annoying to deal with. Also Taunt, forgot about that. And yeah, that is about it. Yeah, moving on. Armaldo, also gets Swift Swim. This thing gets rocks, and it gets spin, not spikes, right? Knockoff as well is really good. This thing could have been good in Gen 3 if they had a Rapid Spin and Knockoff, but it unfortunately was not able to do that because one of those 2 moves was only available on Gen 2, and you can't move Pokemon from Gen 2 to Gen 3. So yeah, get Swords Dance, so you can run Swords Dance like X-Scissor, kind of looking nice. I don't know, something like this could be nice. Maybe Aqua Jet. If you're running out of rain, especially, you get that nice boost with the rain. Yeah. This team is interesting. Arctivish. This thing doesn't even get anything from the rain. What is this team? I swear to God. There has to be a theme here, right? Like, I'm not crazy. Anyway, Vicious Wren. That's really all I have to say, really. It gets Icicle Crash too. It gets Freeze Dry, which helps against other waters. Run it on Hail, except this team doesn't seem to have a Hail setter, or at least a good one. There's really not much to talk about with this thing. Cramorant, Gulp Missile is a pretty cool ability. I do like it. Unfortunately, it's stuck on Cramorant. You're probably going to be always running Surf, because Dive is... Actually, has the same attack and special attack. But, you know, actually, no, I could see the uses of Dive, too. And, like, you can run, like, Dive, Toxic, like, Protect, something really annoying, you know? Like this. That could be pretty interesting. Yeah, but you can also just run Surf. So maybe like this set could be interesting. And then you're probably gonna be running Boots more often than not. Yeah, I don't know. Let's go work. Okay, moving on. Seek. Oh yeah, something to know about Gold Missile. So, Cramorant's ability will work on even non-contact moves, which I don't know why I hadn't mentioned that, actually. I don't know, people probably knew that. Moving on. Seeking. You're probably going to be running, well, if you have Rain up, Swift Swim, obviously. But Lightning Rod is really nice, giving your team, which has, well, it has a couple electric immunes already, so maybe you don't need to run Seeking, but, Lightning Rod on Seeking, specifically. But, yeah. This is another Swords Dance Swift Swimmer. If I can spell. It doesn't get Liquidation. It does get Waterfall. It's actually one of the few Pokemon that get Waterfall through level up. Fun fact. I only know that because I watched, like, weird Nuzlocke randomizers and stuff. But yeah, Swords Dance, Waterfall, Knockoff, and Drill Run, I guess. I don't know. Or Mega Horn is probably better coverage. It's a Hex Grass types. Yeah. There's a lot of Swift Summers, unfortunately, so this thing is kind of lost because of that. I guess you can run Mixed. Probably not the best idea, though. Yeah, moving on. Okay. Bronzor. Gonna stick an EV line on this thing, I guess, and then... Oh, yeah. Sliggoo, Eviolite, for sure. Anyways. The Purple Rock strikes again. This thing gets Stealth Rock. Unfortunately, it has very little offenses. So you're probably not going to be using any of those. You know, I don't know. Run some weird set here. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. This is so weird. Trick Room. Why not? I don't know. Yeah, I'm moving on. Okay, let's... I really wanted to finish the first... I wanted to get to half before I finished. I'm close to it. I only have the greatest man of all time after this. So, you know. Anyway. So... Regrettably to inform you, with a type chart that looks like that, you're sharing a lot of weaknesses because, you know, like more than half your bonds are water type. So yeah, Ice Freeze Dry just demolishes you. Of course, there is a goddamn Bronzor, so I can't say it completely demolishes you, but it demolishes you. Frankly, Bronzor, yeah, I mentioned it before. I've seen Bronzor beat Kyurem, but I've seen the Kyurem not be played well. So, you know, they let themselves get toxic. They kept hitting the wall against Bronzor and not trying to switch out and stuff like that. Yeah. So, you know, I don't think Bronzor is a very consistent switching. And then, like, even if we don't talk about Kyurem, like, let's say you fight against, was a good example. Fuck it, Auroras. Actually, not Aurora. Auroras is also a bad example. I was gonna say Arctovish, but you took it. Damn. You know what? You know what? It's fine. You'll beat all the ice types, no problem. Yeah, I'm just kidding. That's not happening. Even if I ignore that, you have no ghost resist. You have no dark. Okay, you don't have a dark resist. My bad. But you have no ghost resist for sure, which is definitely not fun. You have. Yeah. Like, Bronzor is, like, holding your team together by the tiniest thread, basically, in terms of type variants, which I don't appreciate, and I can see that very easily. What if you don't run Levitate on Bronzor? What happens then? Well, I guess it's fine. You have a flying type, after all. Yeah, I'm gonna give it an 8. You got lucky because you dropped your Bronzor, but like, yeah, I'm not really supposed to be looking at the Mon itself, it's just the typing. Maybe I should change that. Maybe I should change the category to do that. Look more towards the. Well, I mean, I do look at the Pokemon more often than not, actually. So I'm just gonna be nice and not give you take away more points. Hazards and removal. You did have a couple rockers. I saw some spikes. I saw T-spikes. So yeah, that's actually pretty good on your front. In terms of removal, 1 spinner, 1 defogger, I think. Let me see. Yeah, 1 spinner, 1 defogger. Yeah, I guess that's fine. I'll give you an 8, actually. You know what? Good enough. Pivoting. Volt switch. Oh shit, a lot of these mons get flipped, don't they? And I completely forgot about that, didn't I? Nope, okay, this one doesn't at least. This one also doesn't. I know Arctovish doesn't. But I think this thing does get U-turn, right? Doesn't. Oh, Seeking is what. Yeah, there we go. Got one. Okay, but you only have 2. You have 2 Pivot Mons, so I can't. That's a pretty low score. Actually, I might give you a 3 too. Nah, forget about it. Speed tiers. Yeah, goes without saying that this is the worst speed tiers I've seen so far. Yeah, I just won't beat a dead horse and keep move on. I mean, I guess he's running Trick Room, right? Except he only has 1 Trick Roomer. Bulk. There's like 2 mons on here with reliable recovery, which not what you want to see. And yeah, there's not a lot of bulk here to begin with. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, it's just gonna how it be. Set up. I really am assuming there's a lot of rain involved with this thing. There better be, right? Because like, okay, let's just pretend there's rain, right? So if I pretend there's rain, this actually looks not bad. You have like 4 Swift Swimmers. And if I pretend there's also hail, there's also Arctovish. Which actually, well, Arctovish falls into cleaner if it's hail, but talk about that later. So I guess like SD, Parasect, Belly Drum, / Bulk Up, Poliwrath, SD Quillfish, SD Seeking, SD Armaldo, SD. Yeah, the problem is these Swords Dance Mons are like the least threatening thing I've ever seen. Like, if your team sucks against the Swords Dance Parasect, you need to reevaluate your team, frankly. So, I'm like, man, my man didn't even get Kabutops. That's a goated mon. Okay. Respect the Kabutops. Wall breakers. There are none. I think there's legitimately none. There's one Pokemon with a attack stat greater than 100 on both sides. Yeah, I guess you can choice band a lot of these things to improve their hitting abilities. I guess Arctivish is decently strong with Fish's Run too. But yeah, this definitely is not a lot. I'm gonna go with like a 4, probably. You know, I'll give it a 5. And then cleaners. Again, if rain is up, actually not bad. But again, when I talk about cleaners, I usually don't talk about that type of stuff. Actually, wait, do I talk? No, I do. I talk about Scarf all the time. Yeah, okay, we'll include rain. But, you know, even outside of rain, it's, like, not bad. It is bad outside of rain. If it's outside of rain, I'm going to give you a 0. But in rain, it's a lot better. You know, it's probably around, like, a 5 or 6. So we're going to give you 2/3 of that and give you a 4. Okay, moving on. Yeah. Okay, next up, we got the man himself, the one who actually drafted Kabutops, the respectable man, Spire fan. I don't know. I'm very bad at making people sound hype. Yeah, so let's get into that team. My man drafted Heatmore turnaround. Oh god, this is amazing. It's beautiful. Yeah, Flash Fire, I guess. I mean, I don't think really... Oh, it does give Recycle, actually. I could make for some interesting sets, actually, but, you know. Let's stick with the Flash Fire for now. I'll leave the Heat sets up to Spire. But... Yeah, so, you know, signature move is Fire Lash, which is actually a pretty solid move. And then you have... Heatmore has a decent amount of coverage. You know, it's like this. It doesn't get Gunshot. It gets a Poison move, though. What am I thinking of? Is it just Poison Jet? No. I swear it gets a Poison move. Okay, I thought wrong, I guess. It gets some decent, I guess, around it. Maybe, no? I thought I got a Poison. What am I thinking of? Anyway. I don't know, I guess you can run Mixed. Well, maybe not even you need to run Mixed. But Giga Dragon is nice for hitting, like, water grounds. Stuff like that. Actually, hey, it has better special attack. I'm thinking about it. I don't know. This guy's is. Yeah, I don't know. That could be interesting. Yeah, I'm thinking about. I know what I'm thinking about. Centiskorch, but I don't know if. The reason why I thought this thing had a poison move is because I think it's Centiskorch, and Centiskorch has Coil, which is poison type. I don't know how my brain decided to make that connection with Heatmore, but I mean, they actually are pretty. Because, you know, they both have Fire Lash. They're both like, yeah, I can see how I draw the connection there. But, you know, this thing does not get Coil, unfortunately. Its best setup option is Curse. Looks like. Oh no, it has Home Claws. I mean, Curses might be better. Since it's already so slow. That was just kind of incoherent, but I basically already finished talking about it, so we're gonna move on. Alright. You know what's next. Alright. You see this move? 150 base power? Yeah? With 155 base attack? Stab? Yeah, forget about it. You don't want to see that shit. No, fuck that. You know what you want, though? You want what you really want? Sheer Force Slide for Brock Slide. Now, this is the way. No. This is part 1. Part 2. Alright. You see you have Earthquake, you know. Pretty good. You know, we can take a look at the physical moves, right? You know, it's got Earthquake, which is good coverage with, you know, Edgequake coverage. Very common, very cool. Fire Punch, just to hit those Steel Flyings or hit Ferrothorn. You know. Thunder Punch also hits those Steel Flying types again, I guess. You know, Iron, maybe Avalanche to hit ground type. Let's say hit ground types, you know, right? Yeah, these are all cool. Fuck you. You're wrong. You're fucking wrong. You're absolutely fucking wrong. Ice beam. Flamethrower. Wait. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Flamethrower. Thunderbolt. No. Fuck that. Thunder. Now this is new rate. You know what? Max special attack. This is new age Rampardos. All right. You know, False Swipe Gaming came out with their idiotic whatever sort of bullshit Rampardos. No. They just aren't using it right. This is new age Rampardos, and you're gonna have to like it. All right. That being said, I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. This looks really stupid. Okay, no. In all seriousness, yes, you have a very solid attack. Very solid, extremely solid. Some might say the most solid. It's actually not the most solid. It's not. I just talked about Mega Heracross like an hour ago, but you know, yes, you have physical moves, and you have good physical coverage, and you have 165 base attack. So you can do that. But it also gets Sheer Force, Life Orb, and a bunch of good coverage moves. And, base 65 isn't a lot, but it can still surprise people. So, kind of mix and experiment. I actually don't remember the exact set that Spire does use, but he does. I know he talks about mixed Rampardos. Rock Polish is also a nice option just to boost your speed, before I forget about that. Yeah, well, it's good Surf. But Surf doesn't get the Sheer Force boost, so. But yeah, Sheer Force Life Orb actually still works on physical sets. So you run Rock Slide, you can run Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, stuff like that can all work pretty well. Yeah. Next up, we got Venusaur, the Venusaur. Just wanted to check something. Anyways, so I'm so tired. Leech Seed. I'm definitely gonna stop after this. Yeah, Leech Seed. I don't know why I'm talking about Leech Seed first. I guess like defensive Venusaur. Let's talk about that first. So yeah, so Sleep Powder, maybe Leech Seed, but you probably want Synthesis, and then like. I don't know. You kind of can run whatever on a defensive Venu, and then Black Slide, obviously. So all this can be pretty nice. Does get access to Swords Dance, so you can try to run like a Swords Dance attack set. Like Swords Dance, Power Whip, EQ, Knockoff, something like this can work pretty well. Yeah. However, there's another thing you can do here, which is Chlorophyll. So this is the more standard and more popular Venusaur set by about 5 billion. Nope. Okay, there we go. So yeah, that's standard Chloro Venusaur. You can run Sludge Bomb if you need it over one of these 3 moves, but you want to keep growth, and Weather Ball is also a necessity. Actually, the other 2 moves are the ones that aren't necessarily as needed. Surprising. Yeah, I mean, you would still run one I think I would still run like at least 1 stab move, if not 2. So yeah. Aside from this and the defensive sets I mentioned earlier, that's about it. So we're moving on. Machamp. Don't be a Machoke, be a Machamp, ladies and gentlemen. Flame Orb, Guts. First set. You can also run No Guard, which I think like Spiral likes running like AV No Guard or something like that. I think something like that. I don't know. I can't speak to the mind of a genius, But yeah, I'm just not evolved like he was. So yeah, Knockoff, Close Combat, Facade, and Bullet Punch kind of make a good core for the Flame Up set. You can mix and match. You can run Stone Edge. You can run other moves, but this set probably the most popular. And then, as I said before, No Guard is a thing. Don't want to run Flame Orb with that, unless you're crazy. Choice Band or AV, I guess, probably my choice here. So yeah, darn Dynamic Punch, and then Knockoff's still good. Probably don't want to run Facade though, so you can run like Stone Edge, and then Bullet Punch is still good for priority. Yeah, you also have different punch moves like Ice Punch and Thunder Punch. It gets Fire Punch too. So yeah, it gets all the elemental punches. You can use any of those for any sort of coverage you need. Heavy Slam is also good to hit fairy types for slightly more damage. Because I don't think Machamp's that heavy. I don't remember how heavy it is, actually. I don't know. Yeah. Those are the main two sets. Moving on, we got the GOAT Hypno. I think, yeah, Kuda covered... He has a series called Wood's Greatest Battles, right? And then in one of them, it was Hypno doing baton passing of a belly drum. It just did onto a Mandibuzz or something like that. It was something like that, right? I don't remember the exact details, but it was hype. Unfortunately, baton pass plus a boosting move is no longer allowed. So, in fact, yeah, baton pass only can be used as a dry pass. So yeah. As for what Hypno does, decent Spadef tank, I guess. It gets Wish, it gets Protect. Oh, obviously it gets Protect. Most things do. So yeah, Wish Protect is nice. I guess it gets access to Dead does not. It gets access to Thunder Wave, and then you can run like Psychic as just Stab. Something like this could be pretty interesting. I guess you can also run Calm Mind as well. Although it's harder to run Calm Mind on something that has to rely, that's only reliable recovery, it has to be combined with another move to make it reliable in the first place. So, you know, take that for what you will. Oh yeah, it gets Nasty Plot, I forgot about that. Yeah, so you can run like Nasty Plot, Psychic, Dazzling Gleam, Focus Blast, something like that. Oh, it gets Teleport too. Is this legal? Wait, I need to check something. Oh. Wish and Teleport are not compatible. Very sad. Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so yeah, I basically talked about all of the stuff I know about, for sure. You know, there's other things I'm not privy to. I guess Switcheroo and Trick Room, both of those are things to mention, but you know, I don't have the ability to talk about those things. Artillery, no Moody, so sad. But this thing has really good coverage. Starbreak can help make it do massive damage if you run like a Scope Lens and stuff like that. Yeah, so you know, you run like Hydro Pump, Energy Ball, Ice Beam, Fire Blast. Like, this thing really gets whatever coverage you want, seriously. And yeah, so running stuff like running this set's already pretty good. You can run, if you don't care about the critical hit stuff, you can just run Choice Specs, which probably is what you should be doing. It gets access to Water Spout. Holy crap! Yo, run Specs, Artillery, and Trick Room. That would actually be pretty hype with Water Spout. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I don't know. That's about it. Actually, I can't really comment on anything else. Maybe you can try to run Mixed, since it has the same special attack as its attack. So you can run like Mixed with, or just run fully physical if you want to try that. But I think its physical move is probably best at just supplementing the special one. Wait. Yeah, it doesn't really get a lot of stuff on the physical end. So yeah, probably want to run Mixed. Yeah, so like Life Orb for attack could be pretty interesting. Ah, yes. Now this is a mod I can get behind. My favorite Mega. I'm glad to see it's being used. Despite the fact that it is my favorite Mega, I can definitely acknowledge there's a lot of downsides. You know, being literally paper thin. But you know, it is pretty good. I will vouch for it. Because you get the nastiest U-turns in the game, basically. that's kind of the main draw for Beedrill. Yeah, so you kind of, at least what I did, you know, I just ran kind of this set. So U-turn, Point Jab, Knockoff, basically all guaranteed to see on my set. Last move, I kind of did whatever. You know, Drill Run's obviously nice for hitting stuff like Heat Ran, but you can also run Swords Dance, because frankly, U-turn, Point Jab, Knockoff is all it kind of needs. And then you can also run Substitute to help ease prediction, which you would think you wouldn't need for a base 145 speed Beedrill, but it comes in handy sometimes. Because it can make it it can look because like it can help Beedrill stay in. It's not for protection. It's to help Beedrill stay in. Like so, like if you get a free switch, you get a substitute out, right? And then they go into like their. What's a good example? Like their Moltres, right? That's not a good example because you wouldn't want to stand in it. They go into their. I don't know, defensive Charizard. Sure, let's do that. So you're able to stay in now because, like, if you didn't have the sub, you would have to switch out because Poison Jab is probably not going to kill, and then Fire Blast is going to kill you or something like that, right? So with the substitute, now you can go for Poison Jab, potentially twice to knock it out, or you can just go for Poison Jab and then go to U-turn as soon as you realize that you're not going to be able to kill with the second Poison Jab or whatever. So like that's the point of substitute on Beedrill. Yeah, and then against T-Spikes, I've never used it. Although I acknowledge that it's probably decent on Beedrill because it forces so many goddamn switches. But yeah, because like if you have a Steel Flying type, you're like 99% of the time going to be going to Beedrill. I mean, you're going to be going in on Beedrill, you know. Yeah, you can also have X-Scissor. It's a nice backup stab if you want to stay in with the Bug Stab. And then there's also Fell Stinger, which I'm pretty sure Spire is going to use at some point. Actually, no, I'm not pretty sure. I'm 100% sure he's going to use it. Yeah. I mean, I never used it personally because, frankly, I felt like people were just not going to let me take kill with Beedrill because of this move. But, yeah. It is a good move. It will work for you. Next up, we got Kabutops. Okay, nah, that's about it. Moving on. Okay, no, okay. But you know. As Swords Dance, you could probably just do an Excadrill X set, which is what I kind of did here. Swords Dance, Rapid Spin, and then your stabs, which is the exact same thing that Excadrill does, except Ground Steel might be a little bit better than Water Rock. Actually, it's kind of debatable, at least offensively. Well, yeah, it is kind of debatable, actually. Probably not, actually. Whatever. Yeah, this thing also gets access to Knockoff, which is always good. You know how I like my knockoffs. Knocked it off. I don't. No, also gets. Oh god. Also gets access to Stop Rock. And then in Swift Swim, you know you're gonna be running the Swords Dance set. Probably without Rapid Spin. You might want to run just like Aqua Jet to get priority. Yeah. Yeah. Mantine up next. We're gonna run it on the rain. Just kind of run, I don't know about specs per se, but you can just run like a bunch of Hurricane stuff. Kind of what you want to do. Hurricane, like Hydro Pump, like Ice Beam, stuff like that. If you want to run it like a regular Mantine, aka outside of rain, you know, just like Boots, Water Absorb, and then you kind of just run Toxic, Scald, Haze, and Roost. Actually, sorry, you don't run Toxic, or you want to run Defog. Something like this is probably the more standard Mantine set. You can mix and match depending on what you need. Yeah. Unfortunately, it has base 40 attack. I say unfortunately. Actually, yeah, it doesn't really have a good physical move. Well, never mind, forget about it. Yeah, but yeah, if you want to run on a rain, as I said before, like, I just want to show it. So like Hydro Pump's Hurricane is already ridiculously hard to switch in, and then you can throw on Ice Beam for that, you know, stuff like that. And then run like a backup water move. Who knows? Maybe run Substitute. Who knows? Run a Roost. Okay, we're back. We're down to the last two here. It's Masquerain. Sorry about that. Yeah, Masquerain. We have seen some. Okay, there we go. So yeah, so Masquerain, we have seen some pretty fun sets with it. Best way to describe. Oh yeah. Well, first off, sets of webs. You know, that's always great. Second off, Quiver Dance. So yeah. maybe not want to do both on the same set. But, you know, sticky web is always going to be nice. It doesn't really have too much to support the sticky webbing. I don't think it gets magic code or anything like that. It gets stun spore, which can be pretty nice. But yeah, nothing to help like stop other things from setting up hazards or to kill yourself immediately. Yeah, but for Quiver Dance, it actually got a pretty wide move pool, honestly speaking. Very, very scary. Oh, it doesn't get Hurricane. So yeah, obviously besides your stabs, you get Hydro Pump, you get Grass Stab. I think like Energy Ball. Yeah, it gets Energy Ball. Or you get Drain, whichever one. Yeah. Oh, Sticky Web, you were on U-turn. Yeah, there we go. Forgot about that. Maybe Tailwind. Yeah. Okay, moving on. That's about it. Okay. Last up is Dragapult. So, probably gonna be running a Lightning Rod. And well, standard set is probably Specs or Scarf. You know, Volt Switch, Thunderbolt, Overheat. And I would say Hidden Power Ice or Hidden Power Grass, but unfortunately lost that, so you're gonna be running Switcheroo. So yeah. Manectric, no way to hit ground types, unfortunately. At least super effectively, unless they're part steel. So, yeah. And really, that's all Manectric does, frankly. I guess you can run Boots, and then maybe like run Toxic on this slot. Just to catch a ground type on a switch in. You know, something like that could be pretty interesting. But yeah. Yeah, it's not much to talk about. It's a very simple Pokemon. It's not that it's bad. Well, I mean, it's not great, but it's not terrible. You know. But it just only has like one set. maybe Screens could be pretty decent on this. I don't know. It doesn't even get Reflect. Never mind. Yeah, forget about it. Okay. So. Okay. Right, type variants first up. No, that's quality. That is. Oh man. I'm just gonna hide that away so that you know it's too much. It's too much. No Ghost Resist. No, there's still Dark Resist this time. Damn it. Hold on, I'm thinking. Alright. Yeah, I just need time to think about this stuff. I guess besides the Ghost Resist, there isn't too much here that's prevalent. No, yeah, Freeze Dry. No Freeze Dry switches. Freeze Dry has just really been a peach to work with, frankly. I just get to accuse people of not having real type variants because of Freeze Dry. That's a great move. Anything else? Anything that's like neutral towards Dragon. I can't believe I forgot about that. Yeah, Dragon types, which actually can't be an issue. It definitely can't be an issue. Oh my god. Okay, this is bugging me that this is not the same type. This is not the same font as the rest of everything else. But yeah. Yeah. So I mentioned Dragon, Freeze Dry, Ghost types. So yeah, it's pretty significant actually. This team also had. Oh well, this bronze one. Unfortunately, actually, I think the type variance actually is worse here on Fiamonts end because Bronzor isn't there to carry. So 6, 5, 6, 5. Well, if I was thinking about it, I just do blower. So okay, hazards and removal. We got. Hypno gets Stealth Rock, right? I felt like it does, but I'm not sure. It does not. Never mind. Okay. Oh, Rampardos gets rocks. I forgot about that. But, you know, it's a Rampardos. You don't really want to run rocks, even if you're the Heat God Spire fan. So, He's actually probably not the Higa. It probably belongs to Uzi, but nah, I don't know. I still like Spire, but who doesn't? But yeah, so you know, one real rocker in Kabutops. Even Kabutops barely wants to run rocks himself, though, frankly. And then you have some spikes. You have a sticky whip. Wait, spikes? You have T-spikes, not spikes. But Beedrill doesn't want to run that. You have sticky whip, Master Rain. Master Rain kind of wants to run that occasionally. I guess. Okay. And then Defogging or Hazard removal. Defog, Mantine's a very solid defogger, so there's that. And then you have Spinner and Kabutops. I prefer a second defog. I think Beedrill does learn defog and Masquerain, but neither of those really want to run that, so. Yeah, I'm guessing a. 7, 8, 7. We'll give it an 8. Oh, give it an 8. Yeah, let's give it an 8. Yeah, fine. Okay, pivoting. I mean, you got the best U-turn in the game, but aside from that, Kabutops is a flip turn, so I forgot about that again. U-turn on here, Vulture Check here. Okay, so it's just the bottom half that has the whole pivoting thing down. Beedrill, Manectric, 100% run Volt Switch every single time. Masquerain won't run U-turn unless it is just the Sticky Web lead, I guess. Or just like some sort of defensive pivot lead. Not a lead, just pivot. But yeah, Kabutops also doesn't usually run flip turn. Just can't fit it, basically. So I give it like a 6. Speed tier wise, kind of big gaps. Everything's kind of within this 50 to 80 range, but after that you have 105 from Manectric and 145 from Mega Beedrill. So yeah, these aren't very spread out. Even 80 to 105 is a pretty dangerous gap to leave, not to mention the 105 to 145 part. So yeah, I can't give super high points here. Oh shoot. Yeah, so maybe like a, thinking either 7 or like a 6. I really need to scroll and look at these pictures. You guys are funny. Okay, so the problem with Abbekerk is that it doesn't have anything below 75, and it also doesn't have anything above 115, which is why. But I don't think that deserves a 5 at this point. I think okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna give him a 6, and then I'm gonna also give Spire a 6. Yeah. Nah, I'm gonna Spire 7. Yeah. Because like at least you have the high speed mons to compensate. Yeah. Okay, and then bulk. Unfortunately, there really isn't a lot of it here. Oh, it's not too bad. Wishmaster and Healbell, Hypno, Mantine, Roost. Venusaur can be kind of tanky. Unfortunately, his Mega's a lot better at that, but you know, we don't talk about Megas here. Oh wait, we do. Yeah. I'm gonna go with like a 4. Maybe a 5. Maybe a 5, yeah. 4 or 5. I don't know, let's go 5. Setup. Actually, this team doesn't have any setup. No, that's not true. It's like always in the bottom. It's always in the bottom. Quiver Dance, Masquerain. You got Swords Dance, Kabutops. Definitely Swords Dance, Beedrill counts. And then I guess bulk up a champ in a sense, but you know I want to really run that. But I mean, it's not terrible. It's not terrible at all, actually. And then I guess Rock Polish and Rampardos kind of counts. And so Beedrill and Masquerade are both pretty solid. The rest of them are a little bit more questionable. Since you have them as options, 5, I guess. So for wall breaking, you have Rampardos. Honestly, Beedrill kind of counts as that too. And Machamp is also really good at that as well. Yeah. I think Zipmontops. 6 or 7, I think, here. Do I want to go higher? Nah. Well, yeah, that's fine. And then cleaners, Scarf Manectric and Mega Beedrill, and if we do see rain from you, Kabutops and Mantine. So that's probably about a 6. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take another break of how long? I don't know how long exactly. Maybe forever. Maybe I'll get to knock out the rest of these goddamn bastards in one go. But yeah, I'm gonna see you guys later. Peace. All right, welcome back, boys. We're back here with them. The second half of this power ranking. So yeah, probably gonna have to stop midway through again, but it's fine. It's fine. First up, we got Panama City Poliwraths, aka Kuda, aka this man right here. Yeah, very tasteful. Anyways, let's get into the thingy. Alright, so first up we got Mega Altaria. Altaria? I don't know which one. Probably Altaria. Anyways, thing is a very, very good Pokemon. It's one of those it's kind of a rare type of Mega. It's definitely a more like it can fulfill a lot of different roles on a team, for sure. Like obviously, the most common or like more standard set you're thinking of, you're gonna be running that Dragon Dance, gonna running that, I guess Body Slam probably is better. Yeah, so Body Slam, then you can run like Earthquake and Roost, something like this, some sort of Dragon Dance set. Very common for Altaria. This is a very solid set. But even aside from that, this Pokemon is very, very well, not very tanky, but it has pretty good defenses, so you can use this defensively as well. I wouldn't say you could use it on you actually probably could use it on Stall, frankly. Like, yeah, it wouldn't be too bad. But, the point is, like, it does a lot of different things well. So, well, let's get into the other sets. Well, first off, before I continue, I guess we should probably mention special. So, like, you can run, like, a special set. It doesn't really get anything to boost its special attack, but, you can just run... Actually, wait. Yeah, it doesn't get Calm Mind. That'd be really nice for it, but unfortunately no. So yeah, run like Hyper Voice, Flamethrower, Draco, and Roost. Like a 3-attack variant could be pretty cool. Only 110 base special attack, and again, can't boost your you can't boost your special attack, but it's fine. But yeah, onto the other sets. So this thing does get a lot of utility moves. It gets a Heal Bell, gets, obviously I showed Roost off already. It gets Haze, so you can definitely try to run this defensively, and it would definitely work. So yeah. What else is there to mention? Okay, good enough. Next up, we got Mew. Now, speaking of versatility, this is the king of versatility, some might say. Gets almost every move. Well, not almost. It gets like a good majority of moves in Pokemon, so you can really run whatever type of set you want with the base 100 stats across the board. It also makes it obviously very malleable. This is a very Jack in the Box type of Pokemon. Wait, Jack in the Box. What was that term? It's like master. Okay, well, it's like whatever. It's like a master of none. Whatever. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. But yeah. So, you know, it has, like, literally any setup option you would ever want in the game. So, you know, except Quiver Dance, I guess. But, you know, Dragon Dance, Nasty Plot, Swords Dance. You know, it's got all of those. Calm Mind as well. Stored Cosmic Power, too. So, you know, it runs literally whatever the fuck you want. And also gets a decent... Well, it gets Stealth Rock and Spikes, which is nice. It doesn't get T-Spikes or Webs, unfortunately. Wait, actually... Yeah. Oh, it does get Toxic Spikes. I didn't know that, actually. Huh. Never mind. So, yeah, it does get Toxic Spikes. No Web. I know it doesn't get Sticky Web, though. So, at least there's that. Yeah. In terms of coverage, I don't want to speak on that because it literally gets everything. So, I'm not going to get more... I'm not going to get super in-depth in that. I'm just going to mention, like, some common sets, I guess. In OU, one of the more common sets is, like, a lead. Actually, I think that's probably not the most standard set anymore, but, like... and you wouldn't run Focus Sash, you wouldn't run Rotor Card. Yeah, so, you know, something like this, with the, like, Stealth Rock, Spikes, Taunt, and, like, Explosion or Flare Blitz, kind of. So this kind of set definitely works pretty well. But the reason why this is the only type of set, well, one of two sets you would see Mew run in OU is because, as I said, so Mew is a Master of None type thing, but it does a lot. So in OU, you need to find a niche, right? That's what that's what you're trying to do. So what makes you stand out? And Mew stands out by doing this. Because frankly, unfortunately for it, in OU, there's a lot of things it can't. While there's a lot of things it can do, most of the stuff it can do is overshadowed by a lot of other things. For example, you know, if you want a Swords Dance mon, you can use Weavile or Garchomp. Those function a lot better. If you want to use Nasty Plot, frankly, Alakazam does it better. Although Alakazam is pretty niche already. Moltres Galar even? Yeah, Moltres Galar actually probably does it better. And then if you want to use like Dragon Dance, actually can't really think of a Dragon Dancer in OU right now, but you know, I technically Swords Dance, Tail Shot, Garchomp does functions kind of similarly to that. And then you also have, I don't know, Quiver Dance, Volcarona, which, I mean, it's not on the physical side, but it definitely functions a lot better than Dragon Dance Mew. My point is, like, it's hard for Mew to shine in OU because most of its sets are overshadowed. But you have this set, which the Stealth Rock lead set, Hazard lead set, sorry, that, you know, actually, it's the only thing it can do that actually differentiates it. The other set it runs, though, is Cosmic Power, Sword Power. You can run something like this. If you want to hit Dark types, though, you probably get rid of Taunt for Body Press, so you can hit those. But, you know, it's very self-explanatory. You set up a bunch of Cosmic Powers, taunt things so they can't status you or try to haze, and then roost up if you get low, and then store power once you're ready. So that's the basics behind that. Very, very hard to kill, especially with the new gen, well, not new gen crit mechanics, but, you know, in Generation 7, crits were lowered to 1 in 24 or something like that instead of 1 in 16. Something like that, right? I don't remember the exact details. But the point is, critical hits are a lot harder to get in games now. Yeah. Actually, there is one more set that people do use, and it's like Stall Breaker. I don't know if it's necessarily called Stall Breaker, but like, you know, something like this. Maybe not knockoff. I don't know. Something like this. Yeah. So this set also, it's very unique in the scape of OU. With, you know, Taunt plus the Longevity and Ruse, the Status Condition, and Seismic Toss, you will be able to beat a lot of more stall-based mons. So, you know, like Toxapex literally can't beat you, you know, like, because you're just going to Taunt it, you're going to Wisp it, and then you're going to spam Seismic Toss, and, like, it won't beat you 1v1, right? And the same goes for a lot of different mons that rely on healing and all that type of stuff, so, or setup. Unaware Calm Mind, you beat this easy, too. So, yeah. And, you know, since Mew has good defenses, it will take a lot of whatever weaker attacks that stall Pokemon can kind of run. So, you know, like Peck's knockoff is not really doing much. Although you do lose lefties, which is unfortunate. But, you know, you have to you take your losses. Yeah. Anyway, Mew is very. There's just a lot you can do. There's nothing. I can't cover everything. So we're just gonna move on. Okay, next up we got Magnezone. Finally get to see someone use this stuff. This is really nice. Pairs very well with Altaria too, just because Magnezone can remove the annoying steel types that Altaria doesn't want to deal with. Yes, the Dragon Dance Altaria set does have Earthquake to do with some Steel types, but it can't hit Steel Flying types, which Magnezone loves to fucking see. Yeah, so the most common set in OU right now is like, it's really weird. It's like max defense, max speed. Because this is the way it like deals with Ferrothorn. It's like, I don't know, something like this. like seriously, like you run Iron Defense, Body Press, Thunderbolts, and like Toxic or Flash Cannon, whatever in the last slot. And yeah, so even with no special attack investment, you know, Magnezone can, well, it won't kill Corviknight or anything like that, but it will definitely do a big chunk. And Corviknight just has to take it because, you know, it's trapped. And then with Iron Defense plus Body Press, you'll be able to beat Ferrothorn 1v1. Of course, you're not going to be running this type of Magnezone in Draft League because, you know, you probably won't have to deal with Ferrothorn plus Corviknight. And most likely both of them will be running Shed Shell. Which is why in Draft Leagues, Magnezone definitely needs a lot of good knockoff support. Because people will know that the Magnezone's coming, so they can just run Shed Shell and everything. Which, you know, that's already a benefit because, you know, now Corviknight can't run Rocky Helmet, it can't run Leftovers, so, you know, that's already a benefit. But also, you would also want to trap it still. So, running good knockoff support with Magnezone is kind of necessary in Draft Leagues, in my opinion. Yeah. But yeah, so if you want to just kill the Steel Flying types, you know, Choice Specs is always going to be fine with that. You know, this is kind of the standard set that has been lost to time, you know. Thunderbolt, Volt Switch, Flash Cannon, and then last move can be kind of whatever. I've seen Steel Beam, I've seen Toxic, I've seen Hyper Beam, I've seen Teleport. Yeah, so you can kind of run whatever you want there. Yeah. Not Hyper Beam, I've seen Tri Attack, not Hyper Beam. Yeah, sorry. What else? I mean, yeah, that's really it. If you're not dealing with any Steel types, you can always run Analytic. Yeah, Analytic will always work very fine here. You know, because Magnezone is a very scary Pokemon. It forces in a lot of ground type switch-ins, you know, so you can use that with that Analytic Flash Cannon boosted by Choice Specs. There's something else I wanted to mention. Oh yeah, AV. So, you know, the one Steel type Magnezone can't beat 1v1 is Heatran, is what you would think. But then, obviously still run Magnapole, but you can run Assault Vest plus Mirror Coat, and so this will actually let you beat Heatran 1v1, because, you know, first off, Heatran won't be able to kill you with Earth Power or Magnastorm if you run the right EVs on this Assault Vest Magnezone, and then, you know, you just Mirror Coat the damage, you Mirror Coat, and then you just kill it, right? So it's always gonna be really nice. And then, you know, you can still run part of a Magnezone, you know, like Thunderbolt. You can still have Volt Switch, Thunderbolt, stuff like that. Yeah. I think that's about it in terms of sets. So let's move on. I didn't realize it got refresh. Huh, cool. Refresh is not very good at Magnezone, because it can't be paralyzed or toxic outside of very niche scenarios. So the only thing it worries about is Wisp, and Wisp is whatever to it. So, you know. I mean, Wisp does suck for body press damage, but, you know, you're not going to be running Refresh on a Magnezone. So. Anyway, Terrakion. Rock Fighting Stabs are very hard to switch into. So, yeah. I guess set 1, I guess Choice Band, maybe? You know, close, Stone Edge was close combat, very hard to switch into already. Put on Earthquake for any sort of Toxapexes, and then it doesn't really get a lot of coverage outside of that, but, you know, you can figure something out. You run Iron Head or Poison Jab. I mean, that's about as... Yeah, I mean, those really don't help you all too much, because unless unless you're fighting like a Tapu Bulu, in that case, Poison Jab is better. But, like, you know, against like a Clefable, Stone Edge is doing about as much as Iron Head or Poison Jab, because those are 160 base power. Stone Edge is 150. So I guess if you want, well, I mean, yeah, they don't miss, so I guess if you want that, that's fine. But, you know, Poison and Steel type moves are easier to switch into if you know they're coming. But, whatever. Mega Horn, I guess, could be nice in some niche scenarios against, like, I honestly still don't know what you would, some sort of bug type, some sort of grass type, I guess. I don't know, that resists. I don't know, something. Another set you can run is Swords Dance. This thing is fucking terrifying. Swords Dance 3 attack is really, really hard to switch into. Don't run Calm Mind. Yeah, don't run Calm Mind. I doubt this thing gets any good rock moves, rock special moves. In fact, you know, let's check right now. Yeah, these are the only special moves it gets. So yeah, don't run Calm Mind. I would highly recommend against it. What else? Oh yeah, Hazard Lead. So this thing does get Stealth Rock, so you know it can run like close combat, like taunt. I don't know, something like this. Works fine, and yeah, that's about the sets that need to be covered. I guess Scarf is a thing on this thing. Yeah. Alright, next up we got Honchkrow. I'm a fan of Honchkrow. This is good. Moxie is good. Super Luck is decent, and Insomnia good in niche scenarios. You know, if you're fighting like an Amoongus, you know you want to get that good switch in without fearing Spore. That's always nice. Yeah. So main thing this thing does is, yeah, that's about that. That's about it. I mean, of course, you're gonna be comboing that with another stab move like Night Slash. But you know, Brave Bird. That is what you want with this thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't get a lot of coverage on the physical side. Oh wait, it gets Superpower. Never mind. I forgot about that. So yeah, Superpower, really nice. Heat Wave is also nice if you're hitting something like Skarmory, since it has a weaker SpDef, and it's actually weak to Heat Wave, unlike Superpower. Superpower does deal with a lot of other Steel types. I don't think this thing gets a U-turn. No, it doesn't. But yeah, well, that's about it. That's about all you do with Honchkrow. You slap a Life Orb or Choice Band on it, and you just break shit. And that's kind of the vibe. I guess you can run full special if you wanted to as well. Let me see here. Let's get like Hurricane. It doesn't get Hurricane. Its best special move is Air Cutter. Don't tell me on the fly, on the. Holy shit. That is so sad. Never mind, don't run special. What the hell? Well, I guess just because it doesn't... Yeah, you can just run, like, Brave Bird. You like, even Mixed is... Like, yeah, Mixed is 100% fine on Honchkrow. But, yeah, of course, you have to run Life Orb for that, and I'm, well, you don't necessarily have to run Life Orb unless you need it, but if you need it, then it's like... Yikes. Sucker Punch, I almost forgot about that. Yeah, don't leave home without that. Anything else? Nah, nothing worth really talking about, I guess. Thunder Wave can be nice, Taunt can be nice, but like, you want to just hit shit with this thing. I mean, look at these defenses. It's not going to be taking hits itself, so you know, don't want to just spam Taunt or whatever. Next up, we got Barraskewda. Barraskewda on a rainless team. Interesting. Okay, I'm a fan. Unfortunately, I guess without rain, this thing's abilities are useless, but, you know, it still has good attack and good speed, so I guess it could be fine in a Choice Band set. You know, you can still kind of run it the same way. You know, Liquidation, Close Combat, Flip Turn, and then, like, whatever coverage move you want. You know, it got Crunch, Psychic Fang, stuff like that. Maybe Aqua Jet if you need priority, especially since you're not running rain. You know, you definitely do want the priority now. Drill Run's nice, I guess. Although, Liquidation probably still kills something like Heat Run, but, you know. No. Aside from that, really isn't a lot to talk about, frankly. Maybe you could try to use it similarly to Beedrill and run, like, Substitute. Like, I don't know, like, yeah, run, like, Liquidation, Close Combat, and, like, Psychic Fang, or Psychic Fangs or Crunch, or whatever coverage move, and then run Substitute last. And then run, like, I don't know, like an Expert Belt. Or a Life Orb. Oh, the Life Orb with sub is kind of not. I'm not a fan of that, but you know, I'm not a fan of Life Orb in general. So you know, you just take what I say with a grain of salt. Yeah, not much to talk about though. Barraskewda is a very one-dimensional mon, unfortunately for it. So, but I mean, it does what it does very well. So, next up we got the Exploud. Always a fan. Yep, that's it. That's all you need to do. Run Max Special Tech. There you go. That is exactly what Explode is supposed to do, and that's... Yeah, don't try to say it's anything else, because it's not gonna happen. But yeah. Really, like, it really doesn't do anything else. I mean, obviously you have other coverage moves to run, but like... And since it's a normal type, it gets a lot of them. But like... You just want a quick Specs Boom Burst with Scrappy. I guess maybe soundproof if you don't need to hit a ghost type, but like, you know, just yeah. I mean, other options. You could try to use counter to surprise someone, I guess, but like, just use Specs Boom Burst. There is nothing else to say. Yeah, moving on. Next up, we got the Hippo. This team doesn't really feel like it likes sand, per se. I mean, I guess there's a Terrakion, but yeah, no sand Richmond to abuse the sand it gets, but I don't know. And also, everything on this team takes sand chip too, except Zone and Terrakion and Hippo. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird, kind of out of place, frankly. But you know, Hippo is always going to be a nice defensive mon. You know, you just run the same set every single Hippo runs. You know, it's Stealth Rock, Earthquake, Toxic, Slack Off. Toxic / Whirlwind, I guess. Maybe Ice Fang or Stone Edge if you really need it. Yeah. And then you run Leftovers or Rocky Helmet. And then you run, for your spread, you know, you can run either Max Defense or Max... Well, maybe not Max Bedef, but... Yeah, I mean, Hippo can run both physically defensive and specially defensive. It's very, very hard to kill for most teams, and for good reason, because you know these stats are very good, very good. Yeah, maybe you can surprise someone with the Choice Band set every once in a while. Maybe you can use Yawn, but that's about it. Next up, we got Chimecho. I don't know what this thing does. I'll be quite honest with you. I guess it has a decent amount of utility moves, you know, Knock Off, Thunderwave, Heal Bell, obviously, because it's a freaking bell, unlike Bronzong, I guess, which it doesn't get it. Perish Song could be cool. I wonder if it gets a trapping move, then. Like, block? Oh. Well, Perish Song is still cool. And then it gets Wish. It does get Wish and Healing Wish, so you can have some sort of recovery there. Does it get recovery? Oh, it does get recovered. Okay. That's cool. I didn't know it got recovered. Yeah, so I guess you just use it as defensive mon. It's taunt, and then use a lot of utility moves. Yeah. I don't know. Frankly, I don't use this too much. Maybe you can use it as a Trick Room setter. Maybe that's what they were intending. Kude was intending when he drafted it. Who knows? Next up we got the Venomoth. Yeah, this is a very simple mon. You just run Quiver Dance, you run Tinted Lens, and you kill shit. Yeah, so you know, Sleep Powder, Quiver Dance, and then you run like Bug Buzz and Sludge Bomb, and like whatever. You can really just because Tinted Lens, you can really just run one coverage move and then run like Roost or Substitute in the last slot or something like that, right? So yeah, this thing is very simple and it works very well. In terms of other sets it can run, I wouldn't run them. But, you know, if you wanted to, it gets U-turn and T-Spike, so you could try to use it as a spike setter. Like a T-Spike setter with a pivot side to it. But then you're not abusing Quiver Dance Bug Buzz. And then why would you even use a Venomoth in the first place? If you wanted to use T-Spikes plus U-turn, Mew can do that just fine. I guess you wouldn't want to use your Mew for that, per se, either. But, you know, whatever, man. Anyway, last up we got Trevenant. All three of these all three of these abilities work out pretty well for Trevenant. Frisk is obviously really nice in Draft League, and then Harvest can be nice in being bullshit. Natural Cure is also pretty good too. Yeah. Aside from that, you know, this thing is very strong. Well, not very strong, but you know, it gets 110 base attack, and then you also get Poltergeist on top of it, which is and then you also get Woodhammer on top of that. And then you also get no, it doesn't get Super Dog. I guess Drain Punch. You get Drain Punch on top of that. And then this thing's pretty strong. You slap a Choice Band maybe. Or if you want to set up Trick Room with this specific mod, you can do Trick Room through attack with Life Orb or something like that. Yeah, this thing can work pretty well. It's very strong. Oh yeah, Horn Leech as well. Very nice. Yep, good enough. Let's move on to the ranking. So yeah, looks like a lot of my man has. Yeah, you guys are already on week 2, right? And like going on week 3. Yeah, I need to go faster. But yeah, first up we have to look at the Tiebreaking. Oh, I remember now. Yeah, Kuda also did dart throwing like Woodsy did. I remember now. Yeah. Yeah. You did pretty well in terms of the dart throwing, though, because he threw me off. Because, like, these all are, like... These are definitely stuff you will want to pick in your first kind of 4 mons. Yeah. Actually, yeah, this progression looks very standard, kind of, actually. Maybe Hippo would be moved up, but... Yeah. Anyway, but... Dart throwing aside, let's get into it. Very strong... I guess this is technically a very super Dragon Core, even though 1 mon is taking up 2/3 of it. But, you know... I don't really care about the cores, though. I just care about if there's a thing I can use to kill everything in one shot. Got the flying... You got the... not flying immune. You got the earth... You got the ground immune. Excuse me. And you got the electric immune. You got the... I guess normal and fighting immune, which I don't really look for too much because there are a lot of fighting resists nowadays. But... Especially on... even on this team, too. Yeah, so... yeah. There's nothing that seems to be too much of a problem. At least at first glance. I can't think of anything too threatening here. You got rock resist, flying resist, dark resist, ghost resist. Yeah. This works out fine. Yeah, I can't think of anything. Time. Okay, next up we got... What was it again? Oh yeah, hazards and removal. Yeah, I need to relearn this every single time. So Mew does get a lot of hazards. Unfortunately, in draft leagues, Mew is like definitely not something you would want to run hazards on, but it still has that as an option. You have a lot of different rockers, so I know you're fine on that front. Two different T-spikers. 1 spiker, yeah, it looks pretty good. Again, Mew probably wouldn't want to run spikes unless it's running defensive, but you know, it's still fine. And then in terms of removal, it's a lot weaker on that end, frankly. None of these mons really want to run defog. I mean, he does have a lot of options for it though, but it's just nothing really wants to run it. Unless Chimecho gets in which case I would consider that a decent defogger. I doubt it does, though. Oh, it does. Oh. Okay. Well, I mean, that's fine. But then you're bringing Chimecho, so... which he has not done so far. Oh, he might have brought it, but then he... Wait, wasn't... Is this games played, I'm assuming? Yeah, so he hasn't brought it yet. He's only brought this, and then a Venomoth, which... got 3 kills. Nice. Yeah, so removal is going to be more of an issue, but I mean, you technically do have removal, so I can't really dock points off for that, technically speaking. Give you an 8. 7. I still don't like the defog. I don't know. I'll come back to it, maybe. Pivoting. Mew can technically pivot, but rarely runs it. Magnezone definitely runs Volt Switch a lot. Bears get a flip turn. And I guess Venomoth has U-turn, but... So, I guess we're around a 6. So, I mean, pivoting, like, you have 2 Solomons that can pivot, and then there's like 2 others that are like, eh. Like, you probably wouldn't run it, but you can. So that's kind of the dealio with that. Speed tier wise, you're looking not bad. Not bad. In fact, this is pretty close to solid. Yeah. I mean, there's like a little gap between 108 136, but like, who cares? Yeah, you have a decently fast mon, and then you have something, and then like 2 like mid-fast mons, and then the rest of them are kind of filling up the gaps in between. So I would say this is a very solid 9. Congratulations. Again, the nitpicking thing. The nitpick side of me says, you know, you maybe want a 115, but like, it's just, you know, I'm just awful as a person. Okay, bulk. So there's nothing besides Hippo. There's nothing that's really a dedicated wall, but you know these mons do have bulk to them. So I said Mega Alt, like Mega Alt, Mew. Actually, those are the only two besides. Actually, yeah, there isn't that much bulk on this team. I mean, you have Hippo, you have a Wishmon, and then you have like Mega Alt and Mew, and like stuff like that. But like aside from that, actually, this team is not super bulky. I mean, technically Terrakion and Magnezone have some bulk, but like it's not a lot, and their typings don't really let it take a lot of hits super well. I mean, Electric Steel is actually pretty good defensively speaking, but you know the 4 times weakness to Earthquake is, yeah, like in a vacuum, Electric Steel is really good. Outside the vacuum, Earthquake is super prevalent, so you know Zone can't stand on a lot of things. And it doesn't have very good Spit Fs, which means it can't stay in on fire types or fighting type, or like, well, fighting types aren't usually Spit, like, you know, special fires or yeah, whatever. And it, you know, since it has low Spit F, it also doesn't have a lot of good, like, even like water types can beat it, you know, like Keldeo, like, oh, Keldeo is a bad example. Let me think. Like if you're fighting against the Specs per Marina, Magnezone can't switch into that, right? Because you know it gets demolished by fucking demolished by Hydro Bone. So yeah. So you really only have 3. You have 1 actually like wall, and then Mega Alt and Mew are like decently bulky. Chimecho has a lot of utility moves, but doesn't have a lot of bulk to support it. So yeah, it's probably gonna be around like a 6. I think probably 6. And setup wise, let's see here. Sorry, I got a text. I was looking at that. Yeah. So wait, what was that? Setup. Yeah, setup. Okay, so pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, really good. Oh, pretty good. Mega Alt, Mew with like 5 exclamation points. Terrakion, and Venomoth. So yeah, this is not a bad set, all things considered. Yeah. Is it an 8? It's an 8. I give it an 8. Yeah. Wall breaking wise, you have Zone, which is good. You have Turek, Honchkrow, Barraskewda a little bit, Exploud, and yeah, so like all 5 of these. Yeah, those make for pretty scary defense. It's very scary offensive core actually, because they also hit a lot of different types very hard. Like you're like Honchkrow gets walled by certain steel types, and then you got Zone to deal with that, and then you Zone and Turek, and then you have like, I don't know, like water support and like just boom burst in general, which fucking yeah, and then they also cover for each other. Yo, is this a 10? I definitely giving this a 9 at least, but I wanna know, is this a 10? I do like it a lot. 9. I'll come back and make it a 10 though if I don't see anything better. Cleaners. You kind of struggle there. Yeah, you actually pretty much really struggle here quite a bit actually. But yeah, it's purely because, you know, your setup. I mean, you have a lot of setup mons that get faster though. So I mean, just the thing is just that I don't include that in cleaners, because I only include like mons that are fast or that run Scarf, you know. So those type of mons. So yeah, the only thing on your team that would be considered a cleaner here in this case would be Barraskewda, maybe Honchkrow because it has Sucker Punch, but that's about it. But yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Yes, you have Mega Alt, you have Venomoth, you have Mew. Like all those things can set up speed and get crack-a-lackin', but that's not what the category is about. So that's a different thing. Man, damn. Okay, you know what? To make it up to you, I'll give you a 10 on this. Oh yeah, I can't give you a 5. Yeah, I can't give you a 5 at all. I have to give you a lower score actually. Damn, maybe I should not have cleaners as a category now. Well, you know, if everyone has sucky cleaners, then it doesn't matter. Because then it's just a shit category. Well, it's still shit category, but yeah. Okay, whatever. Moving on. Karachi Kingdras, a.k.a. the Heatmeister, a.k.a. Uzi Air Force. I was trying to think of some kind of joke, and I completely botched that. I gotta say, this looks really weird. I was just looking at this, and for some reason, it looks so weird compared to, like, everything else. I don't know why. But... oh shit! I want to look at this team actually. Okay, but anyway, let's see if there's a picture. Oh, there is a picture. Okay, cool. Yeah, Karachi Kingdras. Let's get a move on. Ooh, this is pretty juicy though. I do like what I'm seeing. All right, first up we got Melmetal. The bastard, otherwise known as the bastard who flinched me out of. Anyways, Double Iron Bash is a fucking hell of a time. You'll love clicking it. I actually don't hate Melmetal. I've forgiven it. But yeah, Double Iron Bash is a fucking ridiculous move because, you know, first off, it's steel. It's a steel move, right? So first off, it's 120 base power, right? So 60 plus 60 is 120. And then it got Stab, which is 180. And then you got Iron Fist, which is times 1.2. Yeah, it's kind of strong. It's just a little bit strong, some might say. So yeah, this thing's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. It's like even steel type resist. Like if you're not like a 4 times resist, you're still, if it's just like a choice man metal, you're still getting 2-shot. Like, like unironically, you are getting 2-shot. So yeah. Besides that, Melmetal has a lot of good coverage moves. It gets Thunder and Ice Punch. It gets Earthquake. It gets Superpower. So yeah, kind of. Well, I guess that's it. But you know, that's enough for Melmetal, frankly. So yeah. So yeah, I guess Choice Band, Assault Vest, both are very solid picks. Both are very solid sets for Melmetal, and they both kind of look the same. At least move-wise and move-wise. Stats will differ. I'd like the spreads. But then, outside of that, this thing does have really good HP and defense, so you can use it as a physically defensive tank. So, you know, you run leftovers, you still run Double Iron Bash because they're ridiculous, and then you run like EQ because Ground Steel coverage is really good, and you run like Toxic and Protect. So like this thing kind of worked pretty well, and it's actually really annoying if you're not prepared for it. Like, so because you know, first off, not a lot of steel types want to switch in on Melmetal. Because it has the coverage to beat most of them. So, you know, it can get away with a lot of Toxics. Because, you know, the main thing that beats it is water types. And steel flying types. But, you know, mainly like stuff like Slowbro. And then you Toxic that, you get a nice Protect. You know, you let that Toxic build up. You switch out to your nice, I don't know, Greninja or whatever. And then you, like, yeah, it's pretty fun. Aside from this, there's also, I guess, Iron Defense and Body Press. You can definitely work that as well, and you still run Double Iron Bash. And then maybe like Rest or something. Like this could also work very, very well. Yeah. The main thing to worry about here, I guess, with Melmetal, Double Iron Bash only has APP. So if you're running a Corviknight, you gotta be really careful about where you're clicking Double Iron Bash. So yeah. But aside from that, also low speed F. But you know that can be mitigated with Assault Vest. So yeah, this Melmetal is a very, very solid Pokemon. Next up, we got Dragonite. You're always gonna be running Malkin skill. Don't at me. So most common set right now. Not Ice Beam. Ice Punch. And Roost. So yeah, that's the most common set. You know, DD to attack Roost. Ice Punch can be replaced with Dual Wing Beat, but Ice Punch has better coverage currently. This is speaking OU though, and I probably should be speaking more towards the Natdex metagame, but I don't know that metagame as well as I do OU, so yeah. But yeah, Dual Wing Beat is a thing. Obviously in Draft League you can run a lot more sets. Although I still probably would stray away from something like Dragon Claw or Outrage, but you probably will find the matchup for that, so you know it's not a bad thing. Also gets Extreme Speed if you want to run a 3-attack set. So you're like this, I guess. But yeah, it gets Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Earthquake, Outrage. I think, yeah, it gets Iron Tail, which is the only thing it really can get to hit Fairy super effectively. Oh, Iron Head too. Yeah, so it gets all that type of stuff. Have fun with that. And yeah, outside of that, you can also run Choice Band, a la Gen 4 D-Knight and stuff like that. You know, Choice Band outrages hit ridiculously hard on things that aren't fairies. And then you have like Choice Band Iron Head to hit those too, so you know. And then aside from that, Dragon Knight also can run a very nice defensive set. Oh, one more thing about the Dragon Dance set. There's also a Dragon Dance substitute fly set, which is what I kind of gave away. I don't think this actually works. I mean, I know it was used in Generation 6. Which is, yeah, I mean, this looks fucking ridiculous. But, it does kind of work. Yeah, maybe you want to run lefties on this, actually. But, yeah, this is stupid set. Anyway, moving on to the defensive side. Oh, wait, one more thing, actually. Actually, never mind, he doesn't have rain. I was about to mention specs, which would be, like, Hurricane and, like, Thunder, and... So this is, like, the only Pokemon in the entire game that gets, like, all three of these moves. Not the only one, but, like, only one that, like, could feasibly run this type of this. Because at least it gets stab on Hurricane, you know. You know, something like this could be pretty funny for a spec set. Anyway, actually moving on to the defensive set now. So this thing is fucking hard to kill. Hard to kill as all heck. So, you know, Thunder Wave, Ice Beam, Roost, stuff like that. It's going to be really annoying to deal with. It's really hard to kill. You can even make it a Defogger. Yeah, it has Heal Bell as well, so it doesn't have to get status. So yeah, this thing, pretty hard to... My fucking music pause, because fuck you. Yeah, and then you can also run Body Press. I guess. It doesn't really have a lot of defense, but if you invest like max HP, max defense, you can try to run that as well. Yeah, I think that's about it. Greninja. I think Battle Bond and Protein are still banned, so still have to stick with Torrent. But, you know, this thing still has... I'm gonna be honest, I actually don't like it. I don't like regular Gren. But, you know, still has a good speed tier, still has good coverage. Just doesn't get that Protein, you know? But yeah, it gets spikes, it gets T-spikes for some reason. I don't know why. So those are both nice. Obviously you get a lot of Water Dark Stab, but you still have a lot of different types of coverage moves. You know, I have Low Kick, Gunk Shot, Ice Beam, U-Turn, Rock Slide for Volcarona, I guess. You know, stuff like that. Priority and Water Shuriken, but like, you know, it's Water Shuriken. I don't know. You know, that's fine. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'd use this as like a Spike lead set. Or Spike, like spikes, and you basically use it how you would Protean Gren, except without the Protean part. So like spikes, U-turn, I don't know, and whatever kind of coverage moves you need for the match. And yeah, and then you can try to run like specs as well, or maybe even Choice Band. Yeah, Scarf as well. I've run Scarf Gren in the past. It's funny, but I mean, of course it was Protean. But like, you know, if I really wanted to kill that Volcarona, like Scarf Rock Slide, that's fun. Yeah. Next up we got Donphan. We got a nice little rocker plus spinner. I'll package them one. Maybe you want to run both on the same set, but you know. And then this also gets Ice Shard, which is nice priority. You probably want to run this exact set, but you know, you run Stealth Rock, you run Rapid Spin. Maybe not both of these on the same set, yeah. Something like that, sure, why not? Yeah, so this is very decent, solid defensively, physically defensively, and so you can take a lot of hits. Model ground typing is pretty nice for it. Yeah, I don't know. There's not a lot to talk about Donphan, frankly, but knockoff is nice. Yeah, that's about as much as I want to talk about. Lycanroc Dusk. Actually, I don't even think it runs Swords Dance anymore. So, like, it literally, like, I think in UU right now, it just runs Life Orb and it just runs 4 attack. I don't even think it runs Stone Edge. It runs, like, Close Combat, like, Psychic Fangs, and then, like, a Cellar Rock, and then, I don't know, Crunch, or Stone Edge, or whatever. I mean, like, seriously, you don't even need Stone Edge on this thing. But, because Stone Edge doesn't get the Cuff Calls boost, basically. But, you know, it's still nice to have, obviously. Drill Run is nice for specific matchups. Fire Fang's nice for specific matchups. Although I think Close Combat does... Wait, 65 times 4 is 260? Yeah, 260. So it's stronger than Close Combat, but, you know, not by much. I was talking like I knew what Pokemon I was fighting against. I was talking about against Ferrothorn. Against Ferrothorn. It gets a lot of weird coverage though. Play Rough, Iron Head, so you know. Soccer Punch if you don't want to use a Solid Rock, but why wouldn't you? And yeah, and then I was about to allude to the fact that it got Swords Dance, so yeah, so you can run this type of set, or you can just swap out the Life Over Choice Band on the previous set. Yeah, and then you can also do Stealth Rock Lead. So, so yeah, something like this can work very, very well. You know, you just set up rocks, get down to your Sash, Endeavor something, maybe a Stellar Rocket if you can, taunt stuff so the hazard don't get up. And yeah, with 110 base speed, it's pretty solid function as a lead. Okay, yeah, moving on. We got Snorlax. Immunity and Thick Fat are both pretty good. Gluttony, less used on Snorlax, but can work with Recycle. So you can run like a Guavaberry Recycle, stuff like that. Gives it some sort of reliable recovery. That said, would have probably been a lot better. Would have been a lot better in Generation 7 when the low HP pinch berries did heal 50% instead of 1/3 like it does now. But yeah, I think that nerf was pretty justified though. Those berries are pretty damn good. Yeah, so Curse Locks is probably the most famous set, maybe in general, but but yeah, for Snorlax especially. You know, you run Curse, some sort of, you know, like Body Slam, Earthquake / Darkest Lariat, so something to hit ghost types, and the rest. So, you know, you kind of run something like this. If you want to run a mono attacking set, you can run Rest Talk Curse as well. Yeah, if you can get away with something like this. This type of set, you usually run Thick Fat over Immunity because you do have Rest to take away your status condition. So yeah. Besides from that, though, there are, I guess, one more variation of the set, which is something that my other league has actually come up with, is just complete other piece of crap with Snorlax. But yeah, you run Curse, you run Amnesia, you try to become basically unkillable, and then you run Rest and Body Slam, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I still don't really like this set, but like I have seen it work, so, you know. Yeah, aside from this, Choice Band is also not a bad option. It is pretty strong, so you can run Double Edge and Earthquake, and since it's an orbital type, it gets good coverage. You gotta hear this spiel before. I don't know. Look for whatever coverage you need, and it probably has it. So yeah, moving on. Yes, my favorite. Well, it's actually not my favorite, but it's close. It's a pretty good one. This is the set you will run. There are no negotiations on this. This is the only set you will ever run. Yeah, so this thing, fucking ridiculously strong. Sun boosted Weather Balls in Sun, like, and Stab. There's not a lot of resist for that. And then you have Scorching Sands to hit. It hits Pex. Unfortunately, it won't. I don't think it does 2-shot, but you know, you're getting close. You kill. You probably don't kill Heatran in 1-shot either, but you know, you do a lot to it. Solar Beam is there for other waters, and then you have Roost for longevity. This thing is so fucking hard to kill. To fucking like switch into. Yeah. I suspect most teams won't have a good way to switch into it, and they will just die every time this thing comes out. Oh yeah. Have fun with that. I'm glad it got Scorching Sands, because now it has a good way of hitting Heatran without using Focus Blast. Yeah, I guess against Lotties, you can struggle with those, so you can run Dragon Pulse for those. Probably won't kill, but it will still do a lot. If you want to be a fucking insane person, you can run Hurricane. If you want to counter team a Rain Team, for example, yeah, definitely just run Hurricane, and then just, yeah. Actually, Weather Ball, I think, does have a chance to 2-shot regular defensive Pelipper and Rain, so that's why you run Weather Ball. Also because it's just base 100 stab, which is always nice, and there's no drawback outside of the weather changing, I guess. But you know, but yeah, I mean, if you don't want to run it, you can always just run Flamethrower, Fire Blast. But like this is better. Just trust me. It's literally better Flamethrower most of the time. Like I don't see the problem. Anyway, yeah, you really don't run anything else to charge Omega Y. Like if you want to be cheeky, you can try to run Dragon Dance, but like I would highly recommend against it. Like you can use Dragon Dance to boost your speed and whatnot. That's fine. I mean, I guess, but just whatever. I'm not a fan. Anyway, Surfetched. For a second, I thought I wasn't recording, and I got really panicked. But yeah, you run Scrappy, First Impression, Close Combat, and then like Knock Off and whatever kind of coverage move you want. Brave Bird, Leaf Blade, stuff like that. Dual Wing Beat. I already talked about Brave Bird. Why would you run Dual Wing Beat? Poison Jab for fairies. So you know, stuff like that. Yeah. So this thing ridiculously strong, hits very hard, and then it also has Leak. So you can run Leak or Choice Band, and both of them work fine. With Leak, you'll have a 50% chance to crit every single time you use a move, and if you have using a move with a high critical hit chance, you'll crit 100% of the time. And if you're running Night Slash or Leaf Blade, they'll always crit. But yeah, and then if you're just running Choice Band, well, you're just running Choice Band. So, yeah, nothing else to really speak about him on Surfetch. That's basically all you kind of do. I guess it does get Swords Dance, but you know, it's hard to work on a Pokemon that's so slow. Because usually Pokemon that run slow Swords Dance usually have some sort of way of mitigating their speed, aka something like some good priority moves or whatever. Yeah, so I don't know. You could try running it with Quick Attack, I guess. It does get Quick Attack running. I mean, that's not gonna do much at all though, right? So yeah, if it got like Mach Punch or something, maybe this could work, or Sucker Punch, but like, eh. Anyway, Pikachu. Yeah, Pikachu is kind of it's very frail, so you're probably not gonna get static more often than not. So Lightning Rod is just nice to get a good switch in. Obviously, you're gonna be running Light Ball, and then you're just gonna run like, I don't know. This is my favorite set, but of course, you know, people don't. I'm not the most standard kind of guy. I don't know. I actually am pretty standard, but yeah. So also, you know, this kind of physical attacking spread, really nice. Hits a lot of things pretty hard. If you want to run special though, obviously that is always an option, because it does get stuff to hit ground types. You know, Thunderbolt, Surf, Grass Knot, stuff like that. Yeah. I guess it gets Fake Out too if you want to run double priority with Fake Out Extreme Speed. Gets Nasty Plot if you want to try to go for that overkill stuff. Yeah. Wish off of a Mon with base 35 HP probably is not going to work out too well for you, but I guess that's an option. Yeah, Mr. Mime. I just realized this is a whole Gen 1 team. Or I guess this is like a Let's Go. Nope, actually, never mind. There's a Greninja, and it's very close to a lot of Gen. There's a lot of Gen 1 Mons on here, though. They almost fooled me. But yeah, it was almost there. Like, technically, Melmetal is technically Gen 1. If you want to. I mean, not really, but like, you know, I'm alluding to the fact that it's in Let's Go. And originally, it made its debut into the games outside of Go in Let's Go. So, but yeah, 7. There's a lot of Gen 1 Mons. And wait, this is a full Ash. Aha, this is a full Ash team. Now I get it. I get it now. You can't fool me. These are all Pokemon Ash's owned, except that I don't think he's never used Charizard Mecha Y. I'm pretty sure, but you know, those aren't that creative liberties, you know. Actually, he's never used Mr. Nine. I mean, I know his mom has Mr. Mime, but like, I don't think he's ever used one. But yeah, this is a full Ash team. You can't trick me. Anyway, moving on. Mr. Mime. Filter's pretty cool on this mon, I guess, but like, you know, you're still dying to a Steel type attack if it's physical. But, you know, or a Poison type. Any physical moves. But like, yeah, if you're taking like a special move, maybe you can live that. It has good speed F actually. Technician. I don't even know if that would be too useful, frankly. I wonder if I can search by power. No, I can't do that. I can sort by power actually. Wait, let's do that instead. Just Magical Leaf, Shockwave. That's about it. Yeah, that's about it. Icy Wind, Charge Beam, Confusion. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. What should I talk about? Nasty Plot, I guess. Does it not? Yeah, Nasty Plot. So Nasty Plot, you run Psychic, you run Dazzling Gleam because it does not get Moonblast for some reason. I can't spell apparently. And then some sort of coverage move. So it gets Thunderbolt. You know, if you want to hit Steel Flying types, if you know. I don't. It gets Focus. Yeah, just run. It's worse. It's worse Zam. I don't know. Yeah. If you want to run Technician, you can run those like Magical Leaf and Shockwave and stuff like that. Whatever I saw earlier. Soundproof can be nice, I guess, against certain mons. Speaking of your own type of utility moves, you do get both screens with Mr. Mime, and then you can run like Thunder Wave, Trick, Taunt, Teleport, stuff like that, I guess. Yeah. And last up we got Poiple. This thing I know is bad because I've seen Blunder use it and it was terrible. I mean, you know, aside from that, but like it does get Nasty Plot, it does get, you know, Draco Meteor. It doesn't get Draco Meteor. That is really sad. I don't even know if you want to. It doesn't even get Flame. Dude, what does this thing get? Oh my god, that is a special move pull. That is so garbage. What about the physical one? Oh my god, these moves are terrible. Holy god, I thought I'd get a little bit more than this. Okay, yeah, don't. Okay, maybe. Yeah, let's stray away from those type of things. Let's see the status moves. It gets T-Spikes. There you go. Use those T-Spikes that are. Yeah, okay, we're done. We're done here. I don't want to look at that anymore. That was depressing. Well, my man's got 2 wins though. 2 wins out of 2. That's always nice. Yeah. Okay. So let's get started here. Type variants. Yeah, it's pretty good actually, despite the fact that it looks kind of weird. But yeah, it works decently well. I guess a concern like your only ice resist is Melmetal. Oh, only freeze dry resist is Melmetal. But actually, no, you have thick fast storm. Like, no, that's not a complaint. That's not a real thing. It just looks really weird, but it works out fine from what I'm looking at. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'll move on. You get a 10. You get a 10. Everybody gets a 10. Okay, my computer just... Okay. There we go. Okay, hazards and removal. Alright. Spikes and T-Spikes. 2 rockers here. Another T-Spike Mon down here. That's it though. But you have at least 2 rockers, which is nice. And then you have a spiker or 2, which Gringa definitely wants to run spikes, so I'm okay with this. Yeah, it's like a 2. If not, yeah. I mean, I literally can't give anyone a 5. I can't give. It's not a 2, it's a 4. But I can't give anyone a 5 unless they have literally all 4 hazards and like they're all good sets. Like this is not a category you're expected to get a perfect in. Like honestly, if you have a 7 or an 8 is good enough, frankly. My 7 might be a little bit too low. because if I give you 7, that means something's a little lacking. In terms of defog or spin support, you do have spin on Donphan, but in terms of defogging, you don't have the best ones. You really, the only thing that wants to run a hazard removal move here is Donphan, and Dragonite gets defog, doesn't want to use it unless it's defensive. Charizard gets defog, definitely doesn't want to use it. I mean, you can use it to defog, yeah. But like, it's just like, why would you do that when you could just kill everything with Weather Ball? Surfetch, I think Surfetch gets defog. It probably does. And even like that doesn't want to run it either. So yeah, your hazard removal. Yeah, no. Pivot wise, you turn here. We got Volt Switch. Wow, that's it. Alright, you're gonna have to make a lot of doubles this season, I guess. Yeah, it's not that great. I guess I mentioned Mr. Mime has teleport, but that was kind of a joke because Mr. Mime doesn't really have the bulk to run that per se. Yeah, you just okay. Bitters. That's a 9. I don't need to go. It's like the nitpick. I'm just so good at. I'm just so so nitpicky. Like, oh, 122 is your fastest mon. You want to have like at least a 130. I'm such an asshole. I'm sorry. Okay, bulk. Melmetal plus D-Knight on its own is already like they aren't defensive mons, but like in terms of a bulky attacker, those are like the quintessential bulky attackers. Snorlax as well, and yeah, so this team doesn't really have a lot of like pure defense is what I'm looking at here, but like it works pretty well. Like, you still have decent bulk in your mons. Unfortunately, the only things, well, yeah, Donphan a little bit has a decent bulk too, I guess. But like aside from that, yeah, I guess it does kind of struggle a little bit. I think I'm leaning towards it. Yeah, I think it's pretty similar. I think it's pretty comparable bulk to Kuda's team, so I think I'm gonna give you 6. Actually, yeah, I stand by that statement. You have Kuda has that nice hippo over you, but you have like more like hefty bulk mons, I guess. I don't. Oh shit. Sorry.
Hello, everybody.
Oh shit.
I'm here today for a special video.
Oh, excuse me.
Joined by.
Yeah, I just accidentally activated one of my videos I was gonna watch. Sorry, no. I do watch Blunder. I'm sorry, man. I wonder if I'm gonna get copyright striked for that. It's fine. It's fine. We don't need to talk about that. It's okay. Setup. Anyways, yeah, setup. You got D-Knight. You got Lycanroc, Lax, Mr. Mime. Like a bunch of other like weaker setup mons, but could still technically work. Like Surfetch, it's like Swords and Surfetch. I said it was bad, but like I guess you could use it against like more defensive teams. Yeah, what was I saying? So yeah, D-Knight. Yeah, it was D-Knight. It was D-Knight, Lycanroc, Lax, Mr. Mime, I guess. Kind of Surfetch. Kind of Pikachu, kind of no Poipole. So at the 3, you have 3 main. Why do I keep switching to that type? You have 3 main setup mons, and the rest are kind of niche. So I'll give you a 7. Wall Breakers, you're pretty good on this part. Metal, and D-Knight, Lycanroc, Charizard, period. Like fucking Charizard looking at Surfetch looking at. Oh my god. Yeah, this team has a. I want to give this team a 10 actually. You know what? Yeah, I'm giving this team a 10 too. Like, what the fuck? These teams are hitting. They're hitting you hard, man. Why? What? Okay, what is wrong with me? Why do I keep fucking with this? Okay, and last up is cleaning. Okay, there you got a little bit of a problem. Again, just like this team is actually pretty similar to Kuda's, I gotta say. Yeah, they're pretty similar. And they're both, I want to say joke teams. I mean, they're not joke teams. They're like teams with restrictions. Like, that wouldn't normally be a restriction. Like, for example, drafting only Ash's Pokemon, and then this is throwing darts at the board and picking points. And using those whatever points you got to pick them on. So, yeah. They're still both pretty solid teams. Before I move on, I would like to say almost all of these teams I've ranked definitely have potential to win. There's only one team I don't consider to be a winning team. No prizes for guessing which one. But, at least so far. There might be another one that I might absolutely despise, but I really doubt the rest of these players really will kind of... Yeah, the rest of these players don't really do that type of stuff, so yeah. Yeah, cleaning. What was I saying? Yeah. E-Speed on D9, Lycanroc has a solid rock, I guess. And the only fast mon here is Greninja. I don't count first impression because it only works on one turn. I guess E-Speed on Pikachu too. So, I mean, there's a lot of priority on this team, but like in terms of like Scarfers, you don't have great ones. Greninja's Greninja I already consider it cleaner, but like you guys see, like, Scarf Grin is also there, and then like you have a lot of priority. So like, yeah, I'm gonna actually give this a 3, and I'm gonna give this a 5. Yeah, is that reasonable? Okay, who's it? New York Piplups. I'm gonna swap to that tab and see what's up there. Spectrier. Let's look around the Mawile. I'd give this team a 5 actually. Is it real quick? Scarf Obstagoons. That's why probably. Okay, yeah, I think this is pretty similar. I'm okay with that. Yeah. Okay. And I think that should be. I need to stop going to that. Yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah, I think that's nice. Let me look at the rankings so far. So then I got 2 people who broke 8. Who are at 8. Oh no, the 3. Who's that? Bundy Bisharps. Oh. Seth is a very good player. I'm not surprised he's up there. Yeah, okay. Next up we got Columbus Mew Jackets. Oh, what a cutie. He even has a little jacket here. Led by everyone's favorite dude, Mr. Zipmontops. And a hot ass man. Anyways, yeah, let's get started. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. So first up we got Slowbro. Yeah, it's got that nice regen. Yeah, I don't know. We all know the stupid dumbass set everyone knows. Yeah. Alright, that's it. Moving on. So next up we got Infernape, and with but yeah, in seriousness, this is a very popular set, and for good reason. It works very, very well. You can also run another popular set, which is Colbur Berry with Body Press, which helps beat Weavile pretty well, actually. And yeah. Then after that, you can start running not teleport sets. I guess Yawn can be used on these things as well. But yeah, after that, start using non-teleport sets. Like fucking specs. I don't know. That could be work. That could work. Slowbro has, Slowbro and Slowking both have a lot of fucking moves as well. So you can run quite a bit of coverage moves. I mean, it gets Flamethrower for God's sake. I don't know. The Energy Ball. I don't think it gets Energy Ball actually. But, it gets Grass Knot for sure. Yeah, I don't know. This could be fun with specs or something like that. You can run Trick Room. You also have Nasty Plot. So yeah, Trick Room, Nasty Plot, stuff like that. That's about it. Yeah, that's about it. Call Mighty Sword Power maybe as well. I don't think. Yeah, this doesn't get Cosmic Power, but yeah, you do get Calm Mind and Sword Power, so you can try to do stuff with that since you have really good defense. Wait, do you get Iron Defense on this one? Aha, you do. Yeah, this could be a good set to run one week. Yeah. Oh yeah, right. I use this. I use this exact same set with Slowking Galar. So yeah. Yeah, this would definitely throw people off. Yeah, definitely recommend running this at some point. Yeah. Anything else? Not much worth mentioning. Okay, yeah. Alright, next up we got Infernape. Nice stealth rocker here. Although you probably don't run that super often because you want to be running offensive sets. You know, it gets Swords Dance, Flare Blitz, Close Combat, and like, I don't know, maybe Thunder. I don't know. I thought you'd run Thunder Punch, like Earthquake. I don't know, something like this. Work pretty well. And then you have the exact special side of that. So Nasty Plot, like Overheat or Fire Blast or Flamethrower or whatever. And then you run like Focus Blast because you a real one. You know? And then like you get like Vacuum Wave or whatever. And Inferno gets Mach Punch too, so you can replace that over Earthquake if you have the. You don't need Earthquake or something like that. This thing gets. I don't know why you would run it, but it gets Gunk Shot. I mean, it hits Fairy types, but like, you know, Stab Flare Blitz is gonna hit most of those people. I guess if you're fighting against a Feeny, yeah, that would be good for Feeny. Also, it gets U-Turn, so you can run a nice Choice Band or Choice Scarf set with it. And then Stealth Rock can be used for a hazard lead, although I wouldn't really run that personally. But you run it exactly the same way you would run Lycanroc Dust. So you run, you know, like this. So yeah. Next up we got Coco. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's no. Oh wait, there is. I've seen defensive Infernape. It's really dumb, but it does get access to Slack Off, which is actually a really good, you know, I mean, reliable recovery, and then you can run like, I don't know, it's really weird. I don't know exactly how it would work, frankly, but like, I don't know, something like this could be cool, and then you maybe run Rocks. I don't know, try it out. Next up we got Cuckoo, Thunderbolt, Dazzling Gleam, U-Turn, and Roost to make up that pivot set used in OU with boots. Obviously, you can replace things out with other things. You know, if you have a team, you're fighting against a team with no Volt Switch immunities, you can run Volt Switch. You can run Specs. Unfortunately, I lost HP Ice, which is something I really missed, but Grass Knot still hits stuff like Hippowdon pretty hard, so there's always that. Yeah, it does get a couple of physical moves as well, so you know, it does get Wild Charge and Brave Bird and stuff like that, but it's not, you know, great. Yeah, Taunt is really nice. Certain scenarios. Screens is always cool, so you can run that screen set. The weird screen set with no stab. Yeah, so like that with the Light Clay. Calm Mind, actually not terrible, especially in draft leagues. Anything else? In 1v, I played 1v, Gen 7 1v1 when Coco was still around, and when that was out, you ran Iron Defense and Charge. But, you know, that's definitely doesn't apply. 1v1 is a pretty, I want to say drastically, no, that's pretty drastically different from what you would run in like regular, like 6v6 battles. Like, yeah, 1v1's a very fun tier. You should try it out if you haven't, but yeah, you can run this type of shit. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, okay, so moving on, we got Gliscor. Literally just Lando T Light, or in some cases, better Lando T. You know, it trades off Intimidate for that amazing, reliable recovery and Poison Heal, so that's status immunity as well. But yeah, outside of that, they literally have the exact same moves, almost, to the T. Like, it's not even a joke. Like, the only thing Gliscor gets over Lando T is, like, Ice Fang and stuff like that. But yeah, they have the exact same utility moves. Stealth Rock, Earthquake, U-Turn, Knockoff, Defog, fucking Toxic. Like, literally gets, they're all the same. They're both the same. I swear to God. I personally find Gliscor to be a lot more annoying because it actually can live because it has Roost and Poison Heal and Toxic Orb. But yeah. I don't know. I don't know what you would run on this. Well, I mean I do, but I don't want to tell people because I hate it. I don't know, something like this could work pretty well. You can maybe run Defog over that. Obviously, you're almost, if you don't run a Toxic Orb on Gliscor, you're doing something wrong. I know, yeah, this set, So you can run defensive sets, basically, is what I'm trying to say, and then you can also run offensive sets. The defensive sets have all the moves I mentioned earlier. Offensive sets, you're going to be running Swords Dance to attack, usually Swords Dance to attack. Either you're running Stab Earthquake, and then the other move is going to be either Facade or Ice Fang. Depends on which has better coverage, and then the last move is Roost. So yeah, I'm trying to zoom through this right now. So, okay, next up we got King Gascon of the Mega variety. No Seismic Tusk, very fortunately. But yeah, this thing is ridiculously strong. Body Slam has a about a 50% chance to para every time you use it, which is really nice. And yeah, everything with a chance to do something on Kangaskhan's a lot more threatening. Like Ice Punch, you have like a 19%. You have a 19% chance to freeze something every time you click it. Like if you think about it, like that's ridiculous, right? Like if you use 5 ice punches, you're gonna freeze something. Like that's what that's. I mean, that's not exactly how probability works, but I'm just giving like an example. Yeah. And so yeah, normal type against Sad Body Slam is really good, and then you also have a lot of different coverage. I'm not gonna mention all of it here because there's a lot. Yeah. I guess something to mention. I guess Power Up Punch is basically free Swords Dance. People know that already. Get Sucker Punch for priority. Yeah. Fake Out is nice priority as well. Combos well with. I find Fake Out combos very well with T-Spikes. Yeah. That's about it. Oh no. There's one more thing. I used a really weird at some point in my life. I used a really weird semi-stall team in that deck's AG. I'm crazy. I know. It's just saying that sounds fucking ridiculous. But I used the set only worked so well because I had Zipmontops. But I used Wish on Kangaskhan, and it was actually really funny. And it worked pretty well. But yeah, so you don't have access to Zipmontops, unfortunately. But you know, you have Wish Protect, so you can first off you can pass wishes. 105 base HP is not bad for passing wishes, and then you have Protect, so you can keep your own health, and then you probably just run Body Slam, and then like I don't know, Fire Punch to hit steals, or like maybe like just Toxic in general. So like this set can work pretty damn well. Yeah, and it has good bulk, so like problem is it's a normal type, so it doesn't have any good resistances, but I mean any resistances, but yeah. There's a lot of stuff here. Next up we got Decidueye. Kind of similar to Infernape actually, except it's just slower in a grass type. You run the Swords Dance set, right? Swords Dance, and then you run like Leaf Blade. My fucking. Okay, yeah, Leaf Blade, you run Poltergeist, and then just like Shadow Sneak or Sucker Punch on the last slot, And then you can also run the other versions. You can run Nasty Plot, and then like Leaf Storm or just any other set like that, and the Shadow Ball, and then dude, my fucking keyboard is really trying. Okay, you know what? Alright, I'm gonna plug it in so it has no excuse. Okay. Yeah, Shadow Ball. And then last move, I don't know, some sort of, maybe you want to run Hurricane just to be that guy. Yeah, so it can do all those things that I mentioned. And then you can also it also has U-turn, so you can run Choice Band, Choice Scarf, that type of stuff. Well, maybe not Scarf so much, but definitely Choice Band. Maybe you can even run Choice Specs too. Yeah, so this is why I can run all those type of offensive sets. And yeah, it also gets access to Roost as well. So, yeah, this is basically Infernape. It's just slower. It's just slower, slightly bulkier Infernape. This is such a well. I'm making these connections out here. Look at that. I don't know. It gets Toxic, U-turn, Defog, stuff like that. You wouldn't run all these moves on the same set, to be clear. But yeah, something like this could work. Like maybe throw in like a Shadow Ball or something. Just to hit things. Yeah. Moving on. Sneasel! All these abilities suck. Frankly. Yeah, I don't know. This Pokemon, you don't even run Eviolite, even though it is, you know, an unevolved form, because you're just using it offensively anyways. You're still just running Boots or Choice Band, and then you can just run, you know, it's just Weavile Light, you know, just Triple Axle, Ice Shard, and Noctowl. And then you can also run Choice Band, so, you know, run like Low Kick or Poison Jab on this last slot. And, yeah, that's basically it. Gabite. Now I have no idea what the fuck you would do with this one. Actually, you know what? I'm thinking about it. Eviolite Rough Skin. You can use it as a rock setter, and then like just run it. You run Tank Chomp sets, I guess. Although it actually does have that bad attack, and it's actually defensive kind of shit. So maybe not even defensive. I don't know. You can try to run like it doesn't get Sword Stance. That's disappointing. I don't know then. That is, damn. I was really about to just pull out the Swords and Scale Shot stuff, but I don't know. It doesn't get that. Maybe you can try Scarf. You know, Scarf or Choice Band. Say like Outrage, Stone Edge, Earthquake, and like Fire Fang. It doesn't get Fire Fang. Oh my god. What the hell does it? It gets Flamethrower and Fire Blast, I guess. I don't know. You can try running Choice Band, Choice Scarf, that type of stuff. Maybe try defensive. Who knows? Swalot. You guys need to let me down below. Let me know down below what the pre-evolved version of this is. Ha ha ha! I'm so funny. Anyway, so if it gets recycled, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah. So Sticky Hold is always a nice item because you can keep your Black Sludge whenever for forever. I don't know what this thing does though, frankly. So I don't know. It looks like it gets some cool moves. It gets Encore. It gets Yawn. It gets Pain Split. I don't know. Doesn't get Flamethrower. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I wouldn't know what to do with this thing. No T-Spikes. I don't know. Don't use it. I know what to do with Vesquim more than I do know what to do with Swalot. I guess you could try to run off. No, that doesn't work either. I don't know. It gets Destiny Bond. I don't know, man. Yeah, let's just move on. Okay, last up we got Vespiquen. Usually you run this defensively. Bug Flying is pretty bad defensively, but it has some resistances that are worth using. You just use this as kind of a defensive pivot. Maybe not this exact set, but you know it has all these moves. You probably want an attacking move. Maybe run like Dual Wing Beat or something. I don't know, just to hit them. I think Attack Order is a signature move, so you can use that, but I'm not sure. I guess by definition, you can also use Heal Order if you want to like not lose your Flying type for the time you use Ruse, you know. But whatever, I don't know. It gets T-Spikes. I didn't know that. I don't know. You can run T-Spikes. No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Come back. All right. So. Not gonna move it too much to the right, otherwise I'm gonna get very distracted. Now this might be a 10 in terms of speed. Yeah, I give it a 10. I give it a 10. Yeah, congratulations. I'm just gonna do that right now. You have fulfilled the quota on what I exactly want. You need 130. You know, I mean, I guess it's not super fast. You know, I'm a little bitch. But yeah, you know, you got that from 100 to 130. You got nice ones in between, so that's good. And then you still have the decent stuff down below. Wait, Stack Attack. Did I miss talking about Stack Attack? Whoa, wait. Oh my god, I forgot I didn't put Stack Attack in here. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my god. I can't believe I missed that. Oh my god. Okay, wait. Let's talk about the stack though. Oh, I'm a fan of this one. First off, it's another stealth rock, so that's the thing. Second off, fuck stealth rock. You're not running that shit. No. You're running Trick Room or Choice Band, and you're gonna be fucking killing everything with Stone Edge and basically guaranteed 150 base power gyro balls. It gets heat crash too, and it's a heavy motherfucker. So. Yeah, this thing is good. I like it a lot. Earth Power, not Earth Power. Earthquake, also good coverage move. Also gets Super Power, also gets Body Press. So yeah, this thing is good. I like it a lot. In terms of the EVs, I've said this like 5 billion times already, but I just want to make sure people know. Not this. If you run a Lonely Nature. Oh my god, can you please stop doing this to me? Okay, 2 and then minus here. If you run Lonely and max attack, as long as you have 15 defense EVs, your attack will get boosted by Beast Boost. You might be wondering if they're tied, what would happen. Basically, if stats are tied when calculating Beast Boost, basically the game will just go through in order of attack through speed. So like, basically, it's just a priority list. So attack is first, defense is next, special attack, then special defense and speed, if all of these happen to be tied. So since attack is ahead of defense, you don't have to run 14 EVs. You can just run 15. So yeah. Yeah, Trick Room, Stealth Rock, what else would I mention? I don't know. It's pretty good. It's similar to Melmetal in that like it has that, well, you know, except it has much lower HP. But it can take, yeah, it's probably slightly less bulky than Melmetal, but overall, actually pretty less bulky. But you know, it does tank a lot of physical hits because you know, fucking 211 defense will do that for you. Even like super effective, maybe not super effective close combat, but like maybe like a non-stab close combat, you might be able to tank those. But yeah, seriously, the thing's a monster. Yeah, okay, let's move back. Sorry, I forgot about that. So yeah, now we're looking at the type variants. I'm just based off what I'm seeing right now, I'm pretty sure you're fine. But you know, it doesn't hurt to check. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Why do I keep going? Okay, I'm gonna move this here. Yeah, okay. So, hazards and removal. So, I do remember saying a lot of stealth rock, so that's good. No spikes, but you know, that's not necessary. You do have a T-Spiker and Vespiquen apparently, which I didn't know about, and that's about it. In terms of defogging, Gliscor is an amazing defogger, so there's that. You have another couple backup options as well, Decidueye, maybe Coco, so yeah, you're good. I guess no spin, but so I carry you an 8. Actually, no, I can't give you an 8. Whatever, who cares? I'll go people whatever the fuck I want. Okay, pivoting wise, Slowbro, Infernape, Coco, Gliscor. Holy shit. Decidueye, Vespiquen. Okay, and like almost all of them will want to run their pivot moves, so that's a 9. I like this team a lot. Holy shit. Well, I'm not sure what these two are doing here, frankly. But aside from that, I really like this team. Actually, this is a very solid team. Bulk, Slowbro, Gliscor, Stakataka. I guess yeah. Bulk wise, it's kind of a little bit weaker. Nothing here is definitely a dedicated wall per se. I mean, I like Gliscor kinda actually. That's Slowbro. I mean, it's fine. It's fine, but like, it's fine. I don't know. I want to give it like a 7. This looks like a 7 to me. I don't know why it looks like a 7. It just feels like a 7. Yeah, did I mention that these rankings are not actually objective? I'm just going based off feel. Setup wise, that. Technically that doesn't really count, I guess. That also kind of doesn't count. I guess these would fit on the breakers, so we can talk about those later. So yeah, that. Kind of. Yeah, not bad. Give you like an 8, maybe a 9. We'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Because there's nothing here that boosts speed while they're also fighting. So yeah, well, they're also sweeping. So yeah. Wahlburgers. Guess that. You like the commentary, by the way. I hope you guys like it. So these 4 right here and these 2 right here. So like all of those are pretty solid wall breakers in their right. Would I give it a 10 though? Holy shit! Yeah, wait. Look at how far. I don't want to look super biased. I'm gonna give this a 6. Yeah, he's definitely going to get. He's definitely going to be a high scorer by a lot, actually. But this is the only team I've liked so far, apparently. That's not true. I like most of these teams. But apparently I really like this team. What should I give you, 9 or 10? These are some pretty good wall breakers. Fuck it, I'm giving you a 10. And cleaning, unlike the last 2 we've had, this team actually does have cleaners. So Coco and Fernape, Coco, Scarf and Fernape, Trick Room Stack Attack technically. Ice Shard from Sneasel. You got a couple priority moves running here and there. Yeah, so yeah, this team definitely can run semi Trick Room too. It's not like you have Slowbro and Stack Attack. Yeah, so this definitely can work on a semi. This team can be semi Trick Room for sure. I'm not denying that. So yeah, I guess not that much. I guess it's not that much better than the others in terms of cleaning, but it is still better. So like, you actually have good options. I'm gonna get this down to 4, and then I'm gonna. And my mouse is dying on me now. I'm gonna give this a 6. Yeah. So yeah, congratulations to Columbus Mew Jackets for knocking it out of the park there. Yeah. Okay, Birmingham Blisseys. I swear his teams always look the same. Austin Powers there, nice. I think that's Austin. I don't know. I'm very young. I actually don't know what I'm saying. If I was wrong, just go ahead and laugh at me. I swear his teams look the same every single time I look at it. I swear he's drafted this exact same shit before. Anyways, let's get into the. I think this is probably the last team I'll do for today, and then I'm gonna try to knock out the rest of them in one fell swoop tomorrow, maybe in a couple of days. We'll see. Oh man, I don't have the stamina for this anymore. I used to. My first PR video was like I recorded in 2 chunks, and it was still like 9 hours. So yeah, I'm now I go for more than 2 hours, and I just want to die. But yeah. Let me make sure. Wait, did I change this team to reflect? No. So he swapped out Chansey and Servine. Yeah, let me just get rid of those. He has Blissey and Illumise, I think. I didn't get. Slowbro Galar or something. Yeah, I think this is good. I think I got everything. Okay, so Glade Mega. I'll be honest. I haven't seen much of the hype around this one. I know Wood Server has this mod in very high respect, but I don't think I was around when people were using this and were doing very well with it. So, frankly, I don't see the hype. Shivzy, you better go ahead and prove me wrong. Yeah, so I mean, obviously there are a lot of good sets for it, so you know, it does get fucking 165 base attack, Swords Dance, and Stab Close Combat, and then, you know, I guess like Zen Headbutt, or actually, does it get Psychic? What's that move? Is it Psycho Cook? I was thinking about Psycho Cook, right? Yeah. Well, you probably want to use Zen Headbutt since it's stronger. And then like knockoff maybe Shadow Sneak. Glade does get a lot of coverage, so you know Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, stuff like that. Leaf Blade. So yeah, Poison Jab to hit fairies if you want to do that. Does it get? This looks like it also gets walled by Sableye. Does it get Poliwraths or Fairy move? Nope, no good fairy. Well, no fairy moves that actually, you know, help it with the Sableye issue. But yeah, it also gets Shadow Sneak, so there is some priority there. Unfortunately, it's non-stab base 40 power Shadow Sneak, so doesn't get Sucker Punch. Yeah, so I don't see the hype, but I want to be proven wrong. I want to be proven wrong. Fire Punch too. I didn't mention that. I think. Triple Axle. I almost forgot about that. Yeah, it does get Triple Axle, which definitely helps it in the killing things department, especially certain ground flying types or even ground dragons. Although you probably wouldn't want a Triple Axle or Garchomp because you know that does a lot of damage to you. Defensively speaking, I guess like in terms of utility moves, it does get Wisp, Taunt, but you know probably not super relevant. Moving on to Clefable. Fuck this mon. Magic Card and Unaware are both very good. You know, they both have their uses. You'll use them whenever. And this thing can do basically everything. I'll try to summarize it in general terms. First off is like just utility. So it does get access to Stealth Rock. It's a very good Stealth Rocker actually at that. Moonblast, Soft Boiled, and then you get access to Knockoff. And then you can, if you don't want this to set up rocks, you can run Thunder Wave. Or maybe, if you want to run Sticky Barb. Not Stick. Sticky Barb, and then you can run Trick, or maybe you want to trick a choice item, or maybe you know you want to run Calm Mind, and then you literally, since it's freaking Clefable, you can get away with just running just Moonblast as coverage. So like the last move can be Thunder Wave or Knockoff or whatever the heck you want. But if you want to run coverage, you know, get Flame Dart, you know, get Thunderbolt. Those are really the only relevant moves, frankly. But, you know, it gets other stuff if you really want to go look through the bottom of the barrel. And, yeah. And then the last set, since it does get access to Magic Guard Life Orb combination, you can run 3 attack Softball with this thing. And, yeah, I think that's about it. Actually, so I summarized it as fast as I could. Oh yeah, right, Wish. Forgot about that. See, there's so much shit. I actually like Wish Soft Boiled personally. I don't like Wish Protect, but you know, Wish Protect always has its uses. Something like that. And then you can either run Unaware on a good amount of the sets that I mentioned already. So yeah, bye. Next up we got Skarmory. I guess Sturdy. Yeah, Sturdy. This thing is like setup Spikes. It does get Rocks too, but you know, usually since Spikes is harder to come by, it usually runs Spikes. This thing also gets Defog as well, but since if you're running Spikes, you don't want to run both because you know you don't want to get rid of your own hazards. Yeah, so like this is kind of the standard set. You can run Brave Bird if you need it. Yeah. Skarmory's not very hard to build. It's a very simple Pokemon. If you want to run the other like main set, I guess that has like some sort of potential is this one. So this is the Hazard Lead Skarmory. Yeah, it's okay, but it's not the best one. You know. I guess the Swords Dance too, if you want to try stuff like that. Oh yeah, wait, I almost forgot. So it does get, you know, I did show off that they had Body Press. You can also run Iron Defense in combination with that, so you can make yourself pretty unkillable on the physical side. Yeah, this definitely can win con some matches late game. So yeah, don't sleep on it. And then I was about to mention Swords Dance, and I was about to mention Weak Armor too, but like, I don't know. I guess someone can try this, but the problem is like, if you don't have good coverage, So like, you know, fighting flying would be really good, but unfortunately body press is the only one. If you're running like weak armor, then it's not going to work out. Even if you're running like not weak armor, like you're still running sturdy, you have to run some weird set to like make both Brave Bird and body press do a good amount of damage. Yeah. Next up we got Crocodile. Intimidate and Moxie are both very solid. Anger Point is very situational. You can't really, unless you're playing doubles, you can't really reliably activate it. So yeah, stay away from that. This thing is a good rocker, and you know, Earthquake plus knockoff is hard to switch into in general. And then you have coverage in like Stone Edge or close combat. Yeah. Usually I think I see Scarf more often than not, but I'm probably wrong on that. Has that slightly faster than Land of T speed though, so that's nice for it. Damn it, I'm out of the playlist. Give me a sec. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so you can run Scarf, I guess. You can run a Resist Berry as well. I think that could be so like maybe like Chopple. Or, you know, this is just an example, and like run this type of set. This thing can also be a Hazard Lead, but I'm not gonna go over that. But basically, Stealth Rock, Taunt, Earthquake, and like whatever. That's basically it. Maybe you can run Sash Counter, be cheeky. Yeah, it doesn't really get a lot of good setup options. It gets Home Claws, but you know. Yeah, I think that's about it. Slowbro Galar. Quick Draw, Quick Claw. I don't know. I don't think that's banned in this server. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. So this will give you 44%. I think it's 44% chance to move first in your priority bracket every turn. And then you can run some fun stuff with that. So like one set is Nasty Plaid, you know, Shell Sidearm, Flamethrower, and like Focus Blast. I don't know, some kind of coverage move. And then you can also run Belly Drum, which is actually not bad. Obviously, you know, it's very situational, completely luck based, but and then you run like Grand Punch. And then, you know, kind of whatever you want, you know. I see the music's not very loud, so I'm gonna turn that up a little bit. Excuse me, I'm getting a call. You know, just ignore that for now. So yeah, Belly Drum, Cell Shide Arm, Drain Punch. I don't know, Earthquake on the last move. I don't know, who cares? Yeah. Aside from quirky stuff like that, you can just run Regenerator like a normal person. And Trick Room, it's still pretty good on Trick Room, right? So you can run Trick Room, Shell Side Arm, like basically whatever I was showing earlier. Yeah. Give me a second, please. I'm gonna pause. Alright, sorry for the interruption. Anyways, where was I? Yeah, Trick Room. You can also just use it defensively as well. So, I mean, it still gets Slack Off and whatnot. Unfortunately, it doesn't get Teleport, but you can try some sort of defensive set like this. And since it is Slowbro, and yeah, all the Slowbros and Slow Kings can do this set apparently, so like, yeah, so just that. So yeah, have fun with that. Although this is probably the worst Slowbro to do it with because it does not have, it has the worst bulk out of all of them, on average. So yeah. Wyvern is okay. How many do I have left? Okay, yeah, so Noivern is here. Decent fast dragon type. Frisk is always a nice ability, and Infiltrator is also good as well. Frankly, I don't know how to use Noivern, because like, I don't know, I'm just stupid. Yeah, Draco Meteor, Hurricane, and then solid coverage and Flamethrower. And then, so you can run like 3 attack roost set, you can run specs, turn, you can just run boots or something. Then it does get access to defog. I already showed off roost too, so it can be a solid defogger. What else? I guess Boom Burst with Throat Spray could be pretty interesting. Yeah. Yeah, U-turn. I guess you could try... Oh, I was going to talk about this later, but, you know, I'll talk about it now. So, it does get access to Super Fang. You can run, like, Super Fang Taunt, which is actually pretty interesting. It works pretty well as, like, a... Well, I guess like a stall breaker, but... Yeah, and then what I was actually going to talk about was Switcheroo, so you can run, like, Specs or whatever, and then switch the items, so, you know, switch it onto a bulky Pokemon and whatnot. Yeah. Magneton. Next. Yeah, so, you know, same thing as Magnezone. I already been talking about Magnezone like 2 hours ago. Yeah, so Magnezone is, yeah, so Magneton. Why am I typing it in the move section? Okay. So it's just oddly enough it's faster than Magnezone. But yeah, so it's faster but weaker Magnezone. You can still kill Corviknights and stuff with this. Your matchup against Ferrothorn is a lot more shaky because you don't have Body Press. So yeah, probably don't fight Ferrothorn with this thing. And yeah, so Thunderbolt, Volt Switch, Flash Cannon. Yeah. So you just kind of use it as a Choice Specs mon or even a Scarf mon. Fire attack. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty simple to explain. There's not much. Since it doesn't have Body Press, it can't beat Ferrothorn, so there's no other sets to really talk about. Did I say Scarf? I don't know if I said Scarf yet. Yeah, also that. Next up we got Feraligatr. Liquidation, Superpower. Yeah, so it does get access to Sheer Force and Life Orb, so this thing is actually ridiculously strong. And then you have Dragon Dance to help with that. So yeah, Liquidation, Superpower is just there for coverage, really. And then Ice Punch is also taking effect of Sheer Force and Life Orb. Taking the benefit of Sheer Force and Life Orb. Yeah, you don't have to run Dragon Dance either, you can run Swords Dance as well. Although I would mention that this is a little... Well, yeah, this is a lot more geared towards beating a stall team, per se. Or something like... Or more a bulky team, because, you know... You don't have a way to boost your speed outside, and you only have like Aqua Jet as priority, which doesn't take advantage of the Sheer Force ability. So yeah, it gets other coverage too, so you can try to experiment. But that is about it for that. And Liquidation stronger, so you won't. I was about to talk about Waterfall versus Liquidation, but there really isn't an argument here because, you know, with Sheer Force. Takes away the chances of any sort of secondary effects from happening, and Liquidation is stronger than Waterfall, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Blissey is up next. We all know what Blissey does. Oil, then Teleport. So this is the standard Blissey. You can run Toxic here, I guess, but, you know, now that it has Teleport, it definitely wants to just run Teleport all the goddamn time. You can run Counter to surprise things, I guess. Wish is also a nice option. Thunder Wave is better. Thunder Wave can be better than Toxic in certain matchups. And yeah, I guess aside from that, you can run a random coverage move to help against. So, like for example, I know someone drafted Spectrier, so since you have to deal with that matchup, you know, Shadow Ball can be nice to help with Spectrier at least initially. So yeah. Something like that could work. Yeah. Oh yeah, also Heal Bell. Nice. It also gets Healing Wish, which I have seen on more offense. I have seen people try to do that on more offensive teams, but you know, this team is not super offensive in that way, so I wouldn't really go for that personally. Yeah. Anything else I want to mention? I mean, I guess it gets Calm Mind if you want to try using that, but not very good there. Yeah, okay. Last up, we got Lumise, Prankster. Yeah, so I don't know. It gets access to Thunder Wave. You get a Defog. You get Prankster Encore, which is always really nice. And yeah, U-turn, I guess. Also get access to Wish, stuff like that. Yeah, not too much to talk about here. It's just a very annoying Prankster mon. Yeah. Oh yeah, it gets access to Roost if you want better recovery than that. Yeah, so unfortunately it's not super bulky, but you know, you can try to make it semi-bulky with EV investment. And yeah. Okay, so first up we gotta go through the standard stuff. So just stare at this, give me a second. So, this team does have... Nope, actually, for sure, it's not that much of a problem because there's technically a Magneton. The Magneton's not bulky, you know. But, yeah. I mean, there's Blissey. If we were going to talk about bulk, never mind. So yeah, this team definitely relies a lot on Noivern. Actually, no, never mind. You know, I don't know what I was gonna say with that. Forget I said that at all. You know, I think it's fine. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, so. Yeah, everyone has been doing pretty well on this front for some reason. Either that, or I'm just really stupid and I can't think of the right types. But I really don't think this team struggles too much with any one type, seriously. Okay, yeah, hazard removal next. I mentioned, like, at least, like, yeah, so, like, we got 2 rockers here, well, 3 rockers here, and then a spiker. We got defog here, another rocker here, another defogger here. Nah, that's an 8. Pivoting wise, let's see here. Clefable gets teleport. Oh, I forgot about the teleport on Clefable, but yeah, it does get that. And then U-turn up here, teleport on here, Volt Switch here, U-turn here. Yeah, most of those things want to run the pivot moves too. So, and then you have Clefable and Blissey being a good teleporter duo. So that's a 9. Maybe I want to give you a 10 actually. Nah, not good enough. No one will ever be good enough for a 10. Speed tier wise. I'm thinking a 9 or an 8. I don't know how nitpicky I want to be though. It's like I guess there's a gap between 92 and 110. So this is how picky do I want to be? I won't be that picky. I'll be nice. This team is pretty solid, so I'm not minding that. Bulk wise, you actually finally someone has a lot more defensive Pokemon actually. So yeah, someone here this might actually get a 10 for me. I guess the main problem though is like your defensive core has no, like there are types that do run through your defensive core per se. So like a strong physical fire type could probably wreck through Clef, Scarm, and Blissey. You do have Noivern, but the problem is Noivern's not very bulky, so I could definitely see it getting run through over time. And if like for example, if you're running Scarf Darm, right? If the Scarf Darm gets one lucky re with Stone Edge, like Noivern's gonna die, and then suddenly, your team's gonna get run through by Flare Blitz, right? So, I mean, you have Feraligatr, which does resist the move, like, especially with the added pressure from U-turn and stuff like that. So, like, I mean, that's just an example, but I think this does at least get a 9 for sure, because you actually have quite a few defensive mods. In fact, our first 9. I'm not sure if it's a 10. I will have to look back at that for sure. But, Alright, in terms of setup, we got Glade, Clef, Scarm, even Slowbro, Feraligatr. Yeah, so this is, despite this being a more defensive team, this has a lot of good options for setup. Granted, there's some of them are a lot more defensively orientated, but it still definitely works. Yeah, this team is actually really good. You guys are popping off here. Oh my god. Alright, wall breakers. So I don't know if Mega Galay will be classified as a wall breaker. I mean, it does get, I don't know if it can wall break without something. I'll give it I'll give it a little bit of that. Wall breaker wise though, yeah, you don't actually have much, or really at all actually. I don't see anything that would be like a serious wall breaker. Yeah, everything either needs setup to be threatening or is just not that threatening. I guess Specs Magneton is like the best thing here that I could give. Megalay kinda. I guess that Life Orb Clefsec is not too bad at wall breaking, but that's not really that great at that. Crook. I guess you could run Bandit on Crook. Yeah, I don't know. Not a lot of wall breaking here for sure. I would have to give it like a 5, I guess. Well, I gave Dutch Zipmontops a 5. How much? Okay, I won't give you a 5. I'll give you a 6. Actually, you know what? Just forget about it. And okay, last up we got Cleaning. Scarf Crook is pretty amazing at that. Noivern can do well. Scarf Magneton kinda. Yeah. Glade's a lot more iffy because it doesn't have it's 110 speed, right? So it's not super fast. So I don't know if I would call that a cleaner. Yeah, I don't know. It's all right, but it's not great. I think I get like a 5 or maybe a 6. I don't know, 5 or 6. Anyway, I might come back for that later. Anyways, I need to go. But yeah, I'll see you guys soon for the last part, hopefully. Maybe I'll break the last section up into 2 parts again, but we'll see. Alright, see you guys later. Alrighty, we are back. Last 5 teams. Hopefully I can finish this soon and then I can fucking, like, take a nap or something. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Yeah, so we're gonna start off with the Tampa Bay Giratinas. Starting off strong with the Mecha Alakazam. This is definitely, if I had to choose a Mega for like Mega I really want to use but haven't yet, this would be it. This thing is, I mean, obviously there's a lot of upsides to this thing. 150 base speed, 175 base special attack. Who doesn't like that stuff? Trace can be pretty fun to mess with as well. Yeah, this is already really great. Add in the fact, you have pretty decent coverage. Psychic with Focus Blast does hit basically, well, a lot of things. Unfortunately, of course, you have to rely on Focus Blast, but that's a different issue. And you also have Dazzling Gleam to hit like certain. Well, actually, I don't know if that hits outside of. You know what? Never mind. Dazzling Gleam's there to hit Dark types if you don't want to rely on Focus Blast to do so, and then you got Shadow Ball to hit Ghost types or stuff like that. All that type of stuff. Outside of this, though, of course, you have a lot of utility moves that Zam is. People don't usually use them, but I think they think it should be explored a little bit more. You get access to Encore, which is always a nice little move there. Thunder Wave, Knockoff, both of those are also very useful. And then, well, you can't really abuse Trick on this Pokemon, but that is nothing. And then there's even Teleport. I wouldn't recommend using Teleport on this thing, but it's there. And then there's also Recover. So I think like Zam, like while you can use it super offensively, there might be some sort of niche you can use it, not necessarily defensive, but like some sort of like stall breaker kind of niche. I don't know, but anyway, Zam probably beats most stall teams anyways. Unfortunately for Zam, there is no Nasty Plot. I think. Yeah, I don't think I can use Nasty Plot. Yeah, I mean, you can still use Calm Mind though. I've fought against Calm Mind Zams before. Those are fucking annoying. So, yeah. Okay, moving on. Next up, we got the Ferrothorn. Always a nice Pokemon. Yeah, so standard Ferrothorn. They just wants to set up spikes. Maybe get some Leech Seed to get some of its health back. Usually it's like knockoff and then some sort of move. So Body Press, Gyro Ball, Pyro Whip, those type of things. You can even run stuff like Thunder Wave or Toxic if you wanted to. Yeah, but I think Spikes, Leech Seed are pretty important. And Knockoff is pretty damn important. So, yeah. Stealth Rock, Ferrothorn can also set up Stealth Rock, but, usually, well, depends on what this team kind of has. But usually you want Ferrothorn to set Spikes, and you don't want it to set up both. Because that's just too many move slots you're taking up. Yeah. The Ferrothorn does also, has base 94 attack, and it has access to Swords Dance, which, not necessarily the greatest Swords Dancer of all time considering how slow it is, but, I don't know if this team has any sort of Trick Room support. Well, I mean, Zam has Trick Room, but I mean, that's not using that. But, you know, if you want to try something like Swords Dance, you could try it. Or Choice Band, even. I have seen Choice Band Pharaohs. They work. They aren't terrible, honestly. Power Whip, Knockoff, Gyro Ball, and, like, I guess Body Press. But maybe you can find a better move than that. The last slot. Yeah, honestly, it's not that bad. And you can even still run spikes on it, too. So, yeah. Next up, we got Rotom Heat. Honestly, this is probably my favorite Rotom form at this point. Although I think Wash is a little bit better still. I do really, really like Rotom Heat. But yeah. So, with Rotom Heat, if you're running, like, defensive sets, usually you run Boots. Because, you know, Stealth Rock weakness. And never leave home without Volt Switch or Overheat. And for the last two moves, depends. So if you're running defensive, you know, Pain Split, Defog, Toxic, Will-O-Wisp, Thunderwave, all those things work out pretty well for you. If you're running like a Scarf or anything that you want to Trick, you can always run Trick. And yeah, this thing also gets access to Nasty Plot, so you can try to run a Nasty Plot set. It was pretty common back in like literally like stage 1 of Gen 8 OU, like before Crown Tundra or Isle of Armor or any of the DLC. It ran Nasty Plot. I think it was Nasty Plot, Overheat, Toxic, and Volt Switch. Yeah, I think it was like this. So basically, the point of it was to, since you Toxic the Seismitoad, and then you Nasty Plot Overheat does like 50% to it, and you don't take too much from Scald. So like the whole point was it trying to break down Seismitoad for Dracovish to pop off. But yeah. Anything else? I guess it gets both screens if you want to try to use it as a screen setter. It's not too bad at that. Yeah. Okay. Next up, we got Tornadus Therian. Very, very good Pokemon. Also, a Pokemon you're going to be running Boots more often than not. Actually, I really don't know what other item you'd run on Torn, frankly, because Boots combo with it very, very well. I guess you can run Rocky Helmet occasionally if you want to punish those physical attackers a little bit more. Yeah. Standard Torn sets, kind of like this. Yeah, something like that. And you run like max HP, max speed, or something like that, or like, you know, whatever. Torn is best as like a semi-bulky, fast pivot kind of thing. You know, in terms of other moves it can use on this type of set, it gets access to Taunt. I think that's really it, frankly. And then if you want to use it more offensively, you can run Nasty Plot. So it does get good coverage. The problem is literally everything on this set can miss, which is not something you usually want to go for. I guess you can replace Hurricane with Air Slash if you want to, but that also can miss. But you know, it's a better accuracy than Hurricane. You know, you can even run physical sets as well. If you run no item, you can run Acrobatics, and that does some decent damage and whatnot. And then you also get access to Superpower. So yeah, Fighting Flying coverage is always very, very good. In terms of the last move, I guess run Knockoff. You know, something like this could work as well. Or maybe you just run, 4 attacks. I don't know. Maybe you can run Choice Band on this thing, frankly. Who knows? Actually, that'd be kind of heat. Although you miss out on the flying stat, but like, yeah, I don't think it gets any other better flying moves that are physical. Yeah, unless you want to use like Aerialish or stuff. Okay, next up we got Mienshao. This thing it has Regenerator and Reckless. Inner Focus might be neat. It might be useful in 1 or 2 battles if you're fighting against a Lando T, for example. But probably Regenerator and Reckless are more useful overall. More so Regenerator, because you know that's literally like one of, if not the best abilities in the game. Reckless is nice though for high jump kick. Although Mienshao doesn't really run that anymore since it now has access to close combat. So yeah. So Regenerator more often than not gonna be using that. So this Pokemon, frankly, I'm not exactly sure what it does. It's just like another like fast U-turn pivot with regen, I guess. Probably run something like this more often than not. Yeah, I guess you can run a Life Orb with it since you have regen, and then you can just, if you want to U-turn out and get your health back, you can always do that. I guess even boots work well on something like this. Even though you are resistant to rocks, you still take damage from spikes and T-spikes and all that stuff. So riding boots can be nice there. And then what else? It gets other coverage moves. Blaze kick, poison jab to hit fairy types. So mix and match for whatever matchup you need. Also gets access to Swords Dance. I didn't even know that. So yeah, Swords Dance, knockoff. Wait, I already mentioned knockoff, didn't I? But taunt as well can be nice. Yeah, you can even run a scarf on this or choice band. Both of those work. It has a decent speed tier, and yeah, so like it's like you can run like scarf, and then like if you're fighting against a Volcarona, if it gets up to +1, you can still have that scarf stone edge ready in the back in case it gets out of hand. Yeah. Next up we got Garchomp, very very solid Pokemon. Most common set right now is gonna definitely be Swords Dance, Scale Shot, EQ, and then your last move can either be Stone Edge or Fire Fang. There's the usual picks there. Yep. You can run Life Orb, you can run Lefties, you can run Rocky Helmet. I mean, honestly, any of those can work on this offensive set. More so Life Orb and Leftovers, I'd say, than Rocky Helmet. But speaking of Rocky Helmet, though, since it has Rocky Helmet plus Rough Skin, it's a very punishing Pokemon towards physical attackers. So you can run a Tank Chomp set. This thing does get access to Soft Rock, so that's always gonna be nice. Something like this could work pretty well. Although with Protect, you'd probably rather run Leftovers than Rocky Helmet. So like, you can run like Flamethrower, you can run Roar or Dragon Tail. Any of those can work pretty well. Yeah, and then you still have a decent, even if you're running a lot of defense or whatever, you still have a decently strong Earthquake to hit stuff. One more set I guess I can talk about is Mix Chomp. I don't know if that's very common anymore, but you can still run like Sword Dance, Earthquake, Draco, and Fire Blast, something like that. This could definitely catch a couple of physical walls off guard. Actually, this is Chain Chomp, not Mix Chomp. Well, they're basically the same thing, but yeah. Anything else? Not really. It does get Iron Head and Poison Jab to hit fairy types, but Stab Earthquake does basically close to the same amount. It's 150 base power versus 160. So, you probably don't want to be running Poison Jab and Iron, unless like it really gives you a damage roll that you need, which more often than not is probably not going to be the case. So yeah. Next up we got Jellicent. I can see the case for Water's or Curse Body. Damp might be useful potentially. Probably not though, considering you're immune to like half the moves here. So yeah, you're immune to Explosion, you're immune to Self-Destruct, you resist Mind Blow, and Misty Explosion is not very strong. So Aftermath, being immune to Aftermath is nice, I guess. But yeah, Water Absorb, Curse Body, those are probably going to be the more useful abilities here. Jellicent's best at, just kind of spread status with Scald and Toxic. It has Recover. It also has Strength Step as well. So, kind of do whatever you want with that. You can also do Wisp Hex. It's a personal favorite of mine. And then you can still run Scald and then run Strength Step or Recover. I mean, honestly, both Strength Step. Obviously, you won't run both on the same set. Recover and Strength Step, that is. And there's use cases for both Strength Step, one of the other being used in a certain week, so you can just kind of judge for yourself which one is better. Outside of that, it does get access to what is it called? Water Spout. Yeah, it gets access to Water Spout. Unfortunately, since it's a little bit slow, it's hard for it to abuse that, but you can try to use like a Specs Water Spout Jellicent 1 week. See what goes down. Also gets access to Energy Ball, alluding to the infamous Somalia incident. If you don't know what I'm talking about, that's probably a good thing. This thing also gets Trick Room, Taunt. It's nice. Yeah, that's about it. All right, these last two. So next up we got Audino, a third Regenerator Mon to pair with the other two. So we got that triple regen going on right now. Not only is it a good regen mod, it also has Wish. which makes it really nice for passing health. I don't know. This is probably a more standard Audino set. Leftovers or boots, whichever one you want. And yeah, this is pretty. This looks pretty good to me. I guess it gets access to like, yeah, it gets Thunderwave and Toxic and stuff like that, or Yawn. You can kind of replace that with whatever. If you don't need Heal Bell, that's probably the one you want to replace. So you know, Encore as well can be really nice. Yeah, but yeah, I think you need Wish and Protect. Knockoff is also really nice on Audino for getting rid of items. So. Yes, it's good because it does what the move functions as. Yeah, I did just say that. Yeah, that's about it. Alright. Got Absol last. I don't know exactly what you would use. Justify could be nice if you're fighting dark types. Super Luck is just good in general. Pressure, less useful for you, but it can... I don't think Ian... I don't know if Ian's even watching this part of the video right now. But, you know, if you are, and if you watch the part where I talked about Weavile, you know, Pressure can be used to just... You can reference that. Okay, no, I'm just gonna tell you anyways. So, you know, Pressure... I mean, you probably know this anyways. But yeah, Pressure can be used against other abilities. So, like, you know... This is a bad example, but like say your Coco is out against the Absol, right? If you both switch in on the same turn, you know, you can use Pressure to see if the Coco's faster than you or not based on the fact that which ability pops off first. You know, Absol is definitely slower, but you know, that's what I was trying to allude to. Probably not going to make a lot of use of that since Absol is not, you know, fast, but yeah, I don't know. Super Luck is probably the best overall consistent. Well, I say consistent, but it's just raising your critical hit ratio. Not chance, whatever. But yeah, Sword Stance, Knockoff, Superpower, and Sucker Punch. It's probably the thing you're going to be running more often than not. I guess you can run 3 Attack, I guess. Something like Iron Hail. You can run Iron Tail to the last slot for Fairies. Poliwraths for Dragons. I don't know. Psychic Cuck for Toxapex. Who knows? Kind of just, you know. You got a lot of moves here. Just kind of make use of them. But this is probably the most standard set. And then run a Life Orb on the last slot. Or run Scope Lens if you want to be that guy. Oh, you can run... Yeah, you can run Scope Lens with Night Slash. And so that will give you 100% crits. So that's nice. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a... I don't know if there's anything else with a high critical hit ratio on Absol. Oh yeah, Psycho Cut. You can... anything else? I don't think there's anything else. Unless I'm stupid. Shadow Claw and Stone Edge. Oh, Stone Edge has high crit. You could do that, yeah. I don't know. This is probably not good coverage, but you know, you probably want Superpower at least one most of the time. But you know, you can kind of mix and match. You can even try to run the Scarf, frankly, if you want to try going for that. But I don't know. Mixed Absol is a little bit less good, but you can still run Fire Blast and Life Orb to like snipe a Ferrothorn. Although +2 Superpower is probably going to be killing it, if not getting close. So. Yeah, okay. And now we move on to this. Oh yeah, I forgot to look at the picture. Nice picture. Alright, alright, Tampa Bay Giratinas. Okay, now I gotta... Here comes the very fun part where I just sit here and look at the sheet. And then you guys are just gonna sit there and like it. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Can't see anything too threatening, at least. I guess dark can be kind of an issue, a little bit, because your dark resists aren't super tanky. Also, the fact that these are different fonts are bugging me. But yeah, so for example, you know, you got Mancho and Absol in terms of dark resist. Both of those are pretty frail. I know Mancho can run Assault Vest and stuff occasionally for like certain matchups, but you know, just in general, you do need to watch out for dark types. Those can be an issue. Yeah, so like you're finding in a Shifu Rapid Strike, Single Strike or Shifu, like actually you just get wet up. you don't really have to switch into that thing. I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, I can take one, I guess. Yeah, I can definitely take one Wicked Blow, but like it's not gonna like it. And if it's Scarf or Shifu Single Strike, you probably just get 2-shot. You know what? Actually, I have the damage calc right here. I'm gonna check it right now. Why not? It's just regular Shifu. Yeah. Okay. Show. Yeah, if you're Scarf, you're getting destroyed. Oh wait, this is choice band. Well, yeah, no, you're still taking 50. Yeah, you're taking 50 to 60. So yeah, I mean, obviously you can run a lot of. Well, this thing already has some HP investment too, but something to watch out for. Yeah, so that's actually. Sorry, that was a lot. This might actually give me an excuse to give you a 10. I mean, to give you a 9 instead of a 10. But I'm gonna be nice and just give you the 10 anyways. In terms of everything else, I think you're fine. So we'll just move on. I guess like freeze dry could be kind of an issue. Actually, yeah, freeze dry. Yeah, so like if you're fighting a Kyurem, your only resist is Rotom Heat, and if you get Draco'd once. Speaking of which, you don't have a Fairy type, so Draco is not the not freeze. It's kind of free against you because like your only Dragon resist is. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, yeah, a lot of this relies on Ferrothorn, or relies on like one specific Pokemon. So like Ferrothorn. Gonna demolish, like Kyurem is actually gonna be a good bad matchup for you as well, because you're gonna like it's literally just 150-50 of do I click freeze dry or do I click Draco Meteor to hit the Rotom Heat switching, so that's not gonna be fun. To be fair, Ferrothorn probably takes one freeze, probably like 3 hit KO by freeze dry, but like if they have a grass type so they prevent you from getting Leech Seed up, then that's not fun. I don't even know if anyone has Kyurem, but this is just like theoretical. So yeah, now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I'm gonna give you a 9. Sorry. I mean, I know I'm pointing out like very specific matchups, but like, yeah, you have like one resist to something. Like the dark one is more of an issue for me because like you actually just they're very not good resists. Like that are taking it. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too mean. To be fair, I feel like I've been switching moods every single time I started recording, so like I think my rankings are kind of like all over the place at this point, but yeah. Anyways, hazard removal. So you got 2 rockers, 1 spiker, and that's it. That's fine. Multiple rockers is the minimum I look for, but I mean one of them is the Ferrothorn that is probably gonna run spike, so you're probably gonna be more forced into running rocks on Chomp. Which is not super ideal, but it's manageable. In terms of removal, you have Tornti and Rotom Heat, both of which are pretty decent at defogging. Well, Rotom Heat, I don't like Rotom forms defogging per se, but they do work. Torn obviously has defog, so you're fine on that front. And then no Rapid Spin, but who cares? So that's 7 or 8, I guess. I'll give you an 8 because I was being mean to you in the type variance category. Pivoting. Volt Switch, U-turn, Teleport. This gets Teleport, I totally forgot about that. Right? Actually. Wait, hold up. No. I need to check to see if this thing actually can run Wish and Teleport from the same set. Oh, it doesn't get Teleport. Never mind. I don't know why I thought I got Teleport. Okay, well, so then you only have 3 Pivot Mons. To be fair, they're all 3 of them are excellent, but there's only 3, so I can only give you like 6. Speed tiers, pretty good, I would have to say, just from a cursory glance. Yeah, I like this. I mean, there's a gap between 150 and 120. No. I'll give you. I'm gonna give you a 10. You know what? This is a good speed tier. You got the very slow mon. You got. Well, I guess there's like a gap between 20. That doesn't really matter. But like you have 50, 60, 70, 80. I guess you skip 90, but you have two base 100s plus, and then you have the 120, and then you have the 150. So yeah, I think this is fine for sure in terms of speed tiers. Yeah. Also, you lost both your. Oh. Oh, it's already good. Hope you do better. Anyway, bulk. So Audino, very tanky, and there's a Wish Passer and a Heal Beller. Jellicent, also very tanky, but doesn't do the Wish or whatever. Ferrothorn is also good. Rotom Heat's decently bulky. Torrent's decently bulky. Chomp is decently bulky. So you got some bulk all around. I like that. An 8. I'm giving you like an 8. Yeah, that sounds good. I might give you a 9 actually. Let me look at Birmingham Blisseys. Because I already forgot what was that like. Because this is a different day. So Blissey, Scarm, Cliff. I mean, if I gave him a 9, I think you deserve a 9 too, frankly. Wait, oh, wrong one. Where was I? Oh, you're right. Switch this. So like Jelly, Audino, Pharaoh, Rotom. Yeah, I think you deserve a 9. That's definitely true. Setup wise, Calm Mind Zam is actually pretty good, so I wouldn't sleep on that. That's what Rotom is a thing, kind of. That's what Torrent is definitely a thing. Swords Dance Chomp is definitely a thing. Swords Dance Mienshao, I actually don't see that too often, but it definitely can be a thing. Then Swords Dance Absol. So specifically Garchomp is Swords Dance Scale Shot, so I guess we can throw that in there for the speed boosting kind of setup. Like that. Like 1, 2, 3 actually good stuff, and then like 1, 2, 3 mediocre good stuff. So like that's give you an 8, maybe a 9. We'll think about it. I'll think about it. Wall breaker wise, Zam is pretty decent at that. I'd say though. Chomp relies on Swords Dance to break through things, so I can't say it's a wall breaker. So like yeah, wall breakers is stuff that like so setup. Everything you had set piles on the setup. So I can give you 9 because I anticipate the. No, your cleaners are pretty good. Actually, let me tone it back first. But yeah, wall breakers is what I consider something that doesn't need a lot of setup to start breaking walls. So like for example, Crawdon, yes, it does run Swords Dance, but like even without Swords Dance, like Life Orb, Crab Hammer, and Noctowls are still doing a shit ton of damage, right? This includes Choice Band, so like it's not necessarily no boost to any of your attacks and stats. It's just can you hit something right off the bat, really? And because there's also unaware mons, so you can't entirely rely on setup like a Swords Dance in order to break the routine. But yeah. That's why I have setup in one category and then wall breakers in another, and then clean. So yeah, this ranking that I have definitely favors offensive teams a lot more, considering I only have one tier for bulk, one category for bulk, and then like setup, wall breaker, cleaners. There's 3 categories for that. You can even say speed tours help towards these 3 categories, so you can even say there's 4, and then yeah. So I mean, of course, these are just my rankings. At the end of the day, I am not the foremost expert on Pokemon, not by a long shot, especially in Draft League. So, like, you should always take my rankings with a grain of salt, especially since it's taken like 5 years to make them, and I still get stuff wrong. Okay, yeah. Anyway, wallbreakers. Zam. I guess Bandit Mienshao can kind of work here. Maybe Bandit Absol, but Bandit Absol is definitely a little bit more of a question mark. I know Band Chomp is a thing. I don't agree with it. Gets walled by Scarm, pretty much. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Your wall breakers aren't kind of aren't there. It's like alright. It could be like a. Okay, and then cleaner wise, let's see here. I mean, Zam, amazing. Points, pretty fast too. Scarf Rotom can definitely clean late game. Scarf Mienshao as well. Sucker Punch, I guess, from Absol can kind of clean the game late game. I don't know. Depends. So I'm leaning towards like a 6, maybe a 7. Maybe 7. Okay, London Luxrays. They're up here. There's scroll to the right a little bit. Oh my god, he's such a hottie. Okay, he's married. I should stop making passes. Anyways, Dio speed. What? Dio speed? Fuck. Since when was this allowed? Hello? What? When was this allowed? I don't remember this. What the heck? I remember the 19-point thing. I didn't remember that they allowed Dio speed back in. Alright, well, okay, someone has Dio speed. Okay, have fun with that. Anyways. So yeah. I mean, I wrote it down here, yes, but like I forgot about it. Because I made all these teams like in my builder like 2 weeks ago. So, yeah. Anyway. Dio speed is whatever. I actually have no idea how you would use this in OU. Or in like a more OU environment, I suppose. I mean, obviously, you know, you can still run like the Stealth Rock Spikes lead stuff, and I think his team is definitely kind of gearing more towards that, just judging by the Web Setter and then Blacephalon and Absol Mega and then like a bunch of offensive mods here. So yeah, I think he's leaning more towards an HO type of team. So you can definitely just run Stealth Rock Spikes, Taunt, and then like, I don't know, whatever kind of move you want in the last slot. Could just be any sort of coverage move you need to deal with anything, you know. Yeah, this thing is one of the fastest spawns. No longer the fastest. Regieleki has now usurped it. But, actually, Regieleki fucks with it quite hard because it has Rapid Spin too. So I can blow away the hazard. But, you know, life moves on. It doesn't get awkward. What did I use on Dio speed? I played Nadax AG a while ago. I remember using this thing, but I don't remember what I used on my last slot. Maybe knockoff. I probably was knockoff. Yeah, I guess you can run something like this with Sash. Yeah, sure. But I think you can start experimenting with more offensive sets since, you know, we allow this back. You know, this does get access to Nasty Plot, and then you can try to run like a 3 attack set, you know, right? You know, there is some variation to be had here, you know. Let me just special moves. Anything useful here? A Shadow Ball to hit Ghost types, or yeah, that's it. Maybe Ice Beam to hit like a Land OT very hard. You know, something like that. Yeah, I like this. You can also run. What's this? So now I'm bringing some 1v1 knowledge in here now. Oh, it doesn't store power. Unfortunate. No, you can still run something like this and just be like the most fucking nuisance spawn imaginable. This set actually, like, this was okay. This is so in 1v1, there's a couple ways you can win. One of the ways you can win is pressure stalling and like just PP stalling an opponent. And so this is one of the mons that does it very, very well. It's because you're so fast, and you usually can tell what type of attacker your opponent has. So you can just set up Iron Defenses or Amnesias based on if they're a physical or special attacker, right? And then you get those up, get the Amnesias up, rest, and just sit there and wait. Because Iron Defense and Amnesia have decent amount of PP, then you have rest, and which will make you, if you don't run Sleep Talk, right, it'll just make you sit there forever, right? And like, of course, this is probably not something you can run in a 6v6 battle per se, but you know, if they, you know, could be interesting. Run agility just to have something with high PP. But yeah, I mean, this is good access to recover too, so you can just run that, and then you can, you know. But yeah, this thing is really fucking annoying. So, yeah. Anyways, I think we're done. Yeah, I think we're done with speed. Well, yeah. One more thing. It does get Magic Coat. I guess that could be useful against prankster mons trying to like taunt you or trying to do anything to you. So, you know. Yeah. Magic Coat's preferable in the DOS 1v1. Like when you both lead, when you're fighting another HO team in Nadax AG, you just use Mirror Coat. You just use Magic Coat. So, yeah. Blacephalon. Oh, I love this clown. It's a good one. Specs and Scarf. kind of the main things here for it. And it has Calm Mind sets, so let's go over those. Yeah, so Specs and Scarf, pretty similar movesets, really. You know, you maybe like run Overkeep, Flamethrower as a consistent stab for fire, Shadow Ball, and then Trick. That's about it. Yeah, Shadow Ball is pretty simple. And then if you want to run Calm Mind, you just do this, and then you do this. And then you put a leftover or something like that. Yeah, so yeah, Blacephalon, very simple mon. Not much to explain. If you want to be absolutely crazy, it does have base 127 attack. So if you want to try Choice Band, you know, you got Fire Punch. Okay, don't try Choice Band. That's weak stab compared to its special attack, and its special attack is just better anyways. If you want to kill a Blissey, if you want to beat a Blissey, just run the Calm Mind set. Yeah. Next up we got Ribombi. Probably, I would say the best web setter. Maybe people will disagree with me, but I will disagree with them back. It gets Shield Dust, so it can't be flinched, or, you know, any secondary effects won't happen to it, so. Like the opposite of that's not the opposite of Sheer Force, but, yeah. That kind of, well, yeah, whatever. Yeah, with the Sash, you're pretty much guaranteed to always get your webs up. Sticky Web, it gets Pivoting with U-Turn, and then you also get a nice Stab Moonblast to hurt things pretty decently, and you also have Stun Spore to annoy things. So yeah, this is definitely my favorite web setter, especially since it's so fast, because yeah, the speed matters. Like, you know, if you're using a Shuckle to set up webs, like you have to run like Mental Herb to make sure you don't get taunted. But like Ribombi is so fast that almost there's not a lot of taunters that can outspeed it in the first place. You're limited to just like Coco and stuff like that, or Dio Speed. But you already, but yeah. Yeah, I just like Ribombi. And then, you know, you don't have to run Sticky Web as another thing for it. So you can actually just run Quiver Dance, since it does get that. Unfortunately, it doesn't really have coverage to hit Steel types. But, you know, it's not bad. You can run Psychic to, like, hit Poison types at the very minimum. So yeah. Next up, we got Absol of the Mega Variety. So I already talked about regular Absol. Absol Mega, pretty similar. You just kind of kill shit. So yeah, I mean they run the same sets really. It's like Absol might have a little bit more viable time running special moves since it has a lot better of a special attack stat. Absol is faster now, so maybe you don't need to run Sucker Punch every single week. Mega Absol. So like you can run 3 attacks here. It's a lot more reasonable. Iron Tail or something. Who knows? Maybe you can run full special in a week. That could be pretty interesting. Because Absol does have a very solid special move pool. Like it gets, you know, it gets Ice Beam, it gets Thunderbolt, it gets Flamethrower, like it Dark Pulse. You know, you can definitely run special. It could be fun. Anything else? It does get Magic Bounce. I didn't mention that earlier, but you know, it does get that. Oh, I see Calm Mind, so that helps with the special set. Yeah, unfortunately for Absol, it doesn't really take a lot of advantage of the Magic Bounce ability because it's super goddamn frail, so it can't really take a lot of hits. But, you know, you can still annoy people. Bounce Back Toxics or Will-O-Wisps or whatever. Bounce Back Hazards if you predict it correctly. Yeah. Wish apparently is a thing on this. I didn't even know it got Wish. What the hell? Alright, well, that's cool, I guess. Yeah, that's about it. Next up we got Cobalion. Excuse me. Oh. So yeah, this thing is a self-rock setter. Close combat, I guess, and then like, I don't know, Toxic Volt Switch. It's gonna be a pretty decent set, I guess. Maybe Ironhead. Yeah, you just kind of use it as a fast defensive tank, I guess. I don't know what the right word to say. Fast tank pivot. What words? I don't know. Yeah, you can run Rocky Helmet on this to punish physical attackers. You can run Leftovers to get some longevity. You can run Boots if you're that kind of guy. I'm definitely that kind of guy. Because I'm stupid, frankly. Yeah, this thing also gets access to taunt. It's a fast taunter. Yeah. Anything else? Not much else to talk about, I guess. I guess they asked us to Swords Dance. So you can run like Swords Dance, Close Combat, Iron Head, and like Stone Edge. Thunder Wave can be nice. Yeah, that's about it. Moving on. Zygarde. Except the 10% more. Yeah, so 1,000 Arrows is a bitch of a move. The one thing it has over Zygarde 50% is the Bandit set, I would say. Well, Bandit and Dragon Dance it does... Well, I don't know if it does Dragon Dance better per se, but Bandit for sure it does better just because it has a better speed tier. So it's a lot more threatening. So yeah, Iron Tail, 1,000 Arrows, maybe Outrage and Leaf Speed. So yeah, this does work pretty well, thanks to the speed. And yeah, Dragon Dance, it can do. Coil, less so, but Dragon Dance, it can definitely try to pull off. Yeah, and then run like a Life Orb or something. Anything else? Not really. Superpower here with other hits certain. I don't really know what you would hit with Superpower, frankly, actually. So, forget about it. I have run 1,000 Arrows and Earthquake on Zygarde 50% before because I just needed a stronger stab. Certain matchups. Maybe you can do that with Zygarde 10. Mixed is probably not super easy to pull off since considering low special attack, but you know, you can probably run Draco Meteor a couple days. Or Core Enforcer, who knows. Yeah, next up we got Swallow. So Swallow has two main sets here. Flame Orb Guts is the first one, so Facade, Brave Bird, I don't know, like U-turn, and then like Heat Wave or something. I don't know. Something like this. Basically, you're just smacking the shit out of people, and you're status immune, technically, so, you know, that's fun. The other set it has is Specs with Scrappy and Boomburst. So, yeah, both sets are very strong, very offensive, and very scary, frankly. Boomburst definitely makes Heat Wave a lot more scary, and it does get access to Hurricane. Yep, it does get access to Hurricane. So this set is also very good here. Yeah, you wouldn't think that Pokemon's base special, 75 base special, is good enough to use Specs, but Boomburst, if you have the right stabs, it works pretty damn well. So, you know, Specs Boomburst hits like a goddamn truck. Next up was got Lycanroc. Probably not going to be using any of these abilities, frankly. Or, like, not trying to. If I had to guess which one is the best one to use here... I don't know, really. Just Steadfast, I guess? Who knows? You can use this as a Stealth Rock setter, I guess. Yeah, you can use that as Stealth Rock setter. Of course, you can always use it as just a regular attacker as well. Unfortunately, it doesn't get Tough Claws unlike the Dusk variant, but it at least still gets all the coverage moves that it gets, so you can do something with that. What? Can my computer work? Please, thank you. Yeah, Choice Band or Life Orb, something like that. Or you can run Swords Dance through attack with Life Orb. You know, all that stuff works out pretty well. Yeah, I guess there's not really much else to talk about. That has other coverage moves that I probably didn't point out, so just, you know, look into it. Yeah, Superior up next. Gonna be running Contrary. Gonna be running Leaf Storm. Yeah. Since Superior doesn't have hidden power in this league, you're probably gonna be sticking with Glare, like Slub Leech with Glare. So yeah, you're probably gonna be sticking to this set more so. am I doing? Yeah, so this set every week, probably. You can run Scarf as well. I've seen Scarf with like Leaf Storm, Glare, and like Knockoff. And honestly, I don't know what the last move would be. But this works pretty well. Just because you get that nice knockout support. And then since Superior normally just use Leaf Storm to win anyways, you can run Scarf Leaf Storm as a late game win con, and it works really, really well. Yeah. And then you can use Glare, and yeah. Yeah. Pretty simple mod. It's access to defog. Probably don't want to be using that too often, but you know, you can. It does get Swords Dance if you want to not use Contrary in a certain week, but like Contrary Leaf Storm is basically Nasty Plot plus Leaf Storm, so like I don't see the downside. Low PP, I guess, but yeah. Alright, Electro.
I have no idea what you would use on this.
I don't know, it could be a screen setter. Yeah, use that as a screen setter. There you go. That's it. Yeah, here's. I think maybe you can use actually Explosion. You know, with the Space 50 attack. Yeah, I mean, Electro really doesn't. It's just. It has a lot of speed, but it has really not too much to abuse it with, frankly. I guess you can run like a weather move. I mean, it gets Rain Dance. I don't know if it gets any of the other ones. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't get it. It only gets Rain Dance, so which doesn't really benefit this team too much from the looks of it. So, you know, in fact, it actively harms it with Blacephalon for sure. So, yeah, I guess we're just gonna be using this as a screen setter every single week, which is fine. But you know, not a lot of variability for that Pokemon, unfortunately. Last up, we got Persian. So, I don't know. I guess he's just gonna be using like Technician fake outs or whatever, right? Something like this could be pretty nice. Since you don't have access to return, you can just run Covet. And you can steal people's items or something. That could be nice. And then like run a Silk Scarf. Does this thing get Tail Slap actually? No. Missed opportunity. I guess you can run for Double Edge. It is stronger than Covet, but you know. You can also run Nasty Plot as well. I guess. It's not too bad. It gets like Bubble Beam. That doesn't take advantage of Technician apparently. I didn't know that. Oh, Water Pulse is the thing I was thinking about, right? Yeah, but nothing else takes advantage of it, so fuck that. Yeah, I'd probably just stick with the physical sets, I guess. It's Gunk Shot for fairies, I guess. That could be cool. Whatever. Okay. Alrighty.
Let's look at the types.
Anyways. Flying type. Like rock. Damn it. Oh, wait. Oh, he made changes. God damn it. Oh, God. Okay, he made changes. Sorry, give me a second. Regieleki and Sceptile. Okay. In exchange for what? He got rid of Superior? Oh, great. Now I have to talk about these. Alright, anyways. Regieleki. Also probably using screens this week. But also it's a nice win con late game if you get rid of the ground type. So, you know. Spec sets can work pretty well. Even boot sets work really well. I've seen its potential in my own league. It has popped off significantly. In fact, I buffed it up a couple points in the next season. So yeah. That's really it, though. Sceptile. Unburden. No terrain to make abuse out of it, unfortunately, but you can definitely run just like Citrus. Or like Swords Dance. Sub. And then like Acrobatics. And I really don't know. Yeah, without a terrain to boost, without a terrain or some sort of like thing to boost it, to activate an item, like Sceptile is not super good here. That's kind of unfortunate. I guess you can run just like a special set, Overgrow. You can run Sub Leech as well. Yeah, sorry. I okay, back to what I was doing. So yeah, I was gonna say flying types, but unfortunately that doesn't really work out because Lycanroc and Regieleki are there. Doesn't excuse the fact that Gyapdos would absolutely tear this team apart, but you know. It's just... Water can be an issue. Yes, you have a grass type, but it's a Sceptile, so it's not the bulkiest thing in the world. I mean, frankly, this team doesn't have a lot of bulk in general, so I mean, I would say almost nothing here has bulk except Cobalion. So you know, when we come to the, I mean, yes, but this is an HO team. This is kind of the whole thing. I mean, at least type-wise, you are covering yourself decently well, but, you know, there's still also some problem water types, or, like, some problem types that do kind of give you trouble. So, yeah, as I said, waters, flying types still can be kind of an issue. I mean, you have 2 resists, like, again, they're frail. But, yeah, that's kind of the whole point, like, everything's just frail. Give you a 9. In fact, I'm gonna give Tampa Bay a 10. Actually, no. I stand by that. Oh, wow. God. Keep switching to the wrong tabs. Okay, hazard removal. So you got a lot of hazard setters. And you have a spinner in Regieleki, so that's actually kind of nice. But yeah, I mean, with your type of team, you're just trying to overwhelm your opponent so much with hazards that they're forced to remove it. Which means you usually run defog. Which means they'll remove it for you if they set up hazards on your end. So, a Stealth Rock spikes. Stealth Rock, you have a Magic Bouncer too for removal. Note that for later. Another Rocker. Yeah. And then you have a Webs. And then in terms of removal, you have Regieleki, you have a Bombi. I'm sure there's a couple monsters here that learn defog, like Swallow, but you know, you probably don't want to be running defog on those things. I'm gonna give you a 9 actually, because you have good setters, you have a lot of them, and then you have some decent removal for a hyper offense team for sure. Like you have good removal as well. Like hyper offense teams don't run removal normally, but you have it. So. Pivoting. Actually, maybe I shouldn't give you a 9. Whatever. Who cares? Pivoting. Well, a lot of people care. That's beside the point. U-turn, Volt Switch. U-turn. Volt Switch. Almost all of them will want, especially on a hyper offense team, almost all of them will want to run their pivoting moves. So yeah, it's maybe a 7 or an 8. That'll be nice. Speed tiers. Huh. Not one of these things are slower than base 100. God damn. I don't know if this is another theme team because I remember Uzi, Ooze Air Force One. I don't know how to pronounce their name, but the point is they did that for one of their leagues, for like one of the past seasons. I don't know if that's supposed to be. Yeah, I'm gonna give you the same answer I gave him though. You have everything above base 100, which is great for that. But when Trick Room comes around, you're gonna get screwed. God damn. I mean, to be fair, you have literally the fastest mons in the game, so there's that. So good for you. But also, my brother in Christ, you lose to a Trick Room. So, especially since your mons are all very frail too. So like, I can't give you. I'm gonna give you like a 6. I'll give you a 7 just to be nice. But like, yeah, it's not good. I should be giving you like a 5, frankly. You know what? I'm gonna give you 6. Yeah. I really want to give you a 5, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna move on. Okay, bulk. yeah. You have I'm gonna give you like a 2. You can't expect me to give you any points for bulk here, right? Like, come on, man. Like the only thing that's semi-bulky here is Cobalion. Literally everything else, like I don't think there's a base defense stat above 90 for anything else here, or a base HP stat above 80, except your Cobalion. Yeah, no, sorry, man, I can't help you there. Setup, yeah, okay, now we're getting into your territory, right? So we're getting into setup mon. So we got Swords Dance, Dragon Dance. Swords Dance here, like I guess Swords Dance here, and then Calm Mind. Like right now we're getting to your territory. I give that a very solid 8. Wall breaker wise, you got that nice, Calm Mind Blisset. Wait, sorry, Wall breaker. What am I saying? Specs Blacephalon. Both types of Swallow. I guess Bandon Lycanroc works here too. Actually, Lucky can work as a wall breaker. Yep, I agree. Not necessarily against ground types, but against everything else, it works pretty decently. Actually, that's about it. Oh, Bandit Zyger. Oh, I almost forgot. So, Absol kind of needs the attack boost, I think, for Short Dance in order to actually start breaking. But personally speaking, maybe not. I could be wrong. Oh yeah, I forgot about Quiver Dance. Well, Quiver Dance. Actually, yeah, 9. For ball breakers though, I'm gonna give you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. Cleaning. Do I want to do that? Yeah, I kind of want to do that. Like, are you getting? Yeah, of course. I'm gonna give you that. No, you're serious. Literally everything on your team can clean. Well, not everything, but like basically. Yeah. So have fun with that team. It's gonna be interesting. Oh wait, why does it say he lost? Why does it say he lost 2 games when he beat Abbekerk? Was this a misprint? Hold up, I must figure this out. Give me a sec. Oh no. Okay, yeah. So that's a mistake. This should be 0-4, not the 4-0. Oopsie. Okay. Anyways. Come on, guys. You guys gotta moderate your doc better. I should probably like tell Woodsy. In fact, you know what? Give me a second. I'm gonna do this now. Woodsy. Okay, anyway, moving on. Anyways, yeah, sorry for the delay. I definitely could have just paused, but no, I refuse to do so. Anyways, Sarasota Scizors, an oldie but a goodie, I guess. my man's a master chef, you know. Look at this man. Look how chefy he looks. I don't know what the fuck that means. Anyway. Looking like we're starting off with a mascot pick, plus bonus points for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, starting off with Mega Scizor. I've preached about this thing to hell and back for a long time now. This thing is a very, very solid Mega, which is why it's like one of the top points in terms of Megas. So yeah. Where to start? Bullet Punch is basically necessary, I would say, on Scizor, as well as Roost, frankly. Maybe not Roost, but like Bullet Punch, you need to have Bullet Punch. Everything else might be able to change. You need Bullet Punch. But yeah. So the most common set, I guess, would be probably like Swords Dance, Knockoff / U-Turn, and then Roost at the last slot. So that's probably my favorite type of set. You know, you can always run different ones though. So you can run a more offensive set. You can run Superpower and then like, I don't know, Psycho Cut or like Sand Tomb, stuff like that. What else? X-Scissor can be nice if you want to stay in. Oh, actually, Bug Bite's stronger, so yeah, you can run Bug Bite if you want to stay in with your Bug Stab, stuff like that. What else? Actually, that's about it. Well, you don't have to run Swords Dance either. You can run like 3 attack Roost. Like this too. But yeah, this thing has a lot of defense, so you can definitely run this defensively, which is what this set is kind of aiming to do. You can run it offensively with Swords Dance, and yeah, this thing is very, very versatile. Don't sleep on it. Moving on. I guess you can run Defog. I guess it's something to mention, but this is not the best defogger. And plus, we see there's a Togekiss over there, so we can talk about it later. Yeah, so Kamo up next. This thing is scary as heck. That's Clangorous Soul. Like, this thing has, like, almost every single setup option you would ever want. So, you know, Clangorous Skulls and Omni Boost at the cost of 33% health, but, you know. And then it gets Swords Dance, it gets Bulk Up, it gets Dragon Dance, it gets Calm Mind. No, it does not get Calm Mind. I know it gets a special boosting. Does it get special boosting? I don't think it gets special boosting. But, you know, it gets all the physical boosting moves. And then it also gets Clangorous Skull if you do want to run special. Especially since one of its other signature moves, Clanging Scales, is special. And then you can run, like... And if you want to be a man, yeah. I guess Aura Sphere is also there for people who are scared of missing or something like that. Couldn't be me. Like, I miss all the damn time. It's a joke. What was I thinking about? Yeah. Okay, so what else? Oh yeah, I should probably talk about what you would run on the other sets. So, you know, Dragon Dance, for example. Or Swords Dance, because it does get Swords Dance plus Scale Shot, so you can be a fake Garchomp for a hot second. Then you can run Close Combat, and then like, I don't know, Poison Jab, hit Fairy types or something. So yeah, it can be nice. I have some Bulk Up, some Dragon Dance. Oh yeah, right, defensive. I almost forgot. So this thing does set up rocks. So Stealth Rock. I guess like Drain Punch, or actually it gets Body Press, so yeah. And look at its defense, it's its highest stat, so yeah. Body Press, then like Toxic, and then like maybe like Protect, maybe Flamethrower, you know, something to, depends on the matchup, you know. But yeah, this thing does work really well, defensively and offensively. I think that's kind of a theme looking at the Pokemon that we're seeing here. Yeah, so Bulletproof, probably gonna be your choice. Most times, because it gives you that immunity to Shadow Ball and stuff, which can be really nice. Overcoat is also really nice here. Get you that immunity to Spore. Make sure you don't take damage from Sandstorm Hail. Soundproof, probably the least useful here, but I've seen a couple Boom Burst mons, so, you know, Soundproof can be really nice in those matchups. And yeah. Togekiss up next, always going to be using reverse. Boots, Scarf, I don't know, either one works on Kiss. If you're running Scarf, you know, you're just going to be running like Air Slash, maybe Flamethrower, maybe Dazzling Gleam, and Trick, maybe. Yeah, something like this. Aura Sphere is also really nice here. And if you're running Boots, you can run a couple sets. So Nasty Plot is one of them. Air Slash, Roost, and actually, before I move on, so you can actually run Scarf with this type of set. So Nasty Plot, Air Slash, Roost, and Trick. Because seriously, Togekiss only really needs Air Slash throughout a game. So you can like you can run Trick Scarf. Well, you can run Scarf with Air Slash, and then if you don't need the Scarf, then you can just trick it away, and then you can run it as a Nasty Plot setter. So a Nasty Plot like Air Slash mod. So like it's really nice. Yeah. If you're running Boots though, you know, Nasty Plot, Air Slash, Roost, then maybe like Flamethrower or Dazzling Gleam, depends. You can even run Thunder Wave, just to be really annoying, and or even Sub. Yeah. I did mention it gets Defog as well. It's probably a little bit better of a defogger than Scizor. So yeah. Also gets Wish, I guess, if you want to pass Wishes. That's okay HP. You know.
But I suspect that if Shadura wants to pass Wishes, there's a better mon for that.
Can't imagine why. Yeah, so Slowking, Galar. Looks like all the slow twins have been drafted, so that's nice. Yeah, so I guess the most common set is Assault Vest, Slowking. Last move can kind of be up to person. You can run Scald, Earthquake, Ice Beam. I mean, like Slowking, all the slow twins gets buttfuck tons of coverage, so just kind of have fun with that, you know. Yeah, maybe Psychic if you want to just another better. You want to stab? I don't know. So yeah, that's Assault Vest, but you know, I find that Assault Vest is kind of whatever in draft leagues. I used a lot of Black Sludge defensive sets because you know this thing does 4 times resist fighting, so that's a nice plus. And it also gets access to Calm Mind, which is really nice too. So, yes. And Slack Off. So like you know you can run something like this. Maybe, yeah, I mean, you can choose whatever coverage moves you want. So, you know, kind of mix and match. Nasty Plot as well, although I kind of like Calm Mind more. So, you know, up to personal preference, I guess. This thing seriously, like, lives every single thing, though. Like, you can definitely make it, you can EV it to live every single fucking thing in the game. I swear. Except maybe, like, Specs Kyogre Water Spout or something like that. Even then, maybe it's Assault Vest can take it. Who knows? Probably not like. Yeah, whatever. And you can. This Pokemon also like loves using resist berries too to definitely live certain hits, and then fire back with a decently strong attack. And yeah, one thing I want to mention before I sign off on this thing. I want everyone to use this set because I am a bastard. So yeah, have fun with that. I guess you can trick Black Sludge, or trick like a Choice Specs or whatever as well. You have Thunder Wave, Yawn, yeah. Okay, so Vaporeon. Okay, yeah, so Vaporeon, you know, you got Wish, you got Protect, Scald. Maybe even Flip Turn and Toxic. You know. Flip Turn is definitely pretty good on Vaporeon because you get to attach those wishes pretty freely to one of your mates, one of your teammates. Yeah. That's it. That's about it. That's about what you run on Vaporeon, really. You're just a fat Wish Passer. You got Flip Turn, you got Toxic, you got Scald, you got Heal Bell. Haze as well. So you just kind of use whatever moves you need in that situation. Wish and Protect is pretty mandatory, and yeah. Oh, Yawn. It's Yawn. Have fun with that too. Heatran. I love Heatran. Flash Fire, useful when there's any fire moves you need to take on. Flame Body, useful when there isn't. So, yep. nice rocker here. My favorite set, despite the accuracy, is Macrostorm Trapping. So you need Macrostorm, you need Taunt, and then the other two moves are kind of whatever. But we usually run Earth Power. Toxic is good here too. Protect is also nice. So yeah, I feel like this is always gonna be good. If you don't want to rely on Magma Storm, though, you can just run like Lava Plume and then run like just defensive. Lava Plume, Earth Power, Toxic, something like that could work pretty well with Stealth Rock. The Roar is, I know people use Roar in like Gen 5 and stuff, but like I never played those metagames, so I wouldn't know. Yeah. Oh yeah, Specs and Scarf. So it does get access to Eruption, and it's actually really strong, so kind of want to take advantage of that. Good coverage too with Earth Power. And then like, I don't know, the Flash came in. It varies. Yeah. Specs, Scarf, both work. And then one more set before I go. Oh yeah, the Magma Storm set can definitely run just like this. I have seen this types of Magma Storm heat runs before. Actually works really well. Yeah, you run offensive EVs on this. Then one more thing before I leave. If you want to tech against water types, you got that Power Whip Solar Beam. So yeah. Next up we got Orbeetle. How many more rounds do we have here? 4? Okay. Yeah, so Orbeetle up next. Decent web setter. Also has light screen and reflects. U-turn. Yeah, so Frisk is probably the ability of choice. Outside of this type of set where it just does a lot of support, frankly there isn't too much here to talk about. I guess you can run that Calm Mind Iron Defense set that I was talking about with the others, with the slow twins. It does get access to recover, so yeah, you could definitely do something like this as well. Yeah. Anything else? I don't know. Frankly, there really isn't too much to talk about. I guess maybe you could try to run offensive on this, but besides like this type of set, but yeah. Yeah, Gligar. Gonna be running Immunity. Gonna be running UV Light. And then it's Gliscor Light, so it gets Stealth Rock, Defog, Earthquake, U-turn, Knockoff, all that stuff. Swords Dance is probably definitely a lot worse on this because you don't get access to Ice Fang, and Facade won't be boosted since you aren't poisoned, unlike your Gliscorian brethren. So yeah, I guess Earthquake Knockoff Roost I guess could work. I don't know. Oh, that's not. I'll give you another round. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know. I guess you could try to run offensive on this, but like more so often Gligar just runs the defensive stuff. That Gligar also runs, but that Gliscor also runs, but Gliscor also runs offensive sets well. Gligar can't really do that. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. We got Sableye up here next. Gonna be running Prankster. Wisp, Knock, Recover, Taunt. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, yeah. Encore is also pretty good if you want to card that over maybe Taunt. Yeah. Anything else to talk about? Not really. I would say Magikarp, but it has priority Taunt, so that basically acts as its own magic code. You can trick some disgusting items on other Pokemon, like Lagging Tail or choice items in general. Sucker Punch can be nice to get a surprise like KO on a low HP mon. And then Love Disc. Okay, moving on. Yeah, I refuse to talk about Love Disc. Fuck that. But anyways, yeah, let's talk about the type variants. Yeah, I think without going into too much detail, I'm pretty sure it's fine. Just looking at the number of Because I know Sarasota Scizors loves to draft those disgusting Steel Fairy Dragon cores, and oh my god, 9 KOs. Wait, how is he? What? Wait, what? Why does it say 1 play? All right, Woodsy, Woodsy, Woodsy. What's going on here, man? Why is everything wrong? What? Am I missing something? You know, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe this is like, I don't know. What's going on here, man? Yeah, he's got the replays here. You know, he got the. Wait, he doesn't have the week 2 replay. Oh. I don't know what's going on. You know what? I'm just gonna let him deal with it. You know, if he does, well, happen to watch this whole video. You know. Yeah, I'm confused. So, anyways, type variants. Let's get into that. Sorry. Just bug steal and a fire resist basically means he covered everything technically, but I mean, you know, there's also neutral stuff that can rip through teams. So let's take a look. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna give it time. Too much effort to think about this type of stuff. Wait, whoa, hold the phone. You telling me you drafted all this stuff and you still don't have a ghost resist? Hey, I found something, let's go! 8. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm screwing everything up. 8. I got him. Look at that. The loser doesn't have a ghost resist. Okay, I don't know why I'm making so much fun of him. I'm sorry. But yeah, in all seriousness, you know, ghost resists are kind of the point. I mean, yes, you have bulletproof camo. I mean, you're not funny, but also there's poltergeist, so you know, screw you. And yes, that thing can be abused by not having an item. Yeah, screw you. Found something. I finally found someone with a true no resist. That wasn't. You know, I never knew. Oh, god damn it. Keep clicking the wrong docs. I have too many open. Anyway, hazards removal. Also, you can't see the top of my screen, but I have like 20 tabs open. Don't worry about it. I'm one of those people. Yeah, hazards removal. So rocking kind of guy, sticky web kind of guy, rocking kind of guy. No spikes, that's fine. In terms of defog, you have a Glide Guard is a very solid defogger. Focus is fine at it. Doesn't prefer doing it, but Scizor can defog. Yeah. You're fine. Actually, I should just make both of you 8. Pivoting. U-turn. Flip turn. U-turn. There we go. 8. Actually, 7. Because some of your mods don't really want to run U-turn all the time. Speed tiers. This is a slow team. Holy shit. This is a really slow team. Why is your fastest mon love disc? Oh my god. Yeah, this is a really slow team. Like this is ridiculously slow. I don't know if this was a theme or something, but like, yeah, I'm gonna give you a 6 for the same reasons I gave London Luxrays a 6, except the opposite reason. Everything is below base 100. Yeah, can't have that. Also, it's like there's only like 1 or 2 mons on this team that is like. There's only 1 mon on this team that I would consider a good Scarfer. So yeah, that's definitely not good. Bulk. Oh, now bulk. This might be a 10. This might be a 10. Well, I think I shouldn't give a team that doesn't have no, but you have like Slowking, Vaporeon, like Komodo, like all these mons are like decent bulk, you know. And then Gligar's like, and the Gligar Vaporeon like really good bulk, you know. They say. I'm just not gonna give anyone a 10. 9. Okay, if we get a 9 in bulk, that actually just means you did perfectly fine. Setup. That. Not that. That. Kinda that. But yeah, these 4 are all very scary setup mons. This one's not very scary. That one can be scary. 9. Wall breakers. Actually, there aren't really that many here. Surprisingly. It's basically just Specs Heatran. Yeah, it's really just Specs Heatran. I mean, I guess you could consider... No, Douglas is better as a cleaner. No, that's what it's more so is. And then none of these, you know... Yeah, definitely Heatran. It's just Heatran. Damn, I really can't give you any points on this then. I'm sorry. I have to give you like a 2. That's awkward. Maybe just my definition of wall breaker is too antiquated for these days, but you know, I seriously, I don't see anything here. Like, I already gave you a 10 for wall breaking. I gave you 9 for setup, so like I don't know. Like, I can't include Nasty Plateau because I can't include Scizor. Like, no. Yeah, it's just Heatran. Heatran's the only thing here. There's nothing else. Yeah, there's really nothing else. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you have to. You just don't have anything. I'm sorry. Cleaners. Like this doesn't run band. This doesn't run specs. Like, even if they do run either of those things, like whatever. Sorry. Cleaners. Bullet Punch Scizor, Scarf Kiss, and this relates back to the low speed. Now you don't have a lot of speed, and now it's gonna be harder for you to clean. Scarf Heatran. I forgot to mention that, but like. So like these 2 are okay, and then Scizor is good. Komodo doesn't. It's considered setup. It's not a cleaner in my book because it's not fast on its own. Yeah, I mean, yes, you have webs. I'm not saying you don't have webs, but like I'm not looking at webs when I'm looking at this per se, because you might not have webs up for your game, and you might not bring Orbeetle. You know. Yep, this is awkward. This is such a good start. Yeah. Okay. Well. Paused again. Oh my god, last 2 teams. Holy shit, we're getting there. Okay. Bronx Obstagoons, aka Mandem. Nice pick. Alright, Zygarde. This thing's fucking annoying. I would know because I used it. Annoying for everyone else. I was having fun spamming Coil and Dragon Dance. This thing's so menacing, I swear to god. But yeah, Coil is my favorite set. So I literally just run 1,000 arrows, Coil, Glare, and then Sub. This is my favorite set. I love it a lot. Of course, it's probably worse than Dragon Dance, frankly, but you know, screw you. You can run Dragon Dance, anyways. That, if you don't want to run the defense Dragon Dance variant, you can run, you know, actual coverage moves and stuff. And like, Outrage. Stuff like that. I've run Coil Scale Shot. That is actually a really fun set. Because, you know, you're not, it's I just like it, okay? And then you can also run Banded. Yeah, something like this. Yeah. You can try to run Mixed. Now it has A1 based special attacks, and you can run those like Draco Meteors and whatnot. But like, frankly, Zygarde doesn't have any like fire coverage, so it's hard for it to do that. Yep, I think I covered it. moving on. Corviknight up next. Fucking annoying ass metal bird. Actually, I think body press is more common though. But I'm not sure. I think either one. That body press / bravery, U-turn versus defog is a standard set. Can run kind of whatever defensive EVs you want. This little tank everything. Leftovers, Rocky Helmet, Shed Shell in specific cases against Magnezone and Magneton. Yep. And then you can also run Bulk Up. Something like this, or maybe just like Taunt. And then you can also run Iron Defense Body Press, which is a very good late game win con. Because you can still get defog out of it too. Yep, that's about it. Sylveon. Oh yeah, right. Don't use Mirror Armor. Well, I mean, you can use Mirror Armor if you want, but like Pressure is a good better overall for Corviknight. Sylveon up next. Pixelate. Wish, Protect, Hyper Voice, Mystical Fire / Toxic / Heal Bell. Yeah, it's kind of what you do with Sylveon. You could try to run Calm Mind as well. So like Calm Mind, Hyper Voice. If you think you can get away with running just Wish, you can do that and then just run this. Otherwise, you can just run a mono attacking set. Choice Specs can even work too. So you know, Mystical Fire, Hyper Voice, I guess like Psychic or Psyshock. Well, I think it's Psyshock. Like Shadow Ball. Something like this can work pretty well. Cause it does got that good special attack stat, so yeah. Yawn. I don't know. So rude. So Band or Scarf are both very good with Power Whip. Darkest Lariats, Close Combat, U-Turn. He also gets Rock Slide if you want to hit flying types. Down here. Stomping Tantrum if you want to hit Heat Rend for... I think Close Combat does... Close Combat will probably kill Heat Rend anyways, but, you know, Stomping Tantrum's there. Actually, it might not. So, yeah. Most famous set is probably still Bulk Up, though. Bulk Up, Power Whip, Darkest Lariat, and Jungle Healing. So yeah, this set does work pretty well. Anything else? Nope, that's about it. I mean, I guess it gets Synthesis if you want to not use Jungle Healing, but Jungle Healing does work well enough for it anyways, so yeah. Slowbro. Basically, you're going to be using this as regular Slowbro for most of the time. Just from the way I've seen other people play it. I have never used Mega Slowbro myself, but yeah, you run it as like regular Slowbro for the most part. Like you can literally just pretend it doesn't have an item and just do this. Just use it as Slowbro. Of course, if you don't want to, you can always just, you know, run the Calm Mind set, which is very known for. So, you know, Calm Mind, Scald, any sort of coverage move, and then slack off. Since it's Slowbro, it does get like literally every single coverage move. So, yeah. You can also run the Calm Mind Iron Defense Store Power thing. Because, you know, I will never not mention that. Yeah. What else? Body Press was really nice on Mega Slowbro because, you know, fat ass defense stat. Thunder Wave, Leon, Trick Room. I think that's about it. Yeah, I can move on. How many things are left? I'm gonna die. Cinderace, I think it doesn't get Libero, so just ignore that. You can kind of just run it as Libero Cinderace without the Libero, so boots. It just boots all out offensive, so Power Ball, High Jump Kick, Sucker Punch, U-Turn, something like that could be really nice. Yeah, it does have Court Change if you want to make use of that, though frankly, I don't like it. I don't like that move a lot because you can just set up the rocks again. But yeah. Get Zen Headbutt. But yeah, I mean, frankly, just... Oh, Taunt is actually pretty nice on there. But frankly, Cinderace is just too weak without Libero, in my opinion, to make too much use of its sets. Or I guess I'm just too accustomed to Libero Cinderace's damage output. Yeah, but I mean, like, you ain't beating Toxapex with this thing. For sure. Yeah, okay, Heracross. Guts. Or Moxie if you're running a Scarf set, I guess. But, you know, Guts more often the case. And then you run Flamethrower. Yeah, so you run, just basically like Machamp or Conkeldurr. Unfortunately, you don't get priority like the other two do, but you're faster than them, so at least there's that. I honestly don't know what you run in the last slot, like Megaform. I don't know. You can run Swords Dance if you want to do that for like just absolutely demolishing everything. You can also run Spikes. Not a bad choice. Unfortunately, Heracross is a bug type that does not get U-turn, which is very sad for it, but, you know. Yeah, and then the Scarf set, you just not run Facade. You run, like, Stone Edge or something. And then you can still run Spikes with Scarf, I guess. I don't know. Earthquake, it gets a lot of coverage. You can go look through it. Yeah, I think that's enough. Circuitry. Does not get Tail Glow in this league. Very unfortunate for it. Because Tail Glow is not existent Sword Trick. And it's not a signature move. So, yeah. I know in RU right now it's used as like a Boots Pivot Mon. So there's that. You can also obviously just run Choice Specs or Choice Scarf too. And frankly, Circuitry does not have a lot more going for it. I guess on the Boots set, you can try to run Hypnosis and stuff like that. Hypnosis and Toxic, but you know, you don't have Tail Glow, so you can't set up like that. Yeah. Regice. Up next. Alright. I really don't know what to do with Regice, frankly. Ice Beam Thunderbolt. Focus Blast has good coverage. You can run like Rock Polish, I guess. For Rock Polish 3 attack set, even though it's not that good. Maybe you can run Rest Talk. Unfortunately, Regice does not get Freeze Dry to my knowledge. Yeah, it doesn't, which really, really sucks for it. At least it still gets Thunderbolt, right? But, you know, those Water Ground types, you really want to be hitting those with the Freeze Dry, right? But, you know, you can't. Yeah, honestly, Regice, no idea what to do with that thing, so I'm just going to kind of leave it alone. You got Toxic, you got Thunder Wave. Who knows? Alright, last up, Lopunny. You're pretty much just going to only be using this for trick shenanigans. Well, I guess in Lopunny's case, switcheroo shenanigans. Unfortunately, everyone knows it's coming, so. At least nowadays. Yeah, switcheroo, Assault Vest, and then you can just kind of run other moves, Encore, Healing Wish, stuff like that. I guess you could try to run offensive with this, but it doesn't have any good attack stats. It doesn't have a good attack stat. It does have good moves, but just not a good attack stat. I don't know, something like this could work. Yeah, okay. Alright. Sorry if I'm, like, rushing through it, but frankly, I want to leave. So, yeah. Okay, so, type variants. Oh, sorry, I was kind of like bopping in the music. I wasn't paying attention. I think it's fine though. Just from yeah, it looks fine. I don't really see anything that can break through anything. I break through this team really. Check Ghost, check Rock, check Flying, check Dragon, check Fire, Water, Grass, check Electric, check Ground. I think I already said that. Or, Psychic, Dark, yeah. Okay, you're good. Hazards and removal. So, for this one, you have Tifa, Corv, you got Spikes on here. This team has no Stealth Rock? Seriously? Oh, hell no, I ain't... What? No. Who said you could do that? No. No. What the heck? No. You can't just have spikes. What the fuck? What is this? Huh? Alright, well. You have a good defogger. I'll give you that. You have core change. I won't give you that, really, but, you know. Yeah, no rocks on your team is kind of sus. I'm gonna level with you. Yeah, I'm feel justified in that. Pivoting. Yeah, I'm sorry. Rocks are just too important. That's just the main thing. Pivoting wise, let's see here. U-turn. Teleport. U-turn. Both swing. U-turn. Yeah, looks pretty good on that end at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good night. Speed tiers. Nine. It's fine. My nitpick ass is being like, you only have the fastest thing is below base 120. Oh my god. So yeah, that means it's good. Bulk wise, you are definitely performing very well on that front. I saw a lot of good stuff here. Well, these 4 specifically. Zarude's actually kind of bulky. If you look at the stats, actually super bulky. Unfortunately, its typing lets it down quite a bit in that category. Yeah, it's literally at Mew levels of defense if you think about it like that. So if it had a better typing, you know. Like Corviknight, for context, Corviknight has the worst overall bulk than Zarude. Like literally every single stat, it's tied or worse in terms of defense. And well, Corviknight is way better at tanky hits than Zarude because it has a way better typing defensively. So yeah, if you made Zarude Steel Flying type is what I'm saying. Like it would actually be good. I'm gonna take like a 7 or an 8 in order. I'll give you an 8. I'm nice. Yeah, I'm nice. I'm so nice, honestly. I shit talk like everyone and I'm still nice. Yeah, definitely true. Set up, we got Corv, side guard. Got Sylveon a little bit. Lowbro, for sure. Zarude, pretty solid there. Heracross kinda okay. How much is that one? 1, 2, half. 6 or 7. Because you have Zygarde, I'm gonna give you 7. Wall breaking wise, not too good at this department. I guess Choice Band Cinderace, Choice Band Zarude, Choice Band Zygarde. Those are like your main breakers. Oh wait. I like fucking forgot these two existed for some reason. Yeah, those are definitely pretty good at wall breaking. It's like a 6 or 7, I guess, again. Actually, I'll give you 7. And then cleaning wise, Dragon Dance. Oh right, I don't consider setup, right? I guess E-Speed from here kind of can work. Alright, looks like he came in. Yeah, so E-Speed on this, Corviknight. Well, can't clean, no. Not that either. Scarf Zarude can, kind of. Cinderace can, as well. Scarf Kara, it's not bad at it either. Scarf Circuitry. So yeah, I mean, he relies on Scarf a lot to definitely clean. But, you know, I mean, some of these don't necessarily need Scarf. Like, Cinderace is decently fast, and it also has Sucker Punch, but yeah. Gotta think about this. Like a 6? Maybe 7? Again? I don't know. I like the idea of 777s. I'll do that. Yes, that is a very objective way to determine the rankings, alright? Okay, yeah, so now we are finally at our last fucking team. Fucking Jesus. Starting off with he traded away Kartana. This is not our... what the fuck? Who does that? Who does that? Okay, anyways, let me see here. Kartana and Garbodor. And then he added Slippery Registeel, Flygon, Florges, Rillaboom. What else? And Kecleon, it looks like. I hopefully didn't miss anything else. Let's see. So he has 10 mons here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, cool. Alright. So yeah, Lopunny, Mega, got the Scrappy. This thing. Very solid. Unfortunately, no normal type stab that is really good for it because it doesn't have return, but you make do with what you got. At least you got U-Toys in close combat and triple axle and U-turn and all that stuff. Which you probably should be running all 3 of these moves, honestly, on every single set. I guess you can run like Fake Out or something. I don't know. This that could work pretty well. Of course, you don't need to run all of these. I would recommend U-turn though, and close combat. Triple axle, maybe not. You can run like other moves that you need. Fake Out Quick Attack is actually a not bad combination. I used to use that a lot. Of course, I used that because there was no U-turn or Ice Punch, or there's nothing. You would just run Fake Out, HJK, Return, and Quick Attack. But yeah, it's Thunder Wave. I guess that could be nice. You can run that Fake Out's last resort thing, which yeah, obviously you can't run any other moves. But not a fan of this one personally. I literally walled this with a Chansey before, so don't use it incorrectly. That's don't send it in the wrong battle. Encore is actually pretty nice on a fast mon like this. You can actually get a lot of mileage out of it, even though this thing is not very bulky. Healing Wish is interesting for sure. Yeah, Lopunny has a lot of utility moves that should be explored more on its Mega. So hopefully the Douglasville Dittos will be able to provide. Slow King, we have Regenerator, of course. Okay, I couldn't hear the music for a hot sec. I was confused. Yeah, that set. This set is all everywhere. And then you run the freaking... They really did draft every single Slowbro. Huh. Okay, yeah, and then you run the Iron Defense, Claw Mine, whatever set. Sword Powered, Slack Off. Yeah, that one. I'm not gonna write it down again for like the 6th time in a row. Jesus. Nasty Plot, Trick Room, gets a lot of shit ton of coverage. I've already went through all of this before, so I don't feel like going over it again. You guys are bastards. Yeah. The weird thing about Slowking is that, oh my god, it has more SPDEF than it does its defense, unlike Slowbro. Whoa! I hate this. I'm moving on, fuck you guys. Alright, Registeel. Stealth Rock, Seismic Toss, Toxic, Rest. Maybe not Rest, Protect. Leftovers. Thinking about Registeel, it's a very passive mon, unfortunately, but if you want to make it a very annoying bastard, you can always do this. Which is actually a real life set that people run. I'm not joking. This is disgusting. We all should go to jail for this. Anything else? I don't know. It's not very offensive, so you probably shouldn't be running a lot of attacking moves other than a Seismic Toss. You can run Iron Head for stab if you want. But anyway, moving on. Oh my lord, so tired. Okay, Flygon. unlike Garchomp, this thing actually does get Dragon Dance, so that's a fun thing to work with. Dragon Dance, Outrage, and like, I don't know, Iron Tail. Poison Jab. I don't know if it gets Poison Jab. It doesn't. No, that's unfortunate. I don't know, this set could work pretty well. If you want to run Fire Blast or Fire Punch or something to hit Corviknight and Skarmory, you know. It's always an option. Outside of Dragon Dance, it does... Actually, I think I can just... You know what? The damage calc can do it for me. There's also defog sets. Yeah, so you run... Apparently, this is running Yu. What the fuck? I don't know what's going on in that tier, hello? I mean, yeah, but yeah, it has defog and Roost. I probably would prefer having U-turn and stuff, but you know, that's just a me thing. Yeah, you can also run Choice Band. I was reminded when I saw First Impression. Scarf as well. I mean, Scarf Flygon is like one of the most famous sets, like, period. Yeah. You probably actually want to run First Impression. Oh. Yeah, as I was saying, you probably wouldn't run, yeah, if you want to run First Impression, you run just U-turn. You can run Mixed Flygon as well, or just straight up special if you want to do that guy, but, you know, Earthquake Life Orb with Draco Meteor and Fire Blast. That could be pretty fun, and, yeah, I'm gonna move on. If you can't tell, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just rushing through. I like this one. Flowerville, they're both terrible. Okay. But yeah, this is Wish, Protect, Moonblast, and like Toxic, or something like that. I've 1v1'd a Zygarde. I 1v1'd this thing with a Zygarde before. It's pretty funny. Anyways. I don't know. I just thought every time I see Florges, I just think about that. You can run Calm Mind on this too, similar to Sylveon, or like Clef can run something similar to this too, I guess. Although it probably just runs Softball, like Thunder Wave or whatever. But yeah, it's just a Wish Protect Mon with Wish Passing Mon. It has Heal Bell, stuff like that. I guess you can run Baton Pass on this. No, it doesn't have Baton Pass. Okay. Yeah, so it's just a Cleric with a Wish Passing. Yeah. Moltres! Yeah, it also has Calm Mind late game. Okay, yeah. Moltres. Boots. You're gonna be running Boots. If you're not running Boots, your opponent better not have Rocks, or otherwise I'm gonna be really mad. Flame Body, Overpressure. Yeah, so Mystical Fire. Hurricane / Scorching Sands. And then Roost Defog. So, in fact, you probably don't need to run Defensive Flygon because you have Defensive Moltres. Yeah, so this works very well. Honestly, you can run offensive on this thing too. I actually love offensive Moltres, but you know, that's just a me thing. Because you know, 125 base special attack with Fire Blast and Hurricane are gonna hurt really fucking hard, and you have good coverage in Scorching Sands too. So yeah, and then also get the U-turn. So if you want to run like Mystical Fire U-turn, Roost Defog, that also works well. If you want to run like 4 attack with Fire Blast, Scorching Sands, Hurricane U-turn, I probably wouldn't run that, but you know, it's something to think about. Gets Toxic, obviously. Gets Wisp, obviously. So, Overheat's a stronger Fire Blast. I don't know. Yeah, good thinking about this stuff. Yeah. Dark. I don't know. That's probably about it. I guess if you want to run Night Days, since it's slightly stronger, but also less accurate. Yeah. Actually, I don't think you can run that on this league. I'm not sure. You know, Dark Pulse, Flamethrower, Sludge Bomb with Nasty Plot. It does have Illusion. Frankly, it's really hard to trick people into thinking you have a if you have a Zoroark or not. I guess a funny way to try to bait people would be to use Rillaboom and then just not use Grassy Surge on it. And then people will be like, oh, that's a Zoroark, I'm gonna go to my whatever, and then you just Choice Man Woodhammer or something. That'd be funny, but you know, in general, it's hard for Zoroark. It's hard to trick people because there's a lot of ways to tell if something's Zoroark or not. Not the least of which being after you see the first move, usually the gig is up. The jig is up. Whatever. Gig or jig? I don't remember. Life Orb on this set's fine. You can also run Scarf, I guess. Because I think it gets Trick, right? It does. Oh, it does get Trick. Yeah, so you can run like Trick. And then like, it also gets pretty decent attack. So you can run like Knock Off and like, I don't know, Low Kick. Gets U-turn. I don't know, something like this could work pretty well. But yeah, you can also stick with Special and just run like, Dark Pulse and Sledge Bomb. Specs and Band probably both work though, since it has Specs, Band, and Scarf all work probably because it has Trick and it has decent offenses. So yeah. Duskanor up next. Also, yeah. I don't know what this thing does, frankly, but it's pretty. It has a pretty good stab now in Poltergeist. You know, has decent attack and whatnot. I guess Pain Split. Yeah, I don't know what this thing does really. There's just Pain Split 3 attack or like a Choice Band or something like that. It could be nice. It does have okay coverage with like Ice Punch and stuff. Earthquake, Fire Punch, stuff like that. So, no. I guess you can run Trick Room as well. Yeah. Oh, man, I want to die. Grassy Surge, Rillaboom. Probably not going to be running Overgrow unless you're doing that aforementioned Zoroark actual 200 IQ Mind Bait stuff. Yeah, so Rillaboom runs 2 sets. So Choice Band, which would have, you know, at least Grassy Glide, U-turn, and I would say Knockoff is pretty good here too. And then you can run either, yeah, so you can either run Superpower, or if you want Stronger Stab, Woodhammer in the last slot here. And then you could also run Swords Dance Life Orb. Since you have Grassy Surge up, Life Orb chip is mitigated a little bit. Swords Dance, Grassy Glide, Knockoff, and Superpower. It's kind of the main set here. Both work very well. Yeah. Rillaboom's very, very... Oh, it's not amazing. Especially in OU, it's getting quite hit down because just the meta is just super prepared for it. But, you know, even in Draft League, it definitely functions a lot better. If you want to run, like, stupid sets, you can run, like, Sub-Leech Seed, too. So, yeah. Next up, we got Kecleon. A nice rock setter, I guess. And since you got Protean, you can do a lot of type shifting shenaniganry. Frankly, I don't know what type of sets you run on this thing, though. I don't know. It's a normal type. You have a lot of coverage, so you kind of just use whatever you need for the matchup, I guess. Well, it doesn't have that much coverage on the physical end. Probably just like normal fighting, dark, ghost type stuff. I see rock and water as well. Fire, ice. You get a decent amount of stuff. I'm pretty sure people run this on the special side too. Because, you know, with Protean, you still get a lot of damage. If you throw on a Life Orb, you still do a lot of damage with that. So, you know. This thing has like oddly good Spit F. I don't know why. But anyways. Yeah. That's about it. We can finally get started on the last person's power rankings, and then I can finally fucking finish this. Oh my god. I am dying. This is pain. Let's see here. Pretty nice Fierce Dragon Core. If a little bit defensive, but you know, it's always fine for that. It's fine. Nice Fire Water Grass. Ground Immune. Electric Immune. Ground Immune. Poison Immune. I was vibing to the music again, I'm sorry. But as I was vibing, I was actually looking, and I don't see anything super prevalent here. Yeah, I think you're good. 10. Of course, I'm very tired. So, you know, I could definitely be wrong. If I'm wrong, go ahead and dock yourself some points. Hazard removal. Rocker. 2 rockers, I guess. There's a removal. You got Flygon, Moltres. I think Florges can learn Defog too. So yeah, no, kind of bare bones on the hazards. It's fine though. If you had Garbodor though, we could have been talking a little bit more about Spikes and T-Spikes, but I digress. So 6 or 7? I'll give you 7. 7's basically just like you had the bare bone stuff. At this point, pivoting, U-turn, teleport, U-turn, 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 U-turn. It's a lot of U-turn. Not necessarily all these would be running the pivot moves, especially something like maybe like Flygon if you're running Kraken Dance sets, Rillaboom if you're running Sword Dance sets, you know, that type of stuff. But most of these can pivot, and they might. So, especially Slowking. 1, 2, 3. Give you an 8. Okay, speed tiers. Actually, I should give you a 9. That's the speed tiers. Nitpicking ass is saying 105 and 135 is too big of a gap, and that's about it. So 9. Bulk. This makes a pretty scary defensive core. Flygon can be kind of used defensively as well. Well, it's not super great at that, but it has a really good. It has a ground tracking plus levitate is pretty decent defensively. Moltres works well here too. I'm gonna give you like a 7 or an 8, I think. Let's stick with 7, I guess. Setup wise, I guess Calm Mind / Nice Spot here. That annoying ass double defense set. Dragon Dance, Swords Dance, Calm Mind, Nasty Plot / Swords Dance. Yeah. I don't know. I literally just like I just zoned out. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking tired. I feel bad for Vando now because like I am like definitely not in the right mindset to be doing this. So I definitely might be making some errors. Okay, so DD, Swords Dance, less Nasty Plot. So that's 3, and then we have like half setup mons over here. 7 or 8 is my guess. I'm gonna go 7. Okay, so Wall Breakers. Lopunny kind of does that. It's more so a cleaner, I'd say, than anything. But you know, we can put in Wall Breaker for now. Choice Man Rillaboom, Specs / Band Zoroark, I suppose. Banded Flygon, I guess. It's not really amazing. Moltres a little bit, I guess, is a Wall Breaker. Yeah, so for this, I'd say like a 7 or a 7 again. I'm just saying 7. I'm just saying 7 all the time, aren't I? God damn it. Okay. Let me actually look at it. Okay. Just fucking. Let's consider Mechalopony. Let's consider that. We do. I'm gonna skip Flygon. But we have Rillaboom, Ultrasaurus. I guess Fly. Okay, fine. Flygon a little bit. Fine. 7 or an 8. Give me an 8. I don't think it's better than Bronx Obstagoons stuff, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think it's about the same actually. So I think I actually am justified in giving you that 7. But okay, last one here. So we have Cleaners, Megalop, very fantastic. Scarf Flygon, fantastic. Grass Glad Rillaboom, fantastic. Scarf Zoroark can work. Did I say Scarf Flygon? I think I did. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Seven or 8. Do I tie you with Mandem and potentially other people, or do I get you to 64 and tie you with other people? That is the question. That is the question right now, right here. What am I gonna do? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Okay. Okay, let me look at this. It's better than Mandem. I'll give you an 8. Okay. Yep. All right. And now we are finally fucking done with the rankings. 18 people finally somewhat ranked. Let me just. I should be able to just. Hold up. Wait, let me just get this. Move this over. Oh, apparently I didn't copy that. Hello? Can I not copy? There we go. What the fuck? Fuck. Okay, whatever. Oh, I forgot to copy the team. Okay, so we're gonna sort it. Sort range based on column K. I mean, I could do it on J as well, but you know, whatever. Oh, other way around. Okay. What? Why is this white? What the hell? Sorry, this is just. I probably should just pause and just do this all. Nah, but I just wanna do this right now. So, okay, 15, 16. 17. Okay, what's the format here? Average 14. Center justified. Yep, okay. Alright, so here's the rank. Okay, we have a lot of ties to break actually. 1, 2, a 3-way here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, okay, great. So let's start breaking them. Fuck me. Alright, Bundy Bisharps and Birmingham Blisseys. So, let's take a look at these teams. I should probably just... it's probably better for me if I look at them from here. Okay, so looking at these two side by side, let's see here. Got Dragapult, Gallade, and stuff. Okay. Which team do I like better? They're both. I like both of these actually a lot, but. I would choose Bundy Bisharps if there was a wish setter. If there's a wish passer here, I would definitely choose this team, no question. Because that combos really well with Mega Aggron. Unfortunately, it doesn't. And I'm a sucker for using, like, Clef. I say it's an annoying bastard, but I like using it. So, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Bundy Bisharps is going to be taking the L here. We're moving into Birmingham Blisseys up to 2. Okay, so that's one tie broken. Next up, we got three-way tie between New York Aqua Jets, Jersey Dwebbles, and Douglasville Dittos. Okay. What was the time? Jersey Dwebbles. Okay, so two of them are very early on. One's the beginning and the end. Very interesting. Okay, and then we also have the Jersey Dwebbles, which is somewhere. Okay. So we kind of have like two very, well, not similar, but like two kind of similar teams here. Like they both have Webb's offense. They're both trying to kind of rely on Webb's offense here, and then this one is just more of a regular balance build type of thing. I'm still kind of salty for Douglasville Dittos kind of ditching Cartana, but you know, that's a different issue. I do like this team at the bottom here. I mean, frankly, is this okay? That's regular Shifu. Okay, just want to check. Yeah, so all three of these teams are something that I would probably use. I like all three of them. I don't know. I'm thinking. Is that my ranking? Wait, does Jersey Doubles not have a Mega? Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this ranking. I think I like this one a little bit better. Actually, I don't know. These two are very similar to me. I don't know. Well, not similar, but like similar in how much I like them. Fuck it, New York Aqua Jets is first. Yeah, sure. Okay. So New York Aqua Jets, and I need to switch Douglasville Dittos and Jersey Dwebbles. Okay. Here we go. Another tie here and another tie here. Alright, so New York Piplups versus the Bronx Obstagoons. Let's get them. Okay, I can get these out of the way actually. Okay. What was it? Bronx Obstagoons and who? New York Piplups. Okay. Yeah, these are both very solid teams. Actually, I think this is. Yeah, I think I made my decision. I think I made my decision very quickly here. I like Bronx Obstagoons more. Yeah, I like Bronx Obstagoons a lot more, frankly. Actually, yeah, it's just like, yeah, I think I do. I mean, I really love Spectrier though. I don't know. This is hard. Yeah, I like Bronx Obstagoons a little bit more. But it's pretty slow. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Oh my god, I can't decide. They both have a guts user. They both have like, I don't know. Oh my god. They both have mons that I've used in the past too. Like I used Zygarde, I've used Mawile, I used Roserade. Actually, those are the only ones I've used. God damn, bro. You know what? I'm doing this one. Yeah, sorry. I think I do like New York Piplups. Oh, thankfully I don't have to change anything. Cool. Okay, Woodsy, Noctowls, and Tampa Bay Giratinas. Tampa Bay Giratinas right here. And then Woodsy Noctowls is somewhere at the bottom. Okay. So. Yeah, Tampa Bay Giratinas. I don't. This is a pretty quick decision. Yeah, I mean, I know this is like the point guard draft thing, so you know, this isn't entirely Woodsy's picks, but yeah, I'm much more of a fan of this one for sure. Yeah, because frankly, I just really want to use Mega Zam one of these days. So I'm gonna have to switch the two. Okay. Ah, fuck. Oh my god, help me. My mouse is trying to fucking revolt. Jesus Christ. Okay. How many more ties do I have to break? No. Okay, Abbekerk and Karachi. And that's it, thankfully. Okay, that's the last tie. Okay, there we go. Aha. Frankly, I don't know why Abbekerk's team is so low. But I also really like Karachi's team. Like, I know this is the Ash theme team, but like, holy shit, this team looks fucking fire. Like, I love Bizarre Y. Abbekerk's team does look fantastic, though. In fact, yeah. Before I continue, like, honestly, like, as much as I hate to say it, this is the cutoff for who I would think would, like, I think almost all these teams are good enough to win. I think the cutoff is here, though, with number 16. My apologies to Fiamonts and Dutch Zipmontops, but yeah, that is definitely where I would say, like, I think all of these teams, though, are very close, and I think they definitely have a chance of winning. Yeah, so anyway, in terms of this, do you like the defensive backbone that Abbekerk has here? But Karachi just looks so fucking appealing offensively. Like, Melmetal and D-Knight and Charizard is just... Charizard Y. Oh, I love Zard Y, dude. And... I don't know. Do I like offense or defense? I think this is what I'm deciding on right now. I mean, Abbekerk's team has offense, too. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's you know, Blaziken, Raikou, all that type of stuff. But... deciding on these two is going to be hard. I think I'm going to go with Karachi. And it's actually not for the reason you think. It's because I don't like the ground type on this team. my kind of mod, I always want to have a good ground type on any team I make, so... Yeah, so Karachi does go ahead and beat Abbekerk here. And yeah. Okay. Oh my god, stop doing this, mouse. I swear to god. Okay. There we go. This is the finished list. Yeah. Ah, there we go. That gets everything pretty much. Minus the ranks in here. Let me shrink down some of these columns so you guys can see everything. My mouse decided to cooperate with me. Dude, my mouse is actually being such a bitch. Holy shit. There. Okay, that gets everything in there. Yeah, so I guess I can try to get the, see if I can squeeze the ranking to... Alright. Yeah, so this is the total list. I probably won't post this anywhere because frankly, I'll just on my video I'll have like a link to the last section so you guys can just look at it here. So yeah, this is the full total list. Are the things I'd probably change if I went through this again? Almost definitely. Because this was done over like 6 different recording sessions. There's been like different persons basically doing this every single time. So, yeah. Let's see here. Do I agree with this list? Just from looking at Columbus Mew Jackets being the top team. Do I agree with that? Let's see here. If I can click on it. I do like the look of it. Not sure if I would make it the top team anymore, but yeah. At the end of the day, ranking these draft league teams, it's fucking hard. I mean, at least for me, like I've changed my mind all the goddamn time about this type of stuff, so it's hard. But yeah, I think these rankings are all right, and yeah. So thank you. If you watched through this entire thing, why the fuck did you? I definitely am gonna leave like chapters in the bottom so you don't have to, because one section is basically half an hour unless you're like the last 4 people, in which case I'm sorry, but yeah. But thank you for watching any part of it. If you watched all of it, you're a true brother or something. I don't know. But yeah, thanks for watching, and I will see you guys later. Peace.